to 1, then that breaks down the team fight. Because if you lose James, then so much pressure is placed onto MP the King, who'll be the lone frontliner.
Folks, we're talking about James the Phovius, not James Panks.
Yes, James.
James of...
I mean, this is the perfect time to use the Ultimate Fighter.
Twisted Minds.
To not get your names twisted out.
We're talking about James Phovius Gloria, all right?
Yeah.
Turtle spawning in the upper quarter in about a minute, and it seems like AP Brand want to hold on for that, because it's very rare that a Lucas wins an early skirmish like that and then gets timed out. I think it's because of that panicked retribution. That's the reason why AP Brand kind of scuffled. And they shuffled back into the purples because James Panks was forced to use retribution. Now, he's going to hold on to it. Now he's going to play that a little more cautious.
Yeah, and for Twisted Mind, it's actually okay that this game has this very slow pace, because so far, Outplay's been scaling up pretty well, even if Kekedot and Shizu is right there. But here comes Escalera. They have the ultimate. Now the crash course onto Shizu, forcing out the flickers, so no flicker for the gold laner.
Oh, down bottom, though. Yeah. There, despite getting spaced out, getting frozen on by James Phovius Gloria, is bullying him.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Twisted Minds actually hesitated on using the shortcut dive under the tower to secure the kill onto Shizu, because James couldn't have gone into the portal. He was too low. He was losing in lane against Dare, who's, yeah, as you said, dominating him right now. But Twisted Minds does have a better position right now for this turtle. Escalera still has his ultimate. So Kekedot, honestly, he can just die, but just make sure that he uses his ultimate, gets at least 3.
Okay, and now they're trying to go for Escalera. Shizu dashes in, forcing out the flicker. And MP the King, flawless execution to get the second turtle.
Was that a stolen shortcut?
Yes, it was.
All right, so that allows for AP Brand to relocate.
Yeah.
That's another key ult that they can steal. How Twisted Minds plays the next few minutes of the game. James versus Kekedot. We haven't seen Kekedot really get into an amazing feast of blood just yet. Blocking out Outplayed here, almost pushes that turret.
Okay, they were able to save out the turret there up top. And so far, Twisted Mind still hasn't gotten a good initiation coming in from Escalera, but MP the King already used up the Phantom Steed trying to force Dare away. And going back to my point, Twisted Minds, they're not necessarily using the advantage of having that shortcut, because so far AP Brand has every single lane checked out.
They are iffy on that last key to victory presented by Infinix earlier on. Renmar mentioned initiate and dominate. Sure, they're initiating, but they're not dominating.
Yeah. Domination needs to start coming out. They are a little bit too reactive. They're starting things out, but I think after the loss yesterday, you're seeing a change in mindset on Twisted Minds. You can see it when the team is thinking discipline, discipline, discipline.
Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing right now in the playstyle of Twisted.
Yeah, honestly, they're really just focused on objectives. They're initiating when there's a turtle up for grabs, but right now, the turtle has spawned. Dare starts things off. Okay. Still not committing the ultimate here, but James Panks will secure it. Chomskert has his own Phantom Steed, forcing a retreat from Twisted Minds.
What color is your Ducati? Up top, though, they left Outplayed.
Oh!
And the RWM dropped by Hajizi.
Okay, just to clear out the mid lane and make sure the mid turret won't be going down anytime, as Outplay trying to go for a trade instead. They're not going for the full commits, but instead for the opposite lane trades.
Oh, he got away with so much, putting down the turret.
Oh!
With impunity, in comes Escalera.
And there's the initiation we were waiting for from Twisted Minds. Got more than what they wanted, a turret plus a kill onto Dare. But still, James Panks is there. Chomskert the will. The chase is on. Who's faster? Is it the beast or the motorcycle? As they change their target onto Escalera, and he's gonna fall down in the hands of James Panks.
Nature's greatest predator outspeeds technology. Gets a takedown on Escalera.
So 3 kills already onto James Panks and AP Bren. I don't know whose call it was, although it looks like Chomskert was the first one through. It's like, all right, you know what? Yeah, let's do something here. That was a great call by AP Bren. They didn't give up on the clapback right away. They got something back. Twisted Minds, though, they're still playing the macro game with MP the King pushing down bottom. Slight lead for him in terms of the items. Similar build path, although Queen Swing's already built up by James Panks. He still did not full build the Hunter Strike. Still on the Fury Hammer, while I think we're going to be seeing the last item already, last core item, excuse me, for MP that can get locked in. Might be a Malefic Roar.
All right, big rotation here coming in from AP Bren. James holding the opposite River Brush. And I think AP Bren understand the priority. They need to make some room on the map. Phantom Steed.
Okay, 2 ultimates already casted. Shizu answers back with a Salmon Force, forcing James to retreat, but he still enters in with the Infernal Pursuit. Escalera onto the back. Will he cast the ultimate though? They caught 4 and caught the Silent Kid first. James Pax with a clapback onto Escalera, and MP the King, the next target, is outplayed as James Pax picks up 3.
Great trade. The Silent Kid silencing 3 from Twisted Minds, opening up this Lord for free.
Unleash the beast. Too powerful to deal with when everyone is just collapsing. Pop it up, flash combo, and there could be another one for AP Bren.
James up against 3, cannot sustain the damage, but Hajizi sees 2 low bodies.
Oh!
Is also there. They're trying to go for James Pax, the Retribution holder of AP Bren. They have to force back. Escalera already flickers out, but there, but the Yo-Yo Blitz gonna bring him down.
Why walk when you can just pop up from out of nowhere? Escalera, he tried, but he got clapped back on by AP Bren. Twisted Minds brings back an oldie but a goodie. Believe it or not, he was last seen 5 years ago in MPL Philippines Season 6 by then Carl Teasy. In his run with Bren Esports, they would then win that season.
Okay. There. Good zone, a good use of the Yo-Yo Blitz to zone out Hajizi all the way. Now AP Brent has good hold of this Lord. Escalera still not in the picture. Outplay trying to get good brushes there as AP Bren will reset the Lord dance.
Hey, every team fight has been very difficult for MP the King. There's just too much for the Leomore to deal with to be able to team fight smoothly. I think at this point, MP the King will have to think of himself as utility. Really just go for a cleanup and use the ultimate when the members of AP Bren are low. And if it can help you, use it to get better position so that you can get a better angle at retributioning the Lord away. As AP Bren, seems like every time there's a big collapse from Twisted Minds, James Panks presses buttons and good things happen.
Lord dance once more.
Escalera.
That's half health. Escalera concealed to the back.
But gets spotted out by Kekedot as they're trying to zone out the members of Twisted Mind. Here comes the real manipulation. 2 real manipulation, but James Panks will get the Lord plus the kill onto James Hachizi with a clapback and to bring down 3 and a shutdown for MP the King, the last man there. Oh, it's a full wipeout for Twisted Minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is what a Leomord does. He cleans house. 5 members of AP Bren taken to the underworld.
There's no holy
Twisted Minds
shield.
are no going in.
There's no holy shields, but the
there's a
Lord
Lord
has spawned 4 seconds before their respawns. But a 4-man push for Twisted Minds might be it as they went for the tower and take game 1 away.
Twisted Minds on the turn of a dime. Take the game. You see the look on MP the King's face. That's it. It's over?
Unexpected. What a surprising way to end it. We were just talking about it, using the ultimate at the right time. He used it quite early into the team fight, but it wasn't as initiating. Once he saw that there were members low and there were members trapped under the real world manipulation, he used his ultimate, missed the retribution, but they got the kills. They got the wipeout.
Leroy Jenkins.
Oh man, Twisted Minds literally replicated what Omega did to them yesterday. Instead of going for the objective, they went for a 5-man swing. They got 5 kills right away.
That was, my goodness. Feel like Twisted Minds right now, with the shock, sudden win that they got, their thoughts are in Latin at this point.
They're hacking the system.
They're hacking the system.
They're hacking the system. Nobody was ready for a victory that quick. Again, I don't blame them. There were 2 members of Twisted Minds coming out in literally a jiffy. 2 seconds. That was Shizo and Dare. Or Shizo and it doesn't matter. Like, none of them were able to stop 5 members of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and those were 2 very healthy, chunky siegemen. Look, when MP the King finally got into the fight and connected with Barbiel, there were 3 members of AP Bren low. So that was the perfect time to bring out the ultimate. And he continued the chase there onto Choveskirt with leaving Shizo and Dare. Yeah, they cannot. They can't.
That's a war crime. You see that? He was going around driving while wailing away at heroes and objectives. Our MVP, MP the King, with a successful re-debut of a Leomord.
So finally, the statistics are in the favor of MP the King. 1 win for a debut pick, and MP the King, we're seeing some sort of a resurgence from this jungler, and I think this patch is really going to be beneficial for him.
All right, this is clearly an example of it's not what you got, it's how you use it. You look at the draft of Twisted Minds, there's not a single line of play that makes them go, hey, this is a Leomord lineup. They had to play into that position because there's no burst. There's no clear way of them saying, yeah, just do this and then Leomord clean up. They had to get to that position very specifically.
Yeah, it's a Leomord that needed to be so much more patient, where it's like, are they low yet? Hey, Haji, do enough damage? Outplayed you good? All right, I can go in? All right, go ahead, let me go in. And then it was a perfect entry. He got so many. That's 4 members he got in his combo, man. 4 of them.
Eventually 5. Did one, oh, Haji, you birthday boy. Of course he had to get one.
Yeah. He's like, come on, man, it's my birthday. I want one too. I want the W and a kill.
Look at the final clash, man. And that just goes to show how Escalera and James really played their parts very well, being the frontliners and the main initiators. Because literally the 3 cores, the 3 damage dealers, MP, Hajizi, and Outplayed were untouched during the final clash.
Yeah, there's just so much dive in front line, and considering that you're fighting against a big area of effect, zoning ultimate as well, it provides so much space for Irithel. That's why when the last 2 picks came up, I really liked it. The Carmilla was a good answer, but at that point, I feel like there were just so many things happening for AP Brent to deal with in that fight that even though it looks like Kekadot got a fantastic Curse of Blood, the Harith has to put himself more in danger compared to an Irithel. The raw damage brought out by Lucas, he won't be able to dish it when he's crowd controlled to oblivion, and there's so many things that he has to deal with as well.
Yeah, he has these windows of invulnerability, like CC immunity, but you have to work to get to that. And James Pack doesn't have that all the time. Compared to Twisted Minds, when they lean hard into an engagement, it's devastating, it's lethal, just like what we saw closing off game number 1. You saw clearly how MP the King leveraged the buff on Phantom Steed. The extra move speed, the burst of speed. Oh man, who did he chase down under the turret?
Outplayed. No, Hajizi. No, Chopskirt.
He chased Chopskirt into tier 2.
And someone chased out. No, that was James Max. Sorry.
Yeah, that was James Max, yeah. Wow. Leomord, very happy to see it. And again, I mentioned it in the draft, but to see it up against Lucas, even though James Banks, gotta admit, got a considerably far better game.
Yeah.
But in terms of the winning play, it was MP the King who got the W there. But I think we're seeing there the difference in philosophies for heroes released in different time spans in the history of MLBB. As again, looking at Lucas as modern-day Leomord, Leomord wishes he had everything that Lucas can bring to the table. But the thing that Leomord does best, when it's executed right, is devastating.
Yeah, you can only slap killing spree on heroes so much.
Yeah.
It still just does not do what Leomord does. And that allowed for Outplayed to, just hunker down in his lane. Given that Shizo does lean harder into fights, Outplayed kept his eyes on the prize, got money on his mind, and became our BPI rich guy.
And that's where the keys to victory comes in, especially the third one. We saw that AP Bren had already had a good start, specifically James Max. At some point, he was 3-0 something. And they also have the Harith up against an Irithel. They didn't lean on the fact that they could gank and continuously gank Outplayed to get him out of his lane.
That is one aspect of that dynamic we didn't notice. We kept saying initiate and dominate, Escalera. No, they were just setting up.
Yeah.
They were just waiting for the right time for MP the King to ride past everyone, run him over on that Ducati, what color is Ducati, bro, to claim game 1. I don't know if they were expecting this, that it was going to be a one-time, big-time kind of push, but again, it happened.
Yeah, all worked out, and again, that's what you get with junglers, or at least having a hero in your composition built to clean up. Where if you dive into a fight willy-nilly, and Twisted Minds was on the receiving end of that for majority of the fight, they could also dish that out. But again, it just really took time.
Yep. So now looking back, Leomord showed up in franchise history, was actually in the hands of Kelra. Weirdly enough, there was an episode in Smart Omega's history where Kelra was the jungler, and he played it then. We amend the last stat shown for Carl TZ. I'm pretty sure that happened actually when he played against Next Play, but no, this is this is updated. It's franchise history, season 12.
So it was that long. Now a potential comeback started off by MP the King.
Yeah, 2 years.
By Twisted Minds again. So I feel like Twisted Minds really becoming a trendsetter when it comes to meta picks. Off meta picks, rather.
Yeah, they made Alice a thing. They made teams ban Alice.
Angela, yeah.
Yeah, for that. I wonder, you know, I'm eating my words now because now what I thought, the thought of saving it for the playoffs, they're like, no, it's time for some more surprises.
Because
You know what?
they have to make it to the playoffs.
I'll change my mind. Show us more.
All right. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank for Twisted Minds to secure the sweep. But before that, let's go into an all-access with our hosts. It's Hans and Jamie.
Thank you to our gorgeous casters. One game down. Before we move on to the second game of the day, we put the spotlight on MPL Smart Battle Trips.
There, we
Syempre.
finally have it. Ayan, magpakilala naman kayo, guys. Sila nga pala ang dalawa naming alay para sa araw na ito. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Shane Ian Atad from the City of Love, Iloilo City, and also a Moonton student leader.
Ayo, hilo-hilo. Ikaw
Love
naman.
it.
My name is Bernadette Estrada from the Muntan Community Heroes and I'm from La Union.
Ayan. Ikaw naman, kuya, pakilala. Yeah, joke na. Mamaya. Alright?
Naghanap ka naman ng ibang alay,
hindi
ha?
siya ready. Hindi siya
Okay,
ready.
okay.
Actually, gusto kong malaman more about... Ito, ikaw na to. Ha? Ay, hindi pala. Kamusta naman ang experience mo sa Smart MPL Battle Trips?
Experience ko sa Battle Trips, it's my first time here. Tapos, like, paka-overwhelmed, like, grabe. Ganito pala yung on-site na na Battle Trips. Tsaka, yung mga staff and the tours, maganda.
I love it. I love that you're really having a good time here. We're
Yes.
so happy na you're
Oh, yeah.
a part of this. Now, gusto ko namang tanungin si Berna. Berna, ano yung pinaka-tumatak sa'yo when it comes to the talks and the tours of the battle trips?
Ang pinakatumatak po sa akin is there are so many opportunities po in esports. Not only in playing but also sa mga behind the camera, behind the scenes po.
And
Yeah.
that's true, you know, Hans. A lot of people don't see it. A lot of really factors come into play
For
behind
sure.
the scenes.
For sure. The person holding this mic right now, Chico na part ng Marshals. Kasi
Oo.
sabi niya, banggitin ko daw yung pangalan niya. Ito na.
Ayan
Diba?
na.
Nakuha
Chico,
na.
hello
But at
to
the
you.
same time, I actually want to take note more of the people, the fandom na nanonood ng Naruto. May mga nanonood ba ng Naruto dito? May nanonood?
Mag-ingay kayo!
Meron. Oh, ayan. Marami. Okay. So, ikaw muna ang tatanungin ko since nandito ka na. Ano bang gusto mong makuha na skin pag lumabas na yung Naruto na collab?
Actually, dalawa yung pinaka-favorite skin ko na
Okay.
upcoming
Dalawa.
release. Opo.
Okay.
Yung first po, yung Naruto kasi ganda ng special effects nun. Tapos yung kalawa, yung Soyu, yung Sasuke.
Yung Sasuke. Ba't si Tanggol yung sinasabi mo?
Sample daw.
Ito.
Sample
Sige,
daw.
sample. Paano ang
Sample
sample?
Wow!
Feeling ko hindi ka magpapatalo eh. Ikaw na to eh. Pakita mo. Ninja pose in 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah!
Ay, akala nyo kayo lang.
Di
Wait
kaya.
lang, huwag tayo
Gumawa doon.
magpatalo.
Gumawa doon.
Sample naman dyan, okay?
Yan. Ninja pose in 3.
Ninja pose. Huwag mo na,
sige,
Hans.
in 3,
In 3,
2, 1. Wow!
Anong palag mo? Oh, just kidding,
Wala
Hans.
na.
Anyway.
Tinapos na nila ang boxing. Gusto ko malaman, guys, paano ba makakasali sa Smart MPL Battle Trips? Berna, please go ahead.
You just have to visit the Munton Student Leader and Community Heroes page or mag-direct sa muntonslp.org/battletrips para magsagot po ng quiz. Then you will have a chance na matry po to.
Oo, kung gusto niyo ma-experience yung na-experience nila dito, do that. Now, Berna said earlier na nakakatuwa kasi she sees everything behind the scenes and a lot really come into play. So when it comes to esports, I know ikaw may gusto kang i-pursue. So what do you want to pursue in esports? What do you want to become?
Probably I'll be the people behind. Like gusto ko yung ako sa streaming, sa management, tapos baka in the future gusto ko rin mag-game marshal. Ganun.
I love it.
Nako.
And sana nakatulong naman ang battle trips for you to envision kung paano mo
Correct.
yon makakamit.
Chico, kabahan ka na talaga may papalit sa pwesto mo. I am sure of it. But hey, it's so nice to see each and every one of you guys here today. Nag-enjoy ba ang lahat? Nag-enjoy ang lahat? I love it. I love it. Jamie, I think oras na para ibalik natin sa ating mga casters.
So casters, over to you.
Battle Trips, making dreams come true, showing y'all exactly what goes down to make an MPL Philippines broadcast possible. Welcome back. We are easing into game number 2 in this best of 3. Match point for Twisted Minds after successfully debuting a Leomord, a newly buffed Leomord at that against AP Bren. Now AP Bren chooses to go blue side, so it's their turn to turn things around. What do they do with this power? Because again, there is a lot of power in blue side now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some unique pickups there. Abadang first pick.
Yeah.
Of course, priority onto Joy.
You don't have to ban the Joy.
You don't have to ban the Joy. Maybe there are teams also thinking, hey, what if we actually prioritize the Lucas again, like we used to when we thought Lucas was all the jazz alongside Suyo. So
He is all the jazz, though.
he is all the jazz right now. So let's see. There's a lot of routes that they can go for. We can't just say that they are for sure going to be going for the Joy. However, if it's available for them, I'd want to see them consider rushing the low Yi. If the Fanny's available, just make sure it's supplemented very well. I think if we look at it in the first phase, if in the first phase they have something like a Lucas ban, then there's a chance that they're trying to open Fanny, trying to force a ban on the Fanny from the red side, Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Ingan, as the resident James Panks connoisseur,
Yeah.
autobiographer, and fanboy, you think they're going to do that? Like maybe open up the Joy? They did ban it in red. Or you think he'd go for the Lucas again?
I think based on the performance a while ago, I think Lucas would be an ideal hero again for James Bank. It's just that, you know, you could tweak something when it comes to the role. Instead of going for the Carmilla, maybe we could see Keke rock those jawheads that we haven't seen lately. That was actually kind of buffed.
So why not? Right?
Yeah.
Was he? I don't think he wasn't banned. Joy was untouched game 1.
Yeah. Joy's been untouched since yesterday.
Yeah.
Or do we see at least one ban on it? If I have to.
I think he got banned, yes.
He got banned at
So-
least. Yeah, he got banned at least once.
Just
Not twice.
because their best friend Suyo is out of the meta
That doesn't.
doesn't mean like Joy just should, you know, poof.
Yeah, because I mean, if Lucas is happy with, if Suyo is happy with Jawhead, shouldn't Lucas also be happy with Jawhead?
Logically.
I mean,
Same
logically,
concept,
they're
yeah.
both physical. That even makes it hurt more.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe it's just there's some things right now in the meta that makes teams hesitant with picking up the Jawhead, but our teams are willing to ban it out. I like that you really see the fact that Twisted Minds brought into drafting against them, wherein they are now forced to ban Alice against Twisted Minds. And Twisted, I like how they're reading the situation. I think best ban for the last one would also have to be a Juice In. However, if they open up the Juice In, they might be thinking, you know what, it's okay. We're gonna play into that. Play around a Kalea trade, and if there is a Juice In that we're facing up against, they can pick up a Hayabusa eventually later on for MP the King, which he's been shown that it's a comfort for him as well.
You know what? That's crazy to me. That's what makes this all the more an interesting draft is Hayabusa was open in game 1, but Twisted Minds decided to, you know, aura plus 1 million and pick the Leomord.
Yeah. Although the aura 1+ million is because they won it. If they lost it, that would have been negative aura.
That's right. They would have got an IG page and just like where we only post bad drafts.
But so far, looking good for AP Brand. They had to put respect on the chip ban because Escalera literally was one of the game changers mid to late game
yeah.
with a crucial shortcut. But now Twisted Minds last ban. A lot are still open up, but they go and respect as well James Banks with the Lucas ban.
Ooh, it feels like a bit of a bait. It's like, come on, look at the Joy. Joy is a really good pick right now, isn't it, AP Brand? And then Twisted Minds will just come out of the gate with some unique pickups. Kalea, Juice In, all available. I think AP Brand played safe. Pick up the Kalea for Kekadot.
I like it. That's a better initiator than Carmilla.
Yeah.
They bite the bait though. I think this is something Coach Bonchan was orchestrating. See, look at that, the quick response.
And the
Joy Kalea.
100% so far, guys.
Come
But
on.
that's not looking
Come
good
on.
for AP Brent, though. You gave away 2 huge power picks.
That's what they call in the business an offer you can't refuse.
Yes. You get Joy, we get Jushin Kalea.
I think you need to get either a Phoveus or a Hilda now. Abadang would be okay. as well. Just show your pick already or a potential flex. But CC.
This is Shizo and Dare. It's got them written all over it, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because yeah, Kalea can still be flexed to the XP lane in the hands of James.
Evidence can be faked. Trials can
Oh!
be the only thing I trust.
Twisted
are my
Minds.
own
This is
eyes.
their best Omega cosplay.
Yep.
This is literally the draft of the start of the draft for Omega game number 3.
Not more than less than 24 hours ago, they lost to a lineup that had this very first phase.
Yep.
And it was how long? 10 minutes long?
Yeah, it was
11
11 minute. It was an
11
11-minute
minutes
game. So now, Twisted Minds, I wonder if they're going to go for the full Omega cosplay, pick up Agatha, Katja, Granger as their last picks as well. Because the Granger's still available. You're up against a Joy and a Harris, so Agatha, Katja would even be like
But
a
they banned
great
it
answer
out.
to all of that. Oh, yeah, excuse me, they did ban it out. If that's the case, they're probably going to go Fovius in the XP or... Oh, no, now it's also banned.
Yeah, Fovius just got back.
So they're left with Hilda. I think AP Brand might also be considering the possibility of forcing the Kalea into the XP, then Escalera gets something else. But Escalera has shown to be very comfortable with that, with how he uses the Flicker Tidal Strike. I think we're waiting for the James hero, which will either be a strong, solid XP similar to a Hylos, or they go Badang.
Is there a possibility of an XP Kalea, mid Jushin, Rome, Angela?
That's a little too much. I don't put it beyond Twisted Minds, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah. If they're going to go Angela, it has to be last pick. Ooh, they're taking away Faramis. Ooh. This is the time where I would say, oh, they can pick Glue, but Glue, again, not available.
Not for this week.
Yeah, not for this week. Still going to be for the next one.
Him, them, and Kimmy.
Yeah.
They're taking away Faramis. Okay, if they're not going to be going Granger,
Eerie.
they can, we did mention the Bruno yesterday. That's a good combo with the Ling. And if they're going to go Angela, you get Angeling, Angela Bruno. Great spread of combo all throughout.
Moscow's open.
Oh, yeah.
But the Moscow is open, and he's the usual guy that you want to go for. However, with the Ling already there, they might be okay macro-wise, unless they want to overload on that idea.
Yeah, or they can also just Granger again.
Yeah, good ban. So we mentioned pretty much all the possibilities for the gold laners. I think if they're going to go Angela, something unique, they go for that last pick. They pick up their gold laner now. Don't show the flex yet, hopefully.
Moscow.
Yeah, Moscow over
Bruno.
Granger. Or Bruno.
Yeah.
I wouldn't Irithel. Would I?
I'm honestly feeling like I'm Eerie though.
Oh yeah, no, because yeah, they literally Irithel into the Harith
Yeah.
game 1.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an Eerie again.
Okay. Look at the mashup.
Experience the youth.
Okay, they
okay.
just go Granger, and then see if it's gonna be, what's it gonna be? Is it an XP Kalea? Are they saving it for an Angela flex that Ingan brought up here? Gonna have to wait for that.
I wouldn't mind. I think because the Granger's a solid Angela target too.
Yeah.
Him and the Irithel.
No AP Brand, if you have it in you, please pick a Cairo. Oh wait, no, it does struggle against a Juicin. You don't have to worry about the Kalea. They force out the heavy spin quite fast. That's just my wishful thinking. Because you're up against a Ling. It's one of the best things you can go for. So what? You're just gonna go Cho right now?
Yeah, that's the safer pick.
Yeah.
Jawhead. I kind of want to see Jawhead today.
Oh, there. You get your
There,
wish.
finally.
Yeah, they get the Aurora.
Okay.
There.
I don't know about the Aurora. She has had abysmal past few months.
Yeah. Although they do take the condition where they already have a lot of magic damage, so they go for more crowd control instead.
But that's
Same-
all magic damage.
Yeah. Mainly the Jawhead and the CC is going to be your source of physical. What's it gonna be, Twisted Minds? I think this is a Kalea roam already. Oh, he's hovering a Harlot.
Okay, you could Arlott or Hilda.
Okay.
One or the other. Coach.
Oh, he locked it.
Again.
Okay. This is just last night we saw Lord JM of TNC almost pop off.
Was it in game 3?
It was.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a game
game three,
three.
yeah.
He was on fire.
Yeah, we paired up with a Fredrin and a Matilda. The early game was very good for it. And that's the similar threat that Twisted Minds is bringing into this game number 3. Very good potential to snowball out of control early on. Winning the first 2 turtles plus getting kills alongside that means that they're taking their conditions already. Easier to pull off. Twisted Minds, they're looking like they have it in the bag. But again, they're up against a Jawhead. Sadly enough, it's not a Jawhead plus a Burst Mage, it's Jawhead with control. So they have to wait for their Turtle 2, Turtle 3 power spike. Twisted, initiate, dominate, take that key to victory right away.
And it's that Aurora, really, that is the linchpin of our opinion. That could change the dynamics of this game. If Kekedot and Chovskirt all of a sudden activate their drift compatibility, get into this game and just
Welcome
outplay
to Mobile
the mid-duo,
Legends.
Twisted Minds and Hajizi and Escalera, then we'll go to game 3. But for now, it's match point for Twisted Minds as they struggle to get one more point and give Hajizi that birthday gift of a step closer to getting to the playoffs.
I kind of feel like James Banks will be replicating what Twisted Minds did earlier in game number 1, which is to go for the late entries. Instead of trying to lock in the objectives like Turtles and the Lords, they're just trying to go. For more kills and eventually render all the neutral objectives secured by Twisted Minds useless.
Okay, so it's a Thrill and Wilderness Blessing for this Jawhead, as expected. James going for the very tanky route with the tenacity and firmness on the R-Lot. So he's going to be banking on his sustainability and the regen that he gets through Vengeance, the second skill.
Oh, wow. The Minds in the MPL arena are going wild. I think they smell victory just a few inches away. Kekedot crossing the threshold here.
Oh, early flicker there for Kekedot. But still, James Banks was able to get that jungle creep. And now, looking at the matchup between the roamers, Kalea and Jawhead, we're gonna, if AP Brand continues to at least gain lead and control over the early game, but wait a minute, Escalera sets their eyes on Dare, but Dare was still able to escape.
Ooh, something we didn't note, Kekedot actually spent his flicker to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, initiation for the next big major sequence. Not going to be good for AP Bren. Going to be tougher right now for Kekedot. Both the XP laners are going to get level 4s through the center of the map after getting fast clear helps in the EXP side. In terms of the gold lane, quite even in the matchup. No clear victor there.
Yeah, that's been the gold lane matchup we've been seeing for what? All of Q1 2024-5.
No. For ages now, it feels like. So, up in the air, who gets this turtle? No one wants to get the turtle yet. They want to get their buffs first. Purple, orange, orange, purple alternate for both. So they're both going to come out the same side. They're going to hold and Twisted and AP Brent. They're going to be banking on a big 4v4 team fight for the first turtle of the game.
Escalera already got his level 4, so Tsunami Slam online alongside a flicker, which Kekedot does not have for about a minute and under a minute. So this is so much better for Twisted right now.
And not to mention the final slash and flicker is available for James, but Kekedot starts things off trying to zone out a Twisted Mind. Here comes the final slash, plus the pickup of MP the King onto the turtle, but they're gonna get the kill onto Escalera as they trade him for Kekedot. They want to go for Chomsker. There's the passive, but MP the King will deliver 2 more kills, and James answers back with one of his own to bring down 3 of AP Brent.
That's what we talked about earlier. This is the threat of the lineup of Twisted Minds with the early game dominate from here. They can go for another aggressive play after James, MVP of that scenario. The flicker final slash to start things off and making the most out of the Vengeance and even helping secure the final kill there onto Dare at the end of the long sequence.
The MDL and MPLID champion showing us exactly what he's learned throughout his career in pro play. Man, these Arlots, that's what, 2 MPLID alumni now, showing us that there's something in this hero. It's no longer just the CC Fovius Hilda matchup in the EXP.
Yeah, this time their role as a secondary roamer is not necessarily to front, but to catch your opponents off guard and go for those amazing setups. Because even Escalera didn't even have to use his flicker.
Escalera died, actually.
Yeah, Escalera died, and it's okay for James. He said, I got this.
Great play by Twisted Minds. Again, we talked about as long as they're aggressive and they step on the gas at the right time, it's going to be good for them. More calculated things like that I think AP Bren also just need to respect the fact that they're up against an R-Lot. Their team fighting positioning, they did not watch it. Escalera!
There's a Tsunami Slam again, but they tried to counter out with a Kekedot ultimate. Plus, he was able to throw out Chov Skirt, so no initiations there for Twisted Minds.
All right, I think Twisted Minds were a little out of their breath there. An early disengage from Escalera, outplayed though, forcing out that Salmon Force from Shizo up top. Gold lane is an island, like neither of these fellas have actually left.
Yeah, the two best gold laners recently nerfed. You can feel it, especially with that. I feel like if this was, oh wait.
There's a throw on to James. James might actually be able to out-sustain this, but there comes the electrifying beats coming in from James. He has to walk away now. Unstoppable force coming in from Kekedot to bring down MP the King, but MP the King manages to get a kill onto Chovskirt. And now Kekedot in trouble, has to flicker out. Twisted Minds, another kill for their team.
And James walks away!
Just when we thought he would get taken out, I thought he would be the first blood. Nope. He survived that Escalade. Another catch!
Another Tsunami Slam onto James Pax. But there's a clap back coming in from Shizu. They're going to bring down Escalera. Now have full control over the turtle. But Twisted Mind slowly crawling back after MP the King gets his purple buff.
I think AP Bren will get this though without a problem, unless MP somehow.
James, another final slash, but James Pax still gets the turtle. Here comes Kekedot, was able to throw out outplay, but James Pax picks up a kill onto Achizi. James is the next target, up against 4. He's going to fall down.
MP the King couldn't find an angle, and now AP Bren threatening the purple. You shouldn't do this to a Lingon. Oh no! Suddenly AP Bren in a position of power. The tides have shifted.
Yeah, great turnaround there. The last team fight before the turtle take proper by AP Bren went on a little bit too long, even though it looked good for Twisted Minds with them being able to take down Chove's skirt. And Calera's decision to try and get that pick, although right, was punished well by AP Bren, which led to Twisted Minds not only losing the turtle, but losing a purple buff for their lane. So AP Bren are still making right decisions right now to try and crawl back and make sure that Twisted Minds doesn't walk away or run away with a big snowball early. It looks like AP Bren is actually the one that's going to hit their power spike sooner.
All right, if there's anything we know about Twisted Minds is they have an MO. When they lose a fight like that and slowly but surely lose increments of the map, they have a plan B. They have protocols. And it looks like they've done that by clearing bottom lane, pushing that tier 1, and then we look for the next move. MP the King, he hasn't died just yet, but that's gotta be a stab at the heart of the Ling that you lose your purple like this.
Yeah, especially if AP Bren continues to do that. But we might see a 1v1 action between the two junglers, and MP the King cannot handle damage coming in from that Joy.
He got bullied out of that lane. You saw that about 2 seconds underneath James Panks, and he had to control the amount of energy he used because he has to Finch Poise away.
Yeah, 100 to 50. So right now, Twisted Minds are hell-bent on protecting this next purple buff coming up, so MP the King gets it. Right move by Twisted. While AP Bren right now, they are not being overly defensive with their positioning right now. Still placing themselves in right areas of the map for aggressive options. A break potentially in the bot tower, a skirmish around the river, away from the turtle. So I like the mindset right now where AP Bren is at this point in the game.
Uh-oh, they spot outplayed the conceal from Kekedot. So far, so good. Twisted Minds for the recovery. Escalera spots them as they enter this East River brush.
There goes the potential trade AP Bren was going for. Onto the bottom lane, outplayed. Sneakily enough, was able to walk away as there. Holding onto this turtle, MP the King also pushing at the top turret. Here comes Kekedot with the flicker and the throw. Paired up with the ultimate coming in from Chomskirt. But here comes James Pax with the electrifying beats. Going to bring down James and Hajizi. Shizu, on the other hand, will also be able to bring down one. That's a 2-kill swing for AP Bren.
It's too much of a collapse AP Bren's presenting.
Initiate, dominate, and that's what AP Bren did first. The moment Kekedot found an angle, he didn't hesitate to go towards James, and that's just them taking the keys to victory that we mentioned earlier today. With James down, who unfortunately missed his final slash, his desperate attempt at trying to get someone before he fell down, he got no one. AP Bren took out the R-Lot, and the other members of Twisted Minds fell apart. So as long as AP Bren are initiating first, looks like things go well, very, very well for them.
Okay, so Twisted Minds goes for plan B. Let's try to avoid all those initiations, especially if Chovskirt has his ultimate ready. Kekedot with the conceal. Here comes the Tsunami Slam, but was able to walk away. James with a beautiful catch. final slash, but still, they were able to dish out damage onto Escalera. Hajizi picks up there for the trade. 2 members will fall down from AP Bren.
2 for 1. Twisted Minds finding scraps from these engagements in which AP Bren are still initiating and dominating. I could feel Twisted Minds straining to even get a winning trade.
Yeah, the ultimate battle there was actually the battle for the purple buff, and AP Bren, despite losing 2 members, won that as it was stolen away again from MP the King's hands. So Twisted will still have to play a little bit more defensive-minded. They tried to initiate there, that was a good call, but Chovskirt, the Aurora, that was a major point of our discussion at the end of the draft, brought down a perfect friggin' Glacier. The right spot, the perfect position to be brought down, so that Twisted Minds team fight there wasn't easy for them, which is why AP Bren won in the long run.
Yeah, they have a perfect mix of being initiators and at the same time being reactive to the setups that can come from James or Escalera with the Frigid Glacier. So AP Bren, as long as they continue to hold on to the lead and deprive MP the King of the purple buff, even if Outplayed manages to scale up, AP Bren can bring us to Game 3.
Gentlemen, it's not just the purple buff. Slowly but surely, AP Bren are choking MP the King out of all of his resources. Currently, he's down about 300, 400 gold from James Panks, and that adds up. It's a game of inches. It's not just the purple you're taking away, it's his farm all in all. So MP the King sure has like 2, maybe 3 core items now, but there's nothing he does, especially when the Tempest of Blades is off angle. Lord now, at about 1/4 of its health, AP Bren started the dance.
Okay, here comes the throw and flicker. Paired up with the Frigid Glacier. James is fall down, but MP the King secures the Lord. A clapback coming in from Outplayed as Kakadol will fall down, but James Panks answers back with a killing spree. Gonna bring down MP, and AP Bren wants to go for more there with the Yo-Yo Blitz, forcing out Escalera to back off Shizu. Escalera was able to dodge out, but Shizu still going for it. Easy! And outplays Shizu.
A Pyrrhic victory for Twisted Minds. It took a little more elbow grease and a little too much gusto from Shizu, but Twisted Minds end up with the Lord in a punish.
The Silent Kid made noise at the worst possible time. Although Twisted Minds will not be able to make the most out of their Lord, they're gonna try to look for something. Escalera dives in!
And now they find James Panks, but it's now slap paired up with a final slash. Now they targeting there. Here comes the Lantern Flare. Might be able to bring him down, but Chovskirt was also there. Escalera trying to size up Kekidon. And honestly, what Hajizi and Outplay did was showing their veterancy onto the rookie Shizu.
They used Escalera as bait.
Chovskirt flickers in and tries to go for the stun. Shizu being able to dance with his Zaman Force, but 3 will fall down in AP Bren. There manages to pick up James, but Hajizi goes in as well as MP the King manages to pick up Shizu. There's only one left. Outplayed. One more Datsunava can deliver the final blow, but there will be able to back off.
Like a comet from Orion's belt, MP the King dashed through 2 turrets to get behind enemy lines. The conceal from Escalera, they're not done!
They want to go for the edible angle. James Panks again! Is the recipient of the Tsunami Slam, but was able to back off. But their turret, the turret up top will fall down. Twisted Minds. Momentum is on their side.
Gable, Benoit, and Escalera, the greatest German suplexes I've seen. Did you see that? He went into the base to force James Panks to back off.
Angle-esque, what he throwed up there. Twisted Minds, again, we talked about Kalea in the hands of Escalera. How when he's in the zone, he's feeling the vibes of it all. He can sense, like it's the right time to make an initiation. He will go ahead and make it, and he will tidal strike all over the map and get everywhere quickly. And throughout all of those aggressive maneuvers, he did not use his flicker once, so he still has that in the bag for him if he wants to go for his ultimate combo of Tidal Strike Flicker, the very far reach Tidal Strike to get another big Tsunami Slam.
Brusco made a name for himself as the Kalea of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters in Indonesia. Here in MPL Philippines, welcome home, it's Escalera.
Apart from Escalera, I also have to commend James, because James can kind of sort of be like the Aurora of Twisted Minds, where if AP Bren has a good setup, that final slash literally stops the momentum of AP Bren.
Yeah, given it's just about a half a second
Yes.
of displacement, that's enough given the damage profile Twisted Minds is playing with.
The good old backhand smack from James Fovis Gloria.
Backhand, front hand.
The backhand and the front hand too. Imagine if you could do that with a backhand and a front hand by Arla. That'll be too OP. But right now, AP Bren, they are rushing this. This is not the right time for them to do this right now, honestly.
But Kekedot has a good angle here. Can't go with the flicker once again. James with a catch. Final slash. The Silent Kid silence once again. Escalera wants to down, but James Gantz was able to get the Lord. Here comes the clapback coming in from Twisted Minds. They want to go for it there, and they're going to be able to bring him down. That's 2 members down, but AP Brent steals away the Lord.
Lord marching through mid. The bottom lane situation is still pretty dire. I can smell a negative advantage coming from AP Bren's Lord here.
Not the right position. We were saying it. We were calling it out. That's what I said.
Don't do it!
And James, he smelled blood. He was like, all right, flicker final slash time. And now Twisted Minds on the brink of sweeping AP Bren. Minions are going to be coming in, but Twisted Minds are going to be playing it slow. They don't want to force it yet. They want to wait for one last major objective or maybe one last major team fight win.
Gentlemen, allow me to point out the elephant in the room. Besides the fact that, yes, maybe AP Bren forced this and they saw the opportunity, they did not throw away their shot. How, despite being a part of all of these fights, being in front of an opponent that close is outplayed currently untouched. Unmolested, this Granger is. Not a single death.
And you can't say the same for Shizu because James and Escalera literally has their eyes set on the Harith. Was even able to cast the Zaman Force but not able to use it because of the instantaneous burst Twisted Minds delivered onto the Silent Kid. And now they have a 1.8k gold lead. Huge map advantage. No inhibitor turrets remaining for AP Bread.
Yep. The dynamics of power have changed, have shifted. No longer can AP Bren initiate and dominate. They can barely initiate.
It's a good slow push right now the Twisted Minds are doing with the minion waves. They're all not leaving a lot for AP Brent to be forced to clear up.
Oh!
This might be a good catch here because they were able to force out the Temples of Blades from MP the King, but was able to use the 4 blades and walk away.
Shades of Sutujin, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But he did walk away, did not force the issue. Safe for now. MP the King knows that the Lord in a minute is the key here. Given it's not an evolved Lord just yet. So Twisted Minds are going to continue to freeze.
Okay. So we're going to start to see minion wave clears by Twisted Minds. Closer to when the Lord is pushing up. When they're going to clear a minion wave, that's because they want to get a better position somewhere in the map. Get info also where the other members of AP Brand are. So right now they see, okay, 3 over there. They can go ahead and clear minion waves up top. Get for Jockey for better position for the Lord. So James holding that similar shrub that he was holding in the last big team fight. Probably going to be sticking there. Then they move forward. Okay, I love what Twisted Minds is doing right now with the map, how they're playing the macro of it all.
Oh, MP the King going to get his num-nums. Finally securing purple buffs with much less of a struggle.
Yeah.
Lord coming up about 5 seconds from now, upper quarter.
Yeah, now look, all the minion waves are collapsing. AP Brenner are going to be forced to clear. They cannot contest the next Lord. Great macro by Twisted Minds.
AP Bren fortunately wasn't able to look for a trade for Twisted Minds, but there provides enough vision to see what is going on. Will they go for the kills? Kekedo trying to charge up the unstoppable force, catches James, but James was able to flicker out. MP the King sizing them out. Escalera goes in with the Tsunami Slam. Gonna get Kekedot, but Kekedot still has his immortality. Getting surrounded by 3 members.
Oh!
But able to flicker out, stays alive, and Shizu goes for the counter attack.
Whoa!
They were able to bring down Dare though, but still Escalera stays alive.
Whoa!
James backs. Oh, James with a beautiful final.
The base!
Look at the base! Do not forget about the base, because Twisted Minds, do they have enough time? They're able to clear it out, but James Pax is in the picture now, a couple of hits away. MP the King decides to walk away.
Oh, they're not letting him go home. Chove Skirt here gets held hostage by Outplayed.
And MP the King twist their fate to stay alive for the playoffs race.
That's a sweep by Twisted Minds. Taking the series 2-0.
It's not what AP Brand wanted to happen. Worst case scenario for them. They got swept, but now the Minds can let out a huge sigh of relief as their playoffs fate is still in their hands.
What an amazing birthday gift for Hajizi, the KDA machine, holding it all down as the Jushin. In moments like that, where you need to keep your opponents at bay, keep them away from the shenanigans afoot inside their own base. A forced choke from that Jushin held them, kept them in place enough to take down AP Bren.
Breathtaking first series, but still well-deserved applause for the Bees. AP Bren still showing that they have it. Yeah.
Quick reminder, folks, this does not mean AP Bren is eliminated just
They're
yet.
still alive. They're still alive.
It just makes it all the more difficult for them to secure that ever-elusive playoff spot.
Yeah, as much as they can. AP Bren, their next step, easier said than done. Sweeping Onyx Philippines.
The defending world champions and the champions of FPL Philippines. No big.
No biggie.
No big. Let's hear a few words from our winners here in this bout. It's Twisted Minds on stage with our hosts.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the winning column, your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, congratulations. Coach Bon, una sa lahat napansin namin that this is a particularly new patch for all of the teams, for each and every one of us. Nag-adjust kayo by making the Leomord pick noong game number 1. Is this something na i-expect namin heading forward into the next weeks? Gano'n na ba nakapag-adjust completely ang Twisted Minds?
Kung tutusin, marami ding hero na buff na hindi pa namin nailalabas. Yun yung kagandahan pag nagkakaroon ng patch eh. Unahan lang kung hindi unahan, patapangan kung sinong unang magpakita bago subukan ng iba kung gaano siya ka-effective. And this time, tinapangan talaga namin, nilakasan namin yung loob namin na kahit na wala pa kami nakikitang ibang examples na mga successful Leo, binitaw na agad namin.
And you were brave enough and you've executed it to perfection dahil nakuha natin yung mabilis na Game 1 kanina. Another question is yung bigat ng mga games, ng matches na meron kayo this week. We know that this is a very important set of games para makarating kayo sa playoffs. What were the conversations like para umabot kayo sa ganitong performance after your match yesterday?
Unang-una sabi ko sa kanila bago mag-start, kung hindi natin ipapanalo tong match na to, hindi natin deserve para sa playoffs. Dahil talo kami sa lahat na nasa mga babang team. Ano na lang mangyayari sa amin kung sinuwerte lang kami na nakapasok sa playoffs, tapos natalo kami dito pero nakapasok kami sa playoffs. So sabi ko sa kanila, pakita nyo na deserving talaga tayo makapasok ng playoffs.
And the boys showed it. They
Yes.
are making a statement win.
Indeed, that's a statement, Coach. Pinakita nyo talaga. You always come up with twists. You twist the game. And boys, grabe, ang galing nyo. Congratulations ulit. MP, okay, I'll zoom in on you muna. Di ba pinag-usapan ni Coach kung ano yung sinabi niya para paghandaan ng week na ito? Amongst you guys naman, ano yung pinag-uusapan nyo during the long break and paano nyo pinaghandaan ang week na ito para you can get closer to the final playoff spot? Kayo ba yan, MP? So ano yung pinag-uusapan nyo during the long break at
Oo nga.
ano yung pinaghandaan nyo? So ano yung ginagawa nyo para maipakita yung ganitong level ng paglalaro during this match?
Siguro pag nung day off namin, parang iniiwasan talaga namin maglaro. Parang ano lang talaga, ginagawa lang namin yung mga gusto namin gawin. Para pagkabalik sa bootcamp, fresh na fresh yung utak namin.
I love it. So, totoong break pala.
Oo.
So, you took a break from the game. Pero ang galing. I mean, look at them coming back strong. And also, ano pa yung i-expect namin? What can we expect? Or ano yung aabangan namin from the team? Kasi nga, sabi ko kay Coach Bon off the cam, you always come up with surprises. Ano pa yung aabangan namin for the last 2 weeks of the regular season?
Siguro yung maabangan sa amin, parang may mas ilalabas pa kaming lason kasi parang halos lahat ng team na respeto na yung alis namin. Kaya going na kami sa part na naghahanap kami ng isang hero pa na lalo irerespeto nila.
Oh,
I love it.
ibang lason. You know what, Coach? It takes me back to an interview you had when you said, kumanda sila. Kung makakapasok kayo sa playoffs, hindi equal ang playing ground. Diba? And you said in that interview, there really is such a thing as a
Oh, yeah.
dark horse. And I look forward to seeing that sila nga ba ang makakasecure ng final playoff spot?
Malalaman natin yan sa mga susunod na laban at sa susunod na linggo. Gusto ko lang malaman, quick run lang, okay? Kasi parang na-miss ni James yung Arlot Ay, sorry, Coach Eson pala to. Yan, James! Yan, si James. Na-miss mo ba yung Arlot, pre?
Oh, kasi kahit sa scrim, hindi ko na nagagamit yun eh.
Ano, paano yung mga pag-uusap noon? Bakit parang biglaan yung pinik yung Arlot?
Kasi ang first choice talaga namin, yung badang.
Okay. Ay, pwede ba sabihin yun? Ano ba naman?
First choice namin, badang. Tapos, bigla ko lang nakita talaga yung Arlot eh. Kasi, yun nga, na-feel ko talaga since yun din talaga yung pinaka-comfort ko na hero.
I love it. Feel na feel, komportable, and the man of the moment ay komportable din.
Of
Dahil
course.
birthday niya ngayong araw na ito. Hajizi! Maligayang kaarawan. Everybody,
Come on,
batiin naman natin si Hajizi ng isang happy birthday, Hajizi, in 1, 2, 3! Happy birthday, Hajizi!
At
There, finally
Hajizi,
have
the
it.
spotlight is on you. I hope you're enjoying your birthday. Ano yung birthday wish mo?
Happy 30th birthday, Haji.
Maging healthy lang lahat kami. Walang magkasakit sa amin.
I love that. For the team, maging healthy ang lahat.
Correct.
Okay.
Escalera, anong birthday wish mo para kay Hajizi?
Makapasok ng playoffs.
Tama naman. Tama naman. Alright. And speaking of which, birthday wish, Hajizi, in terms of the Naruto skins na meron tayo, nagka-problema kasi ako kahapon eh. Wala akong nakuhang sagot na maayos. So gusto kong malaman, kung meron kang Naruto skin na gusto, ano sa 5 yung gusto mong makuha?
Si Sasuke.
Si Sasuke. Okay, feeling ko bagay naman sa kanya. And malalaman natin kung magagamit ba nila yan as they continue their run for the playoffs. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that much-needed win, you may now take your bow. Twisted Minds ending this week strong. Nakakuha sila ng panalo and a sweep against their competitors na naghahabol din para sa playoffs.
I have to say, Hans, I'm a fan. I love how they always come up with ways to twist the game.
And I am sure na maraming pag-uusapan ng ating mga casters sa nangyaring laban. Kaya naman casters, balik sa inyo.
Why that is true, Hans. We are going to talk about a lot of things given the insight provided by MPLID Season 14 champion and MDL Philippines champion James. He talked about how Arlot was his call. He missed the hero.
It's a player's decision, and clearly, he's not rusty when it comes to his favorite hero, Arlot.
In their mind was already the Badang. It was well predicted by AP Brent to ban it out. He was thinking, what can I pick? Oh, I'll pick the comfort hero that I have. MP the King will walk away with the MVP because of his split decision there in the last team fight. Kudos to him. Majority of the game he was losing his purple buff, but he wasn't delivering a lot of deaths or kills. He only died once in this game, and at the very end, it was his presence of mind to say, yeah, this isn't worth the fight. Guys, go ahead, deal with it. I'm going to go ahead for the split push. It took a while, but he got the job done.
And that makes their draft all the more a thing of beauty, a masterpiece, if you will, orchestrated by the players and the coaches. Because if you isolate that split play, right, you isolate that base race, every single hero from Twisted Minds is well poised to play the man-to-man.
Yeah, and not to mention, even James foiled the initiation of AP Brent because that was a Hail Mary play coming in from Kekedot to conceal plus flicker ejector, but the problem was James was able to counter it out with a flicker of his own and twist the clash into their favor, resulting to that MP the King split push.
Yeah, you can see in the team fights here. The Aurora, we should go back to that. That was like the main point of discussion of the draft because of the combination it had with the Jawhead. At that point, yeah, the Aurora isn't built to be the main answer for magic damage. It comes from the Harith, it comes from the Joy. You pick up the Aurora to supplement those two heroes so that the members of Twisted Minds hopefully get crowd controlled under the Frigate Glacier, but we just didn't get to see that enough. In the last-ditch effort, though, by Shizo and Choveskirt, I really thought they had it there, but AP Brand slipped on the macro, the minion wave up top. They forgot about it. They overlooked it. They were thinking too much about the kill and the clapback for them not being able to secure the Lord, but in the end, they lost the war.
That's a trade they'll never recover from because the series is over. 18.5 minutes. The Lord was just icing on the cake. I think Twisted Minds wanted to go for the split anyways, and that means the plan began even before AP Bren saw the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Because that wave, again, you mentioned that wave from the top lane. That was the key. That was the X-Wing to the Death Star from A New Hope.
Yeah. And I think this is what AP Bren...
that was Red 5.
Oh yeah, the call sign for Luke Skywalker. Yeah. A little fun fact for y'all there. So for AP Bren, hopefully they can revisit that cave in Dagobah after the season and really go on a long soul searching, you know.
Wait, but it's not over yet.
But it's not over yet.
We're just prepping.
I don't want to be the doomsayer for them, but the last thing they have to do is sweep Onyx Philippines
tomorrow. Oh,
After
God.
a heartbreaking loss today to Twisted Minds, they have to sweep tomorrow. I don't want to say it's over, but I just want to bring out my recommendations as early as now for what they can do in the offseason.
There's a reason Luke did not fight the Emperor in A New Hope.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why he had to watch an old man turn into a bunch of robes. It took how many episodes for him to face him? To face him in 5. Lost an arm, and then he won.
Yeah, but he had the help from his dad.
Yeah, who was also the guy he was fighting. It's weird.
It's. Are we talking about Star Wars still, or is this?
Yeah, no, we're talking about Star Wars. So for AP Bren, you can see there, all throughout the season, it's been, okay, let's try to get a clap back on the fight, but they slip on with the macro. All right, let's take care of the macro, but then they've already lost an objective because they were a bit too slow with dishing it out. You see the bits of, how do you call this, potential here and there, but they can never form it into a big, cohesive, consistent performance.
And I think that's because of the heroes that they have. They can all do these things, but only focused in one direction. You have to switch it up, and you have to... Again, what, 2 or 3 minion waves forward?
Yeah.
Plan to do that compared to Twisted's draft, which is, again, exemplified by MP the King. His Ling can, on the turn of a dime, say it's team fight time or it's split time.
Yeah, exactly. The lineup of Twisted Minds had more room for improvisation with what they have, with how they initiate around the Kalea, an Arlot. While for AP Brand, it's quite honest. Kekadot, Flicker, Toss, Unstoppable Force, you play around that system. While for Twisted Minds, they can have multiple systems rolling at multiple times, and they can decide on the fly, this is what we're gonna do, this is who is gonna initiate, and this is how we're gonna win.
Pulled an ankle breaker on AP Bren at the very last second, and they never recovered.
Yep.
That's what they call it, right, in basketball?
Yeah,
it is.
Ankle breaker, yeah, but fortunately they were able to recover still. It's just a tweak in the ankle.
What?
No, they lost the series.
That's what we're talking about.
But they're still able to bounce back. I mean, if they win against Onyx, you know.
No, that is a broken ankle. They're going to have to play the last series of the season against... No, not last series of the season. Against Onyx Philippines with a sweep with a broken ankle.
I have a line to share with you from a good poet of the modern age. But for now, let's take a listen to the Infinix mic check.
Tara pre, andito ako. Joy, gusto pre. Tara, pre. Ayun nyo? Kaya pa? Tara, Sisi. Tara. Sisi, bat ko. Arita, patay dalawa sa isa. May patay pa, tara nga sa akin. Sunod sa akin. Go nyo. Sunod. Arita ka, Arita. May mo pa, pre. Tapos sunod sa batang, P. MP, bat.
All right, so if the mic check will tell us anything, it's that they really planned for that split push even before the fight began.
Yeah, so it confirmed our suspicions of it and how we saw them setting it up. And you saw James there at the very end. He was very animated. Nice!
And then MP is like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I was hearing Escalera all throughout that mic check. Man.
That's it. That's it. You gotta be that way if you're a frontline roamer. Ladies and gentlemen, that puts a cap on that series. Congratulations again, Twisted Minds. We hope for AP Bren land on their feet. But then again, Aubrey Graham did say, like a broken ankle, boy, ain't nothing to play with. We're moving on to the next matchup for today. A second best of 3 in a triple header. Aurora versus Smart Omega. That's coming up next. Stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 15. It's been a pleasure to be at your service. I'll be hopping out for that second series. Our good friend Carl Rockharto will be taking this seat. It'll still be Renmar Santa Cruz and Jose Ingan taking care of y'all. How excited are you for that next match?
I'm excited because it's been 3 weeks since we last saw Aurora battled out in the Land of Dawn.
If Omega can somehow pull off an upset out of nowhere by taking down Aurora, that's going to be a crazy, crazy addition to the final story of Season 15.
Folks, they still are in the running, all 3 teams. We already talked about how dire it is for AP Bren. Now it's Smart Omega's turn to climb. Let's go to our hosts.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. What a way to start off that first series with Twisted Minds getting a sweep. Yun yung mahalagang panalo na kinakailangan nila to be able to continue their run para sa playoff spot. But before we head into the next matches of the day, kasama natin ngayon ay isa sa ating mga super fans and one of the loved content creators of the MLBB community. He's one of the rising content creators as well. Please welcome itong si Ash Bulldog. That's gonna be joining us via online. Ash, are you there with us today? Hello.
Hi,
Hello, Ash Bulldog.
Ash Bulldog, mayong adlaw. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, I know a lot of our viewers already know you, but Ash Bulldog, for the sake of everyone, kindly introduce yourself to all our viewers right now.
Oh, wait, just a minute.
Okay, Ash, can you hear us? All good? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Ash,
but
sorry.
we can't hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you just say hello so we can see if we can hear you, Ash? Ash Bulldog,
May
hi.
hapon yung mahigala.
There we go.
I love it. May hapon sa imo sad. Ash Bulldog, we're so happy that you're with us this afternoon. Now, I was just saying earlier that a lot of the viewers already know you, but for the sake of everyone, Ash Bulldog, why don't you introduce yourself?
A beautiful life, a beautiful day. My name is AB, ang Kuya AB ng Minda. And of course, I'm a streamer from MPL PH. And of course, I'm representing Davao Esports Enthusiasts as the marketing head and one of the talents here in Davao City.
I love that. We're so lucky to have you here with us. Now, Ash Bulldog, how long have you been creating content for MLBB? But before answering that, when did you discover MLBB?
That's a very nostalgic question. I started playing Mobile Legends way back in 2017. The first hero that I played was Nana. Nagkasumpag pa siya when she was still punching. And afterwards, I created content. However, it was through Facebook. Dili pa nga nakasikat ang Mobile Legends way back. Pero that was the start of my content creation. And then I started following other content creators through YouTube and Facebook pages like Doggy and other content creators as well.
You know, for those who don't speak Visaya, Hansi was just saying that he started in 2017, right? When MLBB wasn't that popular yet. You do the math though, 2017, 2025,
So that's
how long has
almost
it been?
5 years. No, 8 years. What am I doing? What am I saying?
Ash, well,
But yes.
congratulations
Yes. All right.
for still being here.
Right. Now I want to know, kasi let's get to the content creation side of things. You said that you were following a lot of different content creators, pero what made you decide that I'm gonna push through and uploading my own content? What made you decide to actually push through MLBB content?
One of the things that I always wanted to do is promote Mobile Legends because Mobile Legends created a lot of opportunities not only to Bisaya like me, Mindanaos and those from regions, also gave platforms to women, to LGBTQIA, and also to PWDs. And that in itself made me inspired to do my part as a content creator and also push for this platform for everyone because it's not only a community, it's a family, and it also fostered, made names and inspired a lot of people to be just like you, Hans, Jamie, Chantel, and a lot of talents as well, and also those behind the scene. So that pushed me forward to create more content, not only the game itself, but what's making the community a good place for everyone to be part of. And it's really a wonderful place to be in. You're having fun, at the same time, you're being a blessing to others as well. It's like paying it forward.
I love it. I love it. He's very animated, but at the same time, he's so articulate to the point na alam niya kung ano yung sinasabi niya. And with all of the nostalgia that you've been saying, with all of the memories that you've had, what's the most unforgettable MLBB or MPLPH experience that you've ever had in the long history of what you said?
Okay, just to name a few, I would like to make a huge shout out to Boss Lau, Basoy, Sir Pao, Miss Lay, Niango, because I used to be a content creator reviewer under MCC, and because of that, I'm so honored to be part of those opportunities. And being given this platform to be interviewed is already, my heart's racing right now. Parang my mind is being twisted after the game, and at the same time, nagiging opportunity yun siya sa muang for us to be part of this restreaming program. So this in itself is one in the books, and definitely it will not be the only experience. But for me, this is siguro kahilakon kay ko, pero kahilakon in the sense na lipay kaayo because I'm representing not only a region, but I'm also representing my fellow Filipinos from other regions as well.
I feel the passion.
It's really inspiring to be part. And this is definitely MAHIT and also MPL program. This is definitely a good platform for everyone as well, to fellow streamers as well.
I'm so happy I got that. Lipay kaayo means very happy, right?
Very good.
Okay,
Maayo ka
I did it.
magbisaya.
Yes,
Okay, nakasabot.
Nakasabot.
All right, Ash Bulldog, you know, I feel the passion in your words, and we are so happy that you're part of this community. But we also want you to know that you matter, and what you do matters, because as you said, it is all about the love for the game and the love for this community. You make the program accessible to our Bisaya viewers and fans, super fans out there. So, sa mga Bisaya viewers and listeners out there, to our community, Ash Bulldog, what is your message for them?
Una sa tanan, mayang hapon sa tanan, mayong adlaw sa mga Ilonggo. Assalamualaikum sa mga Muslim brothers and sisters nato. O syempre sa tanan, asa man mo diri sa kalibutan, daghang salamat ug sa padayon ninyong suporta sa Mobile Legends, sa MPLPH ug sa to ang mga managlahing kupunan nga nagabinakbakay dira sa Land of Dawn. Daghang salamat. Ug syempre sa Davao Esports, pinaagi sa among head nga si Miss Breezy ug sa uban nako nga padayon nga nagahatag og plataporma ug oportunidad sa mga Bisaya players and also teams. And those mga gusto po mamahimog sama ni Naruto, sama sa Twisted Minds and other teams na they made their dreams come true. Nahimo silang hokage sa ilahang tagsa-tagsa ng mga endeavor like Escalera from driver to a pro player, GC na hangtod karon padayon gyapon. Those are things na makalipay pod. O syempre kay Louie pod nga ginaangat jud nga proud siya nga Cebuano pod from Smart Omega shoutout pod. O syempre sa tanan pod ng mga fellow Bisaya na sila Gojo Satoru, sila Quantum JL, si Swift Page na o syempre kay Minji nga mga Bisaya pod nga loud and proud. O syempre gina-promote yun ang Mobile Legends sa ilang tagsa-tagsa ng komunidad o mga syudad.
Ash Bulldog, thank you so much. You're an inspiration not only to the Bisaya community, but the entire MLBB family. And Hans, I just want to say, it's not just about the Bisaya community or the Tagalog community. It's the love for the game, and you see it in his words. You hear it in his words. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat, Ash Bulldog, for being with us this afternoon.
Ash Bulldog, we appreciate your presence and every content creator right there at Visayas and Mindanao. Daghang salamat po sa inyong lahat. We hope to see you very soon here at the MPL Arena. You did a good job, right? Pero mamaya-maya lamang ay magbabalik ang MPL Philippines para sa mas mainit pang bakbakan. Kaya wag kayong alis, magbabalik kami.
want the data!
Defeat.
GG, bro!
Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ayun no, biling ko nga lahat to. Bibiling ako diamonds, biling ko lahat to ng Naruto na to. Kailan ba to ilalabas yung Naruto? Next week? Huwag tayo masyadong high ngayon, pre. Chill lang nga tayo. Kung ano na naman pinagsasabi mo, Garfield. Salamin nga ako. Wala akong makita eh. Wala akong buff, pre. Wala, nag-retre nga ako eh. Angas talaga ni Fanny. Si Mikasa.
Ako na ako tol, lansya lang tol. Minul to sa CR si Coach Fox tol. Hindi mo kalabas. Ang masabi ko, happy birthday. Pero kami panalo. Nice. Guys, bili kayo ng emote namin sa Bren. Pag bumili kayo, may kiss kayo kay Punks. Tapos bigyan niyo ako skin, may kiss kayo kay Shizu. Nice. Kita pa rin coach. Sige, tulog na yan. Ma-i-vlog ka dyan, sige.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas kasama patas tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender nor retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender nor retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas kasama patas tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was a pretty fast series that we had. Right now, we are roaring for match number 2 already. This is MPL Philippines Season 15 of Rock Hard alongside Ingan and Renmar. And we are bringing you the action for Aurora versus Omega. How you guys feeling about this one?
I mean, it's a crucial match for both of these teams because they have set. This is the Redmar signing off.
It's all right. Let's just continue it. Yeah, you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racer X MPL Philippines exclusive. It's an exclusive voucher code MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Sorry guys, there's just an allocation here that's not being met. But plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. We don't throw the chairs, we just give them. And stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
For the regular season.
So we're talking about TLPH and AP Brand.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
very interesting. We'll talk about that in a little bit later on. But for the meantime, this matchup is about establishing dominance. And, of course, for the other half, it's fighting for their tournament life. You saw there on the standings, we have Omega with 2 points. Am I correct? And they are very close to Twisted right now, who did, after getting that win, is starting to inch closer and closer to that number 6 slot.
Yeah, they're now at 3 points with a point lead over Omega, so it sort of washed away their loss against. But again, Omega started off this week in the result that they wanted to see, which is a victory against Twisted Minds. Now, though, they have to shake off that key factoid that we just mentioned, the fact that no team in the bottom 4 ever got a win in series this season against the top 4.
And now we can see the amazing top 4 teams duking it out, trying to go for that ever so coveted upper bracket. Because again, I believe you and Leo were saying that if you get top 1 or 2, you'll only play how many games?
2 best-of-5 series and you're in MSC. Win 6 games and you're going to Riyadh.
That's it. That's all. Basically, getting that means you skip like a whole
day,
whole fight, right?
Yeah, the play-ins.
Right. So number 1 will fight against the winner of 3 and 5, I believe, and number 2 will fight against the winner of 4 and 6. Or I think I got that the other way around. In short, guys, it's just so much easier. Right there, it's on the prompter. 3 and 6 versus 2nd, 4 and 5 versus 1st. So that it feels like it's such an easy path. Just a clarification, this is MPL Philippines, so there's really no easy path here.
Yeah.
In the words of Kyle TC, not my own, it's harder than MPL Philippines.
Yeah, there's a whole playoffs reset also that the players go through. Again, there's always one big upset or even 2 big upsets that we get every playoffs time when it rolls around. So that's playoffs. Today is a very special day, though, for a very special guy.
That's right. It is the 3rd birthday buff of the week. We'll see if this works. It's Coach MTB. Did people just change their birthdays so they can match week 7? I don't know. Probably not, but it's MTB with the birthday. I believe he is 30-something years old.
If Haji is 30, according to Bonchan.
According to Bonchan.
According to Bonchan.
Big asterisk. Haji's 30.
30th birthday. I'm guessing MTB is
31. I just checked.
You can say something.
Yeah.
31. I can say that. But here it is. How can Aurora secure an upper bracket slot this week? They have a lot of matches, by the way.
Yep.
You think it's only 2 weeks, but they have 4 remaining matches after this one. So first of all, they need to win 2 matches against Omega. That the championship is not a curse for Onyx. That's C. for Falcons, the team that surprised us the most last week, I believe is also a pretty good answer. Man, it's ABCD. I cannot say there's a clear winner.
Honestly, there's no wrong answer for this community poll. It's anyone's guess at this point, literally.
Why don't you guys want to say one thing? Falcons guy.
I don't know.
For me, the Stallions for me have the
Stallions. I don't know. Something tells me that Aurora has been fighting a lot, and maybe they can actually do it. So
no one's voting for the defending champion.
No. They're very scary, right? They're the scariest team in the world right now, but they are against in a league where it's just so crazy.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's so hard to actually land on one. I'm just going with my heart. And speaking of our heart, what about our predictions for this matchup?
2-1 Aurora.
Let's go. We don't have the
Oh,
thing
wrong.
yet.
Sorry.
Oh, whoa. Well, I was gonna ask. Really? Wow. Nice is gonna be so happy. But get your emotes now while you can. By the way, your team emotes are now available.
Nice. It really hurts, guys.
It's literal emotional damage in MP.
Get it. Go get it.
Go get it, guys. It's only 109 diamonds, I believe. Whew. All right, so we're getting into a place where I think we need to start getting serious, because right now it's very, very serious for Omega. I would love to see, obviously everyone would love to see Omega make a rise again, but it feels like it's still, yesterday felt like a one-off for me.
In the room, and the gold laners, Dominkind and Joe, and their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Lemon. Ukir, paano kayo makakuha ng panalo ngayon kontra sa Aurora? Ano ang palad mo?
Hindi ako ready. Kala ko hindi ako eh. Ito na lang. Kita-kit sa playoffs.
Take a page out of Hans's book to be dominant, to be commanding up against Omega, especially with the resurgence of Andoryu. But right now, Aurora still in a good place. They had, of course, the 8-game win streak that was really commended by a lot, but at the same time was broken down by Onyx. So now,
Healthy spot, so they shouldn't forget that as well. If they overlook their gold lane priority too much, if they forget about Jome for a moment, if Jome is too adamant and saying, nah, it's fine, you can leave me, go ahead, take control elsewhere, that might be deadly for Omega.
That's something I actually really am, is probably on the minds of a lot of Omega fans as well, right? I mean, obviously Andoryu is doing great, phenomenal, but everyone else feels like they have to catch up on that one. Well, speaking of, stuff that we need to hear, what about the ping test here from Smart?
Rinig kita. Kailangan natin manalo ngayon, Erps. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Mag-enjoy lang kayo dyan.
Mic check na wala silang makukuha. Testing lang. Ano to? Mysterious guy to mysterious guy.
Oh, dalawa pa kayo. Ano? Ang tagal, buy time. Matagal. Abot mo, Jom! Abot ko!
You're getting so creative with our ping test here. I love it. That's our smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to
Hopefully someone picks him up. He was let go of by RRQ.
Yeah, feels so underrated, right? So many underrated picks right now. So we'll see. Right now, we do not see a lot of bans on the jungle here, so Aurora doesn't feel like it's worth it yet. So lots of options still up here. You got the Suyo, you got the Ling as well.
The Harriet, the Jushin.
Oh, Jushin
could be a viable option. And now Aurora will be getting that Yue pick. Jushin to have heavy priority on the mid lane.
Yeah, just to re-jog the memory, that's why I couldn't remember Demon Kite. It was Flap TZ, the only export so far this season.
Ooh.
Yeah. So for Aurora, rushing the juice in for Yue. I am surprised Omega led that through, but because of their bans, it does make sense. Those were the priorities. So let's just see if they'll be ready for it, because it's not unbeatable. It has taken an L already. But US Aurora being aggressive in the map, especially Renji and Yue not letting go of control once they feel like they have it. They put a lot of importance in the trade at the center of the map to get that control, to force are gonna change something up with the roam pickup. I wonder if they will go strong. They can go strong burst physical right away, and they can go jawhead, considering that Renege went Ka lead. So you can go priority for pick. A guy is playing RG in the middle of the draft.
On, man. I know Lucas jungle is so strong.
Oh, this is the band that fed us.
That's Frederick.
That's Frederick.
Okay, you get a pass.
Our good friend Frederick for feeding us today. The whole talent pool. Thank you.
Reyes is there too.
Rhea.
What's up, Rhea?
All right, so
Renmar got mad at the wrong person.
He was playing Lucas jungle.
I said I was mad.
He was just he was pointing it out.
I didn't say I was mad.
I thought you were
thought I was mad. Your assumption was wrong. Now I'm mad.
Okay. Now I'm sorry.
All right, good ban here. Taking away the focus.
I love the phobias. I would have actually also loved to see a high loss ban, because the high loss works so well with Sushin. Can do wonders for that front line later on. Combo with the Kali is going to be crazy. But then again, we are looking at a bit of a loss in the gold lane. Maybe we'll see a bit of a newer gold lane today, or is it just back to the Beatrix and the Pan today?
I am banking on the Beatrix. With the Moskov gone, they can still consider Granger.
Yeah.
But I would want them to pick Beatrix. Something about the Beatrix right now just meshes better with the pieces that I see on the board. Good ban on the Cho. So now Omega are going to be ending up with a roamer that will lose the rotational speed battle. Unless they put the Hilda in the roam, which I highly doubt they will. They might just end up with a Badang roam for Super Yoshi.
What about Jawhead here?
Badang or
Does that
Jawhead,
work?
yeah?
Yeah, Badang. Oh my goodness, why we forget Badang,
Yeah.
of course.
Then go mid Vexana for Ukir.
Yeah, I did mention the Jawhead earlier as an
Yeah,
option. So one of those two, Jawhead or the Badang. And it is the Badang
There's
instead.
the Badang. I'm kind of feeling like Dominica is going to resort to a Granger instead of a Beatrix, though.
Price today with another one. It feels like it's just going to be a norm for the next week or so, right? And now we are seeing a lot of early to mid game potentially for Aurora. That's kind of a given, but don't forget there's also a Hilda on the side of Omega to try to keep that early game in check.
Was Esmeralda picked even once last season? No, right?
I will have to check.
It feels like it's a no, but
Yeah.
either way, if it happened maybe just once. Right now, though, let's load up into game number 1. This is Omega versus Aurora. Don't
Welcome
forget,
to
playoff
Mobile
slots at
Legends.
stake for Omega, and the upper bracket, Aurora still fighting for it.
Okay. See how they're going to start on the map. Hilda versus an Esmeralda. So the Da sisters going up against each other in lane instead of being paired up together. During the heyday, we used to see Hilda Matilda, Hilda Rome, XP Esme. It's pretty cool. I think should be able to handle it well. All right, this is exactly what we were talking about with Renegade and UN when they have the juice in together and they put so much importance in the first duel in lane that if they can do what they did to Akir, bring him down low, force him to recall, force out the flicker, this is just gonna snowball and this is them non-stop gonna be so aggressive.
Yeah. Huge delay for Okir. Wasn't able to get a couple of minions there, even forced out the flicker. So now Aurora's going to have a good time in trying to go for those clashes, but a good setup coming in from Super Yoshi. Andori's not going to overcommit though.
Yeah, loving the aggression here as well for Aurora. Of course, Omega will not take that lying down. Super Yoshi will probably have to wait until level 4, obviously, before anything big will happen. But they do have that presence. They have that damage. Force is still very powerful on the mid right now.
Yeah, Omega will need to commit resources to helping Luis out in lane because every time Hilda goes into a shrub, that's how she sustains lane. She heals, but she gets shield, which Esmeralda's happy to steal.
And now they get Super Yoshi. First blood drawn by Yue. Renegade just being able to out-sustain the damage coming in from Omega. Now Demon Kite might try to go for more, but they're already happy with a kill on to Super Yoshi.
Was this not in the Omega scouting report that if you're going up against the Juicin and Aurora, they will look to be hyper aggro? The fact that Ukir even was already forced to burn his flicker early on meant they did something wrong at the start of the game, and then now, whoa, Edward!
Oh, look at that. And they're trying to do something
So
right
much
by
shield.
trying to go for Edward, but the shields and the counter response from Aurora is just there once again. There was the Lantern Flare. Super Yoshi might go for another escape, but Yui goes in with the Lantern Crimson Beacon as well to bring him down.
Really sustaining these fights very, very well. Edward holding the line, absorbing so many of the shields here, keeping Aurora ahead.
Yeah, brilliant pick, brilliant rotation, everything perfect! Oh my god! Hitman, what?
The Hitman went in! Asked Andoryu, are you sure you're gonna recall in front of me? Pulls the trigger, brings him down, but in exchange for his life, a 1-for-1 trade, clearly beneficial for Aurora.
They did slow down Andoryu's pathing a little bit as well. Needs a little bit of a backup here for Yoshi. Get started on that orange again. But this is as good of a start as you can get for Aurora. Don't forget, Domikite is also on that carry. Has not really seen any major changes, any major fights. And they are happy. They look like they're very happy with this.
Andoryu's gonna have nightmares about that Raging Sandstorm flicker from Renegade. He thought he was in the safe space, but the Hitman doing unexpected things once again to increase Aurora's lead.
Yeah, I like the build path of Edward, steel leg plates, and then he's going to be going to Enchanted Talisman. Let's see if he's going to full build the Dom Ice first. I know it no longer provides mana, but it still does good against the lineup of Omega. Although, you wouldn't want So Mega's still making the right calls. They will be able to take their purple buff without a problem. They should. They should just now change their focus to playing around Jome, send Andoryu off alone to split open the map. He can go down because at this point, the Hayabusa isn't the condition anymore. It's the Harith.
That's right. We're talking about how Jome needs to kind of just step up here. Yeah. And he is kind of doing it in the ways that he knows how, or at least the ways that Aurora is allowing him to. The rest of the team really helping it out though as well. Luis, great scouting. Andoryu just making sure that Aurora just can't invade willy-nilly.
Yeah, it's so nice for Omega that they're able to call plays that aren't really dependent on what Aurora is doing. They're not necessarily reactive, but they might have to react to what Yue is doing now, forcing out Lewis to back off as the third turtle will be spawning down bottom. Let's see if Omega's gonna try and go for a pickoff.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look for a big pickoff before they get started. For sure, they are on the back foot. Looking at that turret, trying to keep it alive still. Luis and Super Yoshi is in front. It's gonna be such a crucial engagement here.
Aurora knows where every single barangay member is hiding. Renegade just looking for the perfect opportunity to zone out Jome and Ukir. And that was just a flawless play from Aurora. Didn't give Omega a chance to look at the turtle.
Just split the map. you cannot full engage at this point. You could have pushed top. You could have broken the tower, sent 2, put 3 around the turtle just to get vision, but to not really contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of free time on top lane that they could have actually used there, right?
Yeah, now will they get it? No, they still, oh yeah, they should. They should be able to get it, but still, that could have come much sooner, but...
Another flicker used by Ukir here. What the heck is happening to Omega here?
Even Andoryu already used up the Wiki Shadow kills onto the bottom lane just to try and save the bottom lane turret, but they're not making plays. We're just literally waiting for the barangay timers to be activated once again. And now a potential back play coming in from Yoshi has been spotted out by Demon Kite and Edward.
Okay. See how else Omega will try to find the right angle. While Aurora just continue to make the map blue, steal resources. They've snowballed, they've taken their early game condition, and they can just continue doing this. The lead continues to balloon. It was 4K around 2 minutes ago. It's getting closer to 6.
Wow. And again, the Falling Star move lands back and landed on. Last pick was Edward.
Yep.
Really? That season 13. It was him again. All right. So that is very interesting. Edward is the Esmeralda guy, apparently.
You can say a vintage pick.
Yeah, the vintage pick. Used to be in every game, by the way.
Yeah.
Way back then.
Well, to be fair, Edward's been playing for a very long time. Already has a lot of XP laners use.
That's true.
So another one to remind us that Edward is a good Esmeralda player, but Aurora right now extending their lead to 6K, 7 seconds before the Lord spawns. Let's see if Omega manages to find one. Jome, okay, he got left behind, but was able to out Renegade. And the Hitman is going to fall down. Jome still manages to stay alive as Edward soaking up the damage. A falling Star Moon connecting onto 3. Brings down Yoshi.
Unfortunate, again, another unfortunate miss by Super Yoshi. Jome able to escape, but it becomes a roamer for roamer trade. It could have been way worse for Omega, but they have to accept that they will lose this Lord.
That was painful to see here. Flying into the air. Apparently, it's just so difficult to actually land that wall sometimes, right? And Super Yoshi just not having the right angles so far. Omega, I was actually surprised they were going to go for that engagement. And I think Aurora was a little surprised as well. But they weren't really able to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yeah, it's literally because Renegade locked his eyes on Jome. Committed a lot just to zone out Jome. Even for the exchange of his life, it was okay for Aurora because at the same time, Edward still had crowd control. Was able to set up 3 against Omega and eventually get the kill on Super Yoshi.
Looking at the items, Esmeralda did go for sustained cooldown reduction. Good old Enchanted Talisman and Oracle. Andoryu goes in.
Biggie Shadow kill. Not going to be enough, though, to bring down Dominkite. There was 4 members of Aurora to share the damage.
Look at Dominkite, very healthy with the items right now. Corrosion Scythe, DHS, Golden Staff, and even a Magic Blade to give him a little bit more sustainability from the magic damage dished out by Ukir.
All you need to do is technically stay alive as Dominkite. You're golden.
Yeah.
Right, they're just waiting for that Lord, waiting for the top lane to push as well. There's Renegade. It's looking for an engagement. Don't forget, doesn't have flicker. 15 seconds out.
Holy Shields pop down bottom, and Omega makes quick work of that Lord. Still alive in this game. If they manage to find a huge angle set up by Super Yoshi to catch Aurora by surprise, they can replicate what they did against Twisted Minds yesterday.
Okay. Oh, Omega's comeback here has to come from an error of Aurora. Unless Andoryu goes in, somehow finds a really good angle to shadow kill into the back, somehow bring Dominkite and or US so low that it forces Aurora to react, and Omega will go there. So they'll either do it from punish or from Andoryu, just somehow getting a very good ultimate at the right time.
Andoryu. Edward
Oh my
Star,
God,
everything
yikes.
connecting the evil Queller to finish off Andoryu. And now if you're Andoryu, how are you going to pull off a solo Wiki Shadow kill when Dominkite is literally surrounded by 4 bodies?
Yeah, and Edward, there's just no fighting Edward now.
Yep.
You can't 1v1, 2v1 this guy. It is so crazy how big this Esmeralda has gotten here. And don't forget, you also have to worry about so many others, like Dominkite. You have to worry about Demon Kite. And Yue just Crimson Beaconing over your head. It's such a difficult lineup to face, especially when it's 1v1, 2v2.
Yeah, unfortunate for Omega is that the Esmeralda pick came in here where Esmeralda beats the Hilda. You'd need longer sustained damage, but the Harith now is once again soft. If you want to consider it a soft counter, maybe a hard counter, but let's just put it as countered by the Esmeralda. That even though Jome hasn't died here, Edward's just so happy, which means Yue and Dominkite are even happier because they don't have to worry about their front line crumbling.
Look at the map, though. They're trying to make a wraparound happen.
Okay,
I
let's
don't
see.
think it's going to work, though.
Let's see if it's going to connect us so far. Super Yoshi's been not hitting the mark, but Yue was able to just flicker out. No more initiation for Omega. Goes in with a Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare and punishes Super Yoshi. Aurora picks up one more.
At least they tried. They tried to make something happen. It's unfortunate that Yue was doing his job. He was holding the right shrub. Super Yoshi just thought, oh, I'm gonna try, let's try to commit something, but just nothing came out of it.
Do the emote, do the emote.
What's the emote?
Nice.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Sorry, there's a lot of emotes.
That was the perfect. That was the
Nice
perfect
try.
time to do it. They didn't do it. Aurora's sticking to their guns here, and obviously, they are having a lot of fun. 12K gold lead. Man.
This is more than a stomp at this point. This is I don't know any other words more than stomp. A stomping.
The stomping.
They're hoofing. Oh, they don't have hooves. It's not a liquid
They're
game.
behooved. There you
Behooved.
go.
They're straight up busted, bro.
All right. The big question on Omega's minds right now, how do we deal with that front line? It's too crazy. Renegade is always a threat. And they're just going and they're making it happen right now.
Yeah, every single one of them threatening Omega. Bottom turret will fall down. They still have the Lord. Omega just has to worry about that. Renegade has his flicker ready. Can initiate at any given moment, but they're going to wait for the minions up top and onto the middle lane. Super Yoshi waiting for the perfect opportunity for the fist break, fist crack combination, but the falling Star Moon connects onto 4, and they bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
That put Luis in half, as well as Okir and Andoryu. That is not a joke.
Feathered Airstrike already used up, but Renegade counters out with his ultimate, and now they managed to get Super Yoshi. Edward again with the falling Star Moon to zone out Lewis. They have minions and Dominkite just trying to deliver the damage onto the turret. Omega was able to clear it out, but Aurora has a fat wave of minions in the middle lane.
They're just going for it. I don't think there's any stopping them right now, even tanking up that turret damage. And Edward's on the front.
Another beautiful setup for the Northern Lights to see the end of the tunnel and win game number 1.
That was definitely a little more than a stomp, maybe 10% more than a stomp here. I'd say 20. With Aurora taking game number 1 with conviction.
Yeah, you need a crazy reset after that. That was a hell of a draft by Aurora. The sequencing of it all, they found the perfect hero to top it off with. Again, their comfort playstyle at the center of the map around the juicing of Yue. They ticked that condition. We called it. Omega, for some reason, seemed like they weren't ready for the early aggression of the Kali juicing together. They still lost the initial trade at the center of the map, and everything just went wrong.
He might need another 2-week break. Or better yet, the new patch, because oh my gosh, Aurora dedicating that dominant Game 1 win to their coach for his 31st birthday, according to Rockhart.
It doesn't feel like we haven't actually reached like the power spike yet. It feels like they were just bodying Omega. It felt like it could have done more. This lineup specifically, the Harif almost could do nothing against Esmeralda in this game. It's crazy how one pick can actually change just the tide of this whole game altogether. And Andoryu, again, as a Hayabusa in this matchup, was almost, he didn't really do much.
Yeah, and Ukir really had a hard time for this game because he has to watch out for the sandstorm that comes in from Brandon J, not to mention the falling star moons that keeps on connecting for the game MVP, Mr. Consistent, the man himself, Edward.
Esmeralda for days. I love it.
So we have 2 debut picks that... Oh, wait, no. Because the Leomord wasn't MVP, right? For game 1.
It was.
It was the MVP.
Yes, it was.
So 2 straight debut picks that also got the MVPs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a fun day today. It's a fun day today. I like it. So he's gonna be MVP. He didn't get any kills, but you bet he soaked all the damage and all the healing in that game.
Yeah, Steel Leg Blades, Enchanted Talisman, Oracle, and then you full build the Dominance Eyes very late into the game at that point. And yeah, he was just stealing shields again with the Hilda, the Badang, the Harith, all being shield generators. At some point, of course, you'd also want to build the items that give you shield if you're Omega, you're forced to. It was the perfect pick. It was the perfect pick for everything that Omega had because they didn't have the right damage profile for it. The Harith isn't the right damage profile for it. The Farsa sure as hell isn't the right damage profile for the Esmeralda. It's the initial burst, yes, but then you have to follow it up with really strong, sustained basic attack, which the Harith is not. You can't fault Omega for drafting this way. They were just straight up outdrafted and outplayed by Aurora, who knew the strategy that they wanted to do going into this game.
Again, it's amazing how one pick can really drastically change how this game went. Feels like if it was an Edith, it could have done a lot more in the early game, but then again, you also think about how the Harith can function in this lineup, and as you can see, even in that last frame, the Harith, as much as you can try to move, throw out those Synchrovisions, it really wasn't doing as much as it did maybe a few weeks back.
It was also nice to see Suyo again. Finally, in hands of Demon Kite, really had a good game. I believe it was 4-0 for KDA. And in 14 minutes and 40 seconds, all objectives literally was secured by Aurora.
Okay, so looking at the items, yes, there were a lot of focus here onto Edward because that was like the linchpin of the draft. It was a surprise pick and it's what made it work. Antori was getting his items, but again, a little too late at the end. Very tough game for a Hilda up against an Esmeralda in lane. Ukir and Super Yoshi, we mentioned it, losing the initial trade. Looking at Aurora, good spread, of course, of items for Dominkite, who got all the items he needed. So unbothered in this game. He had like the best time because he was just there, basic attacking, standing, going around the map, not dying, which is so easy to do.
Not dying. I love the highlight on the not dying part. Because yes, you're absolutely right. That's the job, right? And it just feels like, what were you gonna do if you're Omega here? If Jom couldn't really get in the position, he couldn't do anything. Well, who else was gonna do it?
I mean, there were attempts specifically from Super Yoshi or Andoryu and Okir. But the problem was they were trying to target Yue, but Yue was 2 or 3 steps ahead every single time. He has the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker out, so every initiation or play Omega wanted to do, Yue was literally avoiding everything.
It really felt like a damage profile problem as well, right, for Omega. As much as, you know, you can position all you want, but if the wrong kinds of attacks are getting absorbed by the right kinds of heroes, and then the effect just isn't felt as much. Demon Kite is our BPI rich guy for this game. 12,973 gold pesos.
Pesos.
Just kidding.
So that's a currency in London.
Just kidding, just kidding. And 885 GPM. Back on the Suyo, like we mentioned.
Yes, I was able to farm fast up with his jungle creeps at the same time. Didn't die a single death. In fact, Aurora, they only had collectively 3 deaths as a team, and it went to Rene J and Edward, the 2 ideal heroes that, of course, you want to go.
Yeah.
It felt so easy for Demon Tide to actually do his job here. There was barely any barriers. There was barely anyone that can actually go toe-to-toe against Suyo in this one. I mean, Andorio tried in the very early game, but you couldn't really feel it as much as he was trying, right? So maybe the wrong hero in this one. Specific pick, maybe? I don't know.
It's just how they manipulated the draft here, how they played it. It was so much better for Aurora. Omega giving up the juice in first pick. Thought that they had a game plan for it to be ready. Yeah. They did have the Hayabusa for them, but the Badang and the Vexano just straight up outplayed in the center.
That is straight up true. So hopefully Omega can kind of just recover from that mentally. But like you guys mentioned, that's a big ask, right? That's a... Whew, it's just, these are things, these are kind of losses that kind of stick in your head. And I really hope they get over it. But for the meantime, big shout to our MLBB KOL, Elgin. Check out his content about the revamped Kimmy from the latest patch. He also gave us a bit of a preview of the changes, as well as maybe some tips and tricks on how you can maximize this new hero. So make sure to follow Elgin on his official social media pages to stay updated regarding MLBB content. And obviously, Kimmy is just one of the very few who got changed in the recent patch.
Yeah, alongside Blue, and I'm excited to see Kimmy in action. Is it next week or the playoffs?
Next week.
Next week, finally.
There we get Kimmy and Glue.
Those are two sticky heroes.
I'm still in the camp of shout out to my fellow, I call them enlightened ones.
Enlightened ones?
So the ones who put Kimmy in the mid lane.
Oh, yes.
I'm a fellow enlightened one.
I'm a big fan of that.
She's so good with initiation. Her ultimate is a cheat code if you want to set up.
And I think they have to fix that here. You need to tone it down a little bit, right? Crowd control is amazing. Here's a smart power pose, though. Put your game face on and make your smart power pose. Audience have to imitate the player pose and that they see on the screen.
Hey.
And that's Edward, by the way, with the Edward standee as well.
If you cover your face and do that pose, I think you'd win.
That guy looks like Edward.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks like
there you go, there you go. There we go.
Oh my God.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
All right, looks like Edward or the Edward standee prop. That's really smart.
I'm sorry. At this point, the guy lost.
It's just Edward himself. That's so creative. That is so smart. That is so smart.
Another one.
He looks like Kong.
It's a lot of Edward clones.
That Kong TV.
Why am I not surprised?
He is! He looks like Kong TV. Why did he not win? Come on, man. All right. Anyway, the Edward standee won. Congratulations. You get a redeemable in-game code. I wonder if anyone else caught that. Or maybe that was him. Anyway.
No. It can't be.
Probably not.
He's too tall.
So many things just happen here in the MPL arena. Why are you not here right now? We have one seat remaining. That was for you. And you didn't go. Feels bad. For the meantime, they'll get more data with Maximum Gaming with Smart's Power All 149.
Make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to every single network.
Bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Load not later, not yesterday, load now.
So only for like basically 21 pesos, 22 pesos?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
It's a good deal.
All right, good deal. For the meantime, also shout out to our watch party viewers there in Barangay Mambugan, Antipolo for Smart Omega. Smart Omega is very active on the community right now. They have so many. Whenever I scroll through social media, I see so many, what do you call that? So many streamers with the Omega logo.
Yeah.
They're so active on the community. So big shout out everyone watching. Agnesville covered court, Antipolo. That's today, 5 p.m. They're watching. What's up, guys? So if you guys want to be part of something big, you don't want to watch MPL by yourself, join these watch parties. It is such fun. Personally, been there to a few of the previous watch parties. Man, they love it. Whew. It's been a match, by the way. So I hope that was enough of a reset time for Omega, because that's a literal back to the drawing board moment for them for sure. And they are on blue side with a 7% win rate in game number 2.
So at least at this point, they can maybe try and control the draft to their favor and avoid those third pick. Was it the red? No. Aurora was blue side. Those out of nowhere picks coming in from Aurora, and of course the birthday man, Coach Master the Basics. So let's see if Omega can pull this off.
It's going to be hard to avoid out-of-nowhere picks. I mean, no one expected an Esmeralda. I mean, Omega can only do so much. They were drafting to the condition of the meta, what everyone knows of. Aurora just came out swinging already with a surprise. There's only so much you can do at that point of your Omega to really adjust it. At that point, you really just have to say they should have executed the start of the game even better. Again, I keep going back to that point, but the fact that we already called it, that expect the Jushin and Kali to play a certain way. And that's exactly what happened. The trade in the center of the map, they didn't take care of it. What happened? Ukir got blasted right away. They forced the flicker out, forced the recall back. After that, they were still taking hits trying to trade in the center of the map.
The first few seconds of the game, by the way, that flicker from Ukir really cost them.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, Aurora already picked up the turtle and was already invading the purple buff of Andorio, and Ukir was still level 3.
Yep.
That's how bad it was.
I guess we're just gotten so used to playing with shields, right? In the past year, we forgot, you know, Esmeralda packs a punch, you know, when you have a lot of shielding. So let's go back into the draft here for game number 2. Moskov not being allowed back into the game here. I guess Harif is also kind of, you know, maybe that's something that you have to keep in mind if you're drafting a Harif, that possible swing of an Esmeralda on the XP.
Yeah. Let's see if Omega will be taking that into consideration, if that's gonna hesitate them or stop them from picking up an Esmeralda. Aurora, if they show up an early Harith, that's gonna be a big flex. Considering that there's no more Joy, it might warrant either a Jushin or a Suyo priority for Omega, and then they'll just play the trade for Aurora.
Big trades as well that can be had here. Considering Aurora is on the second pick, so I would love to see here more priority for comfort for Joe. I'm not sure if it's the Harif anymore at this point, but I still think the statements we made on game number 1 are still kind of true, especially with putting Joe on something comfortable. I don't know if it's because of the hero, or maybe put Super Yoshi on a guy that can front for Joe better. Those are the things that I'm thinking about that Omega can do, because right now, obviously, the gold lane is a bit of chink in armor.
First, who are they going to respect this time? And Hayabusa ban. So, Joy banned out.
So it's either just a Jushin or a Suyo for Omega if they want to bank on that. They can also surprise with a unique first pick prio, although at this point I wouldn't prio a Badang, I wouldn't prio Harith. So my brain just keeps going to either Suyo or the, oh, excuse me, yeah, Kalea, right.
Of course.
Okay.
The Kalea that didn't actually get touched on the patch notes. I love it.
Will you still give the juice in? Will you still get the juice in then now?
I feel like it is a good disruption tool for Kalea, because I've been telling everyone that I can get my hands on. You know, if anyone that will listen, the way to stop a Kalea is just throw a bunch of crowd control on his way, her way, and it usually ends up in a good spot. The Kalea's combo gets disrupted, the mobility gets removed a little bit, forces a Tsunami Slam, a tidal strike. Tidal strike.
Yeah, tidal
forces
strike.
a tidal strike to be used for escape, and then that's a reset. But there's a Zushin and there's a Harith, like Renmar called right in the same order, in the exact same order.
Yep, that's oh, Fanny is open. And I'm gonna get ahead and pick. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm so used to seeing Fanny banned out that my brain literally processed that Moskov's second ban in the first phase as a Fanny. My brain is just acknowledging that now.
Oh my god, the fan! Even I didn't think of the Fanny here.
If my brain only realized that that was a Moskov ban, I would have easily called the Fanny pickup for Omega at some point. So excuse me there. Eve, Fanny, Kalea. All right, so far it looks good. I think Renjay, I wouldn't be so remiss for them picking up the Cho as early as now. I'd want them to get some good, strong, good old lockdown right away. If they want to pick jungle, they can go Lucas.
Ooh. Wait, Lucas? Sorry, Fredrin over the Lucas? Can you explain this to me?
Good old Fredrin versus Fanny. However, the Fredrin is up against an Eve and a Kalea. Considering though that if you are the okay, because if you commit the ultimate of the Kalea onto the Fredrin, you're just like, okay, cool. I'll survive long enough and even punish you if I can get my Appraiser's Wrath off in time. Whereas compared to the Lucas, if he forces out the Unleash the Beast too early, then Aurora will, you know, that might mess up Aurora's flow a little bit. So they go Fredrin here, they can invade, they can aggro. It's the good old Fredrin versus Fanny.
That's right. And I think they're also going into that condition of how to kind of just make sure that you don't get Kalea'd to the ground. Is, you know, Energy Eruption works so well.
Yeah.
You know, Crimson Beacon works so well as well.
I think the buff on the Energy Eruption also is good for Fredrin right now. Cooldown has been reduced as well, so easier catch on this Fanny.
Just keep pulling people back, right?
Yep.
Even the Fanny with a cable, you can catch that 100%.
Oof. Now, final bans for Aurora. They did, however, take out the carry. One marksman still up for grabs is, at this point, it's the Granger or the Granger Bruno Irithel.
Are we still really higher priority on Granger so far, though? Because I feel like it's been a bit horrible playing it, to be honest.
Yeah, they already have a lot of reach. I wanna see them supplemented with like harder damage. Beatrix for Omega would be great for Jome.
Clint?
Considering they took out the Moskov. Clint would be okay, but there was something that's front to back. Maybe if we see the Roamer.
Okay, that's
if
fair,
Aurora
that's fair.
shows the Roamer,
throw that Roamer out.
You can adjust. You can decide whether or not you want to go Clint.
Possibly Hylos, maybe.
If it's like something slow, if it's a really slow front to back, Clint's the best option. Other than that, I would want Beatrix because it just meshes a little bit better with the Eve. With the raw damage you can dish out with Bennett's Rage and the Nibiru's Passion at the same time compared to what the Clint can dish out.
All right.
Oh, but laning against the Harith might be difficult.
There's a Lucas fan. They're still thinking about possibly a Lucas on the XP lane here for Aurora.
You know,
Seems like
good respect. Good respect. Yeah, well, that actually would have been a great pick for Aurora to put in the EXP lane.
Yeah, you can't counter it out with the Valentina anymore, so... What will they pick? Aurora still lacking XP. There's still the...
Edith is pretty good. Yeah, Edith.
So
Hylos.
Edith and Hilda available. With Fulvia, CC all gone. You can go solid with Hylos or you go Hilda if you want to mess up the Fanny. As we expected earlier, a Cho for Renegade. If that's a Hilda last pick for Aurora, the map will feel so small for this Fanny. They need much more protection around the EXP. So they get Gogatot. You know what, Edward? Bring out the Benedetta.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that, 100%.
Whether this is it's tough because you also want to think of the lane matchup. They might just be stuck with and being forced with picking the Granger. I still want the Matrix, but like thinking about the matchup against the Harith, he might not want that for him.
Yeah, as much as I would love also the Granger, right? I feel like their reach is just a little bit more limited. Real World obviously can catch a lot of people, keep them in the circle of fire for longer.
Clint,
but it's gonna be a Clint. All right.
Good concept again. Early to mid game of Clint has been buffed out, so can you know, mitigate a potential snowball from Doming Kite's Harith.
Considering that's a Clint, slow front to back, not going to be good. You have a lot of dive, supplement the Cho. Please pick the Benedetta. That's just my personal wish right now. The Benedetta for Edward.
I think the Benedetta can do well against the Eve as well as chasing down the Clint, right? So you're absolutely right. The only thing I can think of is as well the Fanny. Obviously, Vendettas can get kind of just hit by Fannies, depending on how good the Fanny is. And then you have the Kalea here, which the Vendetta's not scared of that, right? No, absolutely.
You get Petrify.
Oh, okay.
What? I'm okay with this too.
Second Arlot in 2 days.
Third.
Is it the third
Third, Lord JM, James, and now Edward.
There you go. Yeah. Wow. Let's go. Arlot making a resurgence here. Lots of teams, free teams so far, are picking up the Arlot back on the XP. I love it.
Yeah, because of the factor of the final slash flicker really catches everyone out of position. So this could be, again, a fast game for Aurora if things go well for them.
Yeah, and definitely for Omega as well, especially if Adoryu can go crazy on the Fanny early on. Yeah. Right? That's a very big if though.
Yeah.
It's Fred and Arlot, Eve. Let's see. I think a lot of this is going to be based on, okay, Super Yoshi and Ukir's rotation and Ukir's timing, most importantly, of the real-world manipulation to see if it can mess up.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
But considering that they're up against an EX laner with one of the best surprise ultimates that you can dish out, gonna be easier said than done here for Omega.
Yeah. With a recent adjustment or nerf onto the Fanny, it's gonna be you're basically telling Fanny players that there is literally less room for error. Base damage per skill 1 has been reduced as well as the ultimate. So all the angles that Andoryu will try to go for, it needs to be precise. But now Super Yoshi trying to answer back up against Renegade, forcing Renegade to back off.
I am not obviously still thinking about the Fanny here later on, especially with Renegade on the Cho. It feels like it's going to be so hard to make pickoffs happen, so I feel like Omega's early game is going to be slowed down just a little bit here. And again, I'm hoping that Jome is more comfortable on this Clint. Hoping, because I really want to see a good game from Jome for some reason. Yeah. We haven't really seen that as much lately.
Honestly, as long as Aurora isn't able to invade Omega, and at least Omega has an equal chance of contesting for neutral objectives, Omega has already done their part.
Yep.
And that's the best that they could do at this point.
All right, level 4 already for Andoryu, relatively quick. Okay, missed the energy eruption though.
Woo. Oh, that's spicy.
Oh, good moves, Andoryu, not gonna lie. That is impressive.
And now Super Yoshi up on front as well. Doesn't have any of these ultimates yet, so they might have some problems here dealing with this coming turtle. NJ looking for a target. Super Yoshi definitely going to be it. Look at the top side though.
Edward up against 2. Andoryu is there, but Edward goes in because Demon Kite is in the picture as well. Renegade going to try and cut off the exit route of Omega, and still no casualties.
Okay, here's another condition for Omega. Andoryu just being Andoryu. If he can,
what does that mean?
He can have a god-like Fanny performance, live up to the name, the Nightmare. Be a nightmare for Aurora. But yeah, this is a nightmare right now for Fanny. He only has like one angle to try and retribute it away, and there's so many bodies in front of him. Look at that line!
It's a line!
There's a literal line just to stop the Fanny from entering.
Wow, they know what's gonna happen, right? They know where it's gonna come from.
So if Renegade misses, there's Edward, and eventually there's Demon Kite, the final boss that Andoryu has to get through. And now the invades are there, the angles are connecting, but Lewis answers with the AOG, Uker with the RWM. Here comes the clapback coming in from Omega as they take down 3. And a huge win for Omega.
That was a 5-man kill box for Omega. They were trapped inside the concave of the orange buff.
That's what we're talking about. The timing, Ukir, the real world manipulation, that was one of the major conditions I ticked out. And Aurora failed to check into it. Omega, Ukir, great counter, and now we have ourselves in a series.
Yeah. The circumstance of that class was literally to Omega's favor.
Yeah.
The place was not too wide. It was ideal for Andoryu, and at the same time they played around that clash, around that real-world manipulation. So easy win, but Renegade commits the kick already. Edward trying to go for the follow-up, missed the final slash as Andoryu was able to cable out.
Yeah, too fast. For the last big team fight, the one we saw in the orange buff, I was even surprised that Andoryu was able to cable out, but I think Aurora just didn't have the damage right away to make sure they made the most out of the kick that Renegade was able to dish out. While for the kick we just saw, the trajectory of the Way of the Dragon was already changed by the cable of Andoryu, the initial one.
So now we're going to have to kind of step back as well. Andoryu definitely having a better time, like you mentioned, doing Andoryu things, making sure that Aurora is on their toes, you know, they're making it hard to hunt him down. And Aurora at the same time, Renegade is the key here to finding that Fanny, and he's just kind of focused on making sure that Dolming also has a good lane.
Yeah. And same goes for Super Yoshi, trying to target Dolming Kite and Yue, but important to note that there are 2 Purifies up for Aurora, so they need to pick their fights. Ideally, force Aurora to play around the real-world manipulation.
Whoa.
Here comes the Tsunami Slam, gonna connect onto Edward. As Andoryu gonna try and back off. First man down is Edward, and they're trying to go for more. There's the Revitalize, there's the taunt as well. And Super Yoshi might fall down, but Andoryu with another entry. Jome is just delivering the final blows. Gonna bring down 3. He wants to make it 4. Sets his eyes on Renegade. There's the taunt coming in from Lewis. Renegade is gonna be able to escape. as Omega executes that to perfection.
Omega unbreakable is Luis. Able to use the taunt just in time in the middle of that team fight. Caught two, and that turned things around for Aurora. Bought enough time for eventually Andori to come in. Even dished out an AOG. Final slash by Edward will miss. Execution by Omega after that abysmal game number 1. Gotta respect, is really good in this game number 2. Andoryu!
Oh, look at that. Commits a kick onto Andoryu. Might be able to escape still with the cables.
Woo! Back at it again. Again, Andoryu, the Nightmare, just staying true to the name, giving such a bit of, giving a bad nightmare here for Aurora. Now they have to do so much to deal with this.
Oh,
Andoryu all alone. Cleared the minions, no push happening.
Final slash gonna connect onto Andoryu. Lantern Flare as well. They might be able to shut him down. A bit too overzealous there for Andoryu to try and save that bottom lane turret.
Yeah. Great commitment by Yue and Edward. Edward committing the flicker, Yue committing the Crimson Beacon to make sure that they can secure the kill there onto the Fanny, which opens up space in the bottom of the map for Aurora.
Wow, that's a lot of resources as well being thrown by Aurora on the bottom. That obviously Jome is having a fun time just farming up all this gold on the top side of the map. So it feels like it's a pretty good trade as well for Omega. And the gold lead is neck and neck, not even 1,000.
Yeah, 300 lead ahead for Jome because again, he was able to pick up 3 kills in that turtle clash. Beautifully executed by Omega, but Aurora is still back on their winning formula, trying to put a lot of pressure in the middle lane and control it once again away from Omega.
Now slowly going into this, we've been noticing that Aurora has been committing 5-man box outs basically for the turtle, so they are seeing a lot of value in this one. I don't think they want to let this go right now. Waiting for a good way to get started, obviously, is just push out that wave on top. And now they might start now.
I like this positioning by Omega. I think they have to keep this Luis in front, Super Yoshi in the back. They can trade it out, but Luis is a little bit sturdier.
Alright, obviously no 5-man lines blocking Andoryu this time around.
Yeah.
So it will be a bit of an easier steal maybe. He's also a level ahead of Demon Kite.
Straight line right now for Andoryu to steal.
Oh! He gets it! Stolen away by the Nightmare. Now the clap back from Aurora, but Andoryu answers still with a shutdown onto Edward. A conceal coming in from Lewis. Super Yoshi gonna try and size up Aurora, setting his eyes onto Renegade as they try and defend the mid lane turret.
Things are just going so much better right now for Omega.
I love that all 3 of us held our breaths there right before the retribution.
We were all like,
we only went silent.
We did it! All of us became fans, honestly.
That was classic. That was classic. Now the goal lead ballooning the T2K, the biggest lead that we've seen from Omega in the series so far today.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, that was enough distance within retribution range to take that away. I thought he actually thought twice about going for the retribution steal, but apparently it was enough for Andoryu.
Yeah, it seemed to be very happy to just take these turrets. Andoryu working on the Yue here. Oh. No answer whatsoever, even with Edward close by.
And that was a 2v1. Even the final slash connecting onto Andoryu, but Andoryu is just too much to handle for Aurora. Already has a 214 KDA with his Fanny.
Yeah, Omega can keep this up, honestly. They've been executing the team fights very well. Okir's timings of the real-world manipulation have been very good. Yoshi and Luis juggling the responsibilities well. Jome is deathless. He's 3-0-3. Right now, the harder to execute, harder to pull off lineup is on the side of Aurora, strangely enough. Despite the Omega playing around the Fanny, Andoryu is making it look so easy while Omega sticking to their guns. They're very standard fundamental guns of play around the real world manipulation well, let Luis get vision, so Super Yoshi is the one who'll just go for the extra follow-up crowd control initiation with the Tsunami Slam.
That's actually true. Luis has been very on point with AOG so far. They're not using the Kalea as like the big initiator, right? It feels like they're just using it to follow up, and it's being given to a good effect. Now they're on the hunt.
Renegade connects the kick onto Jome. Jome with a flick around. AOG is going to connect onto the back line. Here comes Edward with the final slash, going to deliver the final blow onto Jome.
Yikes.
And now they're going for more as they take down Super Yoshi.
No!
Next target there is Lewis. And the 3-kill swing for the Northern Lights.
Feels like I just cursed them.
You did.
Just when I was so happy for them, suddenly Aurora with a turnaround in the clapback. And now Omega lost 3 and they might lose this Lord.
Unbelievable. I'm so... It's so funny because the moment you mentioned it, they got clapped on the bottom. Like, what?
Yeah, this is why Renmar voted for RRQ. Because of the curse.
Why did you have to bring
Why
that
you have to bring
back?
that up?
Because of the curse.
I mean, I've already addressed this.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Anyway, either way, it did happen. And we're seeing here, Joan was the big target. Used the Purify very early on, but to no effect. Everyone was so close by and really, really making giggle attempts at him.
Oh. Now with just that play, already 500 gold swing for Aurora. They also have the Lord. Now Omega's momentum literally shattered by Northern Lights.
Item-wise, still quite close for both. They do have a good stack of items already for the Harith, for Aurora. Meanwhile, for Omega, still very comebackable for them. Need a little bit more penetration, though, on that Clint. They already have loads on the Fanny already up to the Malefic Roar. You should have the damage to deal with this, considering that Ukir already also has the Magic Lantern. So, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's actually still not as close of a fight, not as far of a fight. So you see, look at that. Super Yoshi.
Gonna connect. Here comes the
Real world.
Real world manipulation. Good placement. And now Andoryu just getting kills. Edward is gonna fall down. Next target might be Renegade, but Lewis is the first on the chopping block. 1-for-1 trade. Edward and Lewis will fall down.
That could have been a lot worse for Aurora.
Yeah.
Okir's Real World was just, it looked good, but then people started just walking out.
Yeah. Everyone just collapsed. It was a bunch of tanky people also who had enough sustainability to survive the initial onslaught. Andoryu went in, but it was just such a focused cluster of members of Aurora that I would understand why Andoryu didn't decide to full commit, just dealing damage all throughout.
It actually done a lot of damage as well, near the walls. It was very close to walls here. So I know what you mean. But right now, it does feel like it's just a stalemate, with Omega at least pushing back Aurora by a little bit. With a 2K gold lead, Aurora feels, they're very, what do you call it? They're very controlled on how they're approaching this. Not really full invading unless they're a 5-man, which they're doing right now.
So far, our surgeons from Renegade, this time the kicks are connecting to the proper target. Before that Lord Clash, he actually connected the Way of the Dragon onto Jome and delivered his first death. And now it's connecting onto Andoryu, trying to stop the momentum of the Fanny with the cables. So Aurora holding on to a 2.4k gold lead, but they're going to take the discipline route and not over-engage unless they want to contest for this purple buff.
Yeah, they definitely should stay disciplined here. One by one. Take out the checklist, wait for the initiations, because Aurora's the one who's going to want to initiate first. Meanwhile, for Omega, yes, they can, but I think the last team fight feels like a harsher reminder for them that even though they get a really good real-world manipulation, there's just so much crowd control that Andoryu now, if everyone from Aurora is clustered up, he will have to respect that. So now with the members of Aurora deciding to go down, this might be Omega getting sandwiched, as you'll see the Harith and the Cho are going to be coming from behind.
Oh,
Omega are already in the Lord.
Didn't we see this yesterday?
Yeah, we saw something. Yeah.
Very similar to this,
like
right?
with Yaoi.
It was Yaoi, but got spotted out by a few. Here comes a conceal.
Oh!
Flicker didn't connect. Super Yoshi and Ukir was able to back off, but Aurora still has good hold over the Lord. Andoryu, though, will he get spotted out by Demon Kai? Let's see.
What a reaction by Ukir, able to go out. Renegade goes in.
Connects the kick, but a Tsunami Slam counter coming in from Omega as Andoryu goes from the back. Lewis is going to fall down in a clapback coming in from Aurora. Dominkai dancing with his Diamond Force. Might be able to bring down Ukir. And a mega kill coming in from the next standard. Super Yoshi has his immortality, not yet popped, and able to walk away scot-free. But 2 will fall down from the barangay.
Yeah, Andoryu just not doing as much damage as we thought he would on that Fanny right now. Half HP for most members of Aurora, but they can't really stop him right now.
Now they're going on the base push. They have minions onto the middle lane and the bottom lane. They might go for the tower lock. Dominkite goes in with his Diamond Force. They're waiting for Andoryu, but Renegade with a beautiful kick. Aurora dominant game 2 once again, but Omega with the clapback. Edward is going to fall down. Not yet endable. for the Barangay.
That was a beautiful kick, though. I love that kick from Renegade. Laser focused, even on low HP.
Yeah, not done yet, though. Omega are going to be pushing forward. Conceal committed. Jome. Oh, Renji was able to go back. The Clint is still healthy. The Clint still has damage. And Omega are still in this.
They are still in this for sure. Only a 4K gold lead for Aurora means that Omega are still primed and ready to fight here.
5 seconds before Andoryu spawns back. Lord still untouched, and they have good hold over Andoryu's purple buff. This might be a huge opening, but again, 2 inhibitor turrets are taken down for the side of Omega. Andoryu has his purple buff. Will they be able to contest against Aurora?
I think they do. They can also use that to clear the bottom lane, and the Fanny can just go back to the Lord very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So I don't think Omega's super behind, but they will have to deal with this somehow.
Okay, they're going a little bit faster onto Lord. They still see the Fanny in the bottom. Still a bit too far away for Omega's Fanny. The Andoryu jungler pick. Way too far. He's waiting. Trying to bide some time. Omega, good positioning. The best that they can find right now. But with Aurora holding the crucial shrub of that middle shrub there.
Yeah, it's going to be this is going to be hit hard here. Everyone is ready. Everyone is present.
Reposition.
Jomi's in front. Look at it. He's so confident.
Look at this dance. Great move by these two teams. Renegade in the back!
Renegade from the back connecting onto Joe. Real Moment Ablation will be casted down. Lord still up, but there is 3 bodies falling from the side of the Barangay. Make it 4 as Demon Kite also picks up the Lord.
And that feels like game. Renegade with the attack from behind, looking really, really smooth there. And it's a 5-man of Aurora just barreling down the base.
A 5-man march for the Northern Lights and a step closer and securing an upper bracket spot for Aurora.
The Hitman found the target. The conceal, the kick, the pick, the dub.
Now it's as clean as you can get here for Aurora. 2-0 against Smart Omega. Pushing back the Barangay a little bit further into the standings.
That was a good game number 2. Omega still was able to hold their own. A lot of opportunities for them to come back, but it was just the experience of Aurora and of course the Hitman himself connecting with 2 crucial Way of the Dragons down the line of game number 2 to seal that deal.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was 2 crucial kicks. It wasn't just one. It wasn't the one on the Clint. It was also the one that he was able to find onto Andoryu.
The Fanny on the base.
Yeah, the Fanny in the base too, yeah.
That was, oh man, Renegade, 100% MVP performance here. Obviously, everyone did their part splendidly. Even making a recovery and just finding Jome there in the last one was just so important.
Yeah, very unfortunate again for Omega that they lost that. That could have been a big MVP performance for either Ukir or Andoryu. But at the end, it was Aurora who was just able to outdance them in the major objectives.
That was a huge dance, and again, the X factor of how a veteran plays just really comes in clutch in these situations. In their heart, you can really feel how they're able to find that win condition for their team. Let's look for the interview here as we are going to talk with Aurora up on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, congratulations, Edward! Esmeralda, game number 1. It's been almost 2 seasons mula nung huli mong ginamit yon. Ano bang meron sa Esme ngayon? Para sa'yo ba, in your opinion, gana na ba ang Esmeralda sa meta ngayon?
Tingin ko kasi madami ng mga may shield na hero. Tsaka nakakatamad na rin paulit-ulit yung hero para maiba lang.
Okay. I see it. Now, with everything that you guys did, especially nung Holy Break, sabi mo, paulit-ulit yung ginagawa. You guys have been training for the last 2 or 3 months. Paano mo naman spinend yung difference ng break ninyo? Ngayon, nakapagpahinga ba kayo? Or training pa rin ba? Paano nyo spinend yung long break na nagkaroon tayo?
Ayun, nag-chill lang din. Tapos may practice pa rin kahit papaano. Kumbaga, di pa rin nawala yung pag-RG namin, ganun. Hard work lang.
And that's
Hard work
why
pa
they
din.
are in condition at nakuha nila ang sweep today.
Exactly. Ang lakas talaga. Now, Domeng, kahit ikaw naman, okay lang ba?
Yes, si Domeng.
Papasa naman ng Mike. Hi, kamusta? Congrats ulit. Domeng, kahit dahil playoffs secured na kayo, so with the picks na pinakita nyo kanina, are you looking to experiment with more heroes?
Ano po, siguro kasi sa pagdating ng playoffs, parang lasunan din talaga. So, kailangan din namin maganda ng marami pang hero, ganun.
Marami pang pasabog, Hans, no? Now,
I like it.
also, maraming excited sa Naruto skins that will be available in May. Ano yung pinaka-aabangan mo and nyo pagdating sa Naruto
Yan,
skins?
gusto ko yan. Isa-isahin natin ang boys.
Tinanong ko na si Hans
Alright?
eh.
Oo.
Ikaw muna, Domeng.
Kahit hindi ako jungle, Soyo. Tsaka Naruto kasi, kasi.
Alright,
sample daw.
Sample daw. Sample daw. Paano daw i-sample?
Huwag ka sa akin magalit.
Ayan, pwede na yan. Gumagawa siya ng Rasengan habang gumagano
Ayoko,
siya.
baka magalit sa akin si
Okay.
Domeng. Sino
Oo.
pwedeng mag-sample? Demon
Demon
Kite.
Kite?
Sige na, Demon Kite sample naman. Para sa
Sino
akin.
bang
Sige
hero?
na. Isa lang.
Sino ba ang hero na inaabangan mo sa Naruto?
Uy, papayag siya, Hanso. Love na kita. Ayan!
Baka sabi ni Coach MTV, baka masira daw yung stage. Kaya, hayaan na lang. Coach MTV, jumo-joke ka porket birthday mo, ha?
Happy
Very
birthday!
fine, I like it. Guys, i-greet naman natin si Coach MTV ng happy birthday, Coach
Let's
MTV. In 1, 2, 3! Happy birthday, Coach MTV! Very fine, I love it. Coach MTV, congratulations. Nakuha niyo ang birthday. And nakuha niyo, syempre, makukuha mo talaga yung birthday kasi birthday mo nga, di ba? Pero yun, with that being said, I wanna ask you, kasi nabanggit kamakailan ni Coach Bonchan in their last match na yung iba, maglalabas talaga ng heroes, pero nakadepende sa kanila kung gaano katapang yung conviction nila to be able to have those heroes. Kayo, naglabas kayo ng Esmeralda. Para sa'yo ba, in your opinion, bumabalik na ba yung mga bagong lumang heroes sa meta natin today?
Tingin ko babalik, tsaka madadagdagan kasi nagkaroon ng bagong update. Siguro yun yung advantage ng hindi siya advantage, yun yung kinaganda sa Mobile Legends eh. Dahil nag-update, kaya marami tayong makikitang bago.
Alright. So, speaking of which, bagong taon na naman of living and thriving. Ano ba ang nasa birthday wish ni Coach MTV?
Yung birthday wish ko kasi hindi lang para sa akin, para sa buong Aurora. Makuha namin tong MPLS 15 champion sa ngayong season.
Woo!
And obviously, everybody is looking forward to that. Pero ito na, ang hinihintay ni Yue. Commissioner, oras na naman para Wait lang. Nakapag-promote ka na, di ba? Ikaw din.
Tapos
si
Yue,
Edward!
diba? Edward!
Ano? Hindi kita naririnig.
Hindi pa tapos. Ayan. Katabi ko na siya. Eto na. Edward, papayag ka ba? Sige na.
Edward.
Gwapo ni Edward, oh.
Okay, pwede daw bang makita yung jersey? Flex mo naman yung harap,
Isang
Ward.
ikot naman dyan, Edward. Yeah. Everybody. Okay, nice daw.
Edward,
Alright.
ano bang kailangan natin abangan sa Aurora? Saan pa ba natin makikita lahat ng mga, may mga watch parties ba kayo? Yung mga emotes nyo? Saan ba namin pwede makita yan?
And sa mga di makapanood dito sa MPL venue, mayroon kaming KMC watch party sa Makati. Ayan, basta sa Makati yata.
Oo, sa Makati daw.
Alam nila. Saan? Makati.
Ayan, Makati.
Okay.
Tapos, yung battle emotes available na tsaka itong jersey.
Yun oh, galing.
Very fine that you have it. That's 4 out of 5. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Aurora, they are heavily pushing for that upper bracket spot, and with this win, mas malapit na sila doon.
Grabe, Hans. Wala akong masasabi. Ang gagaling talaga. Makakamit ba ni Coach ang birthday wish niya this year? We shall see.
We will find out sa mga susunod na linggo, pero sa ngayon ay babalik muna natin sa ating mga casters to know more about what happened in this game. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Such a fun time for Aurora fans all over. And like you mentioned earlier, starting to really get into that contention.
Yeah.
And securing that upper bracket is so important.
So one of the not to-dos for Aurora has been checked out.
Yeah.
The next one we'll see later on because it's Onyx versus TLPH. So if you're an Aurora fan, you're rooting also for TLPH.
Yeah. Again, the condition for Aurora to make it in the top 2, half of it is out of their own hands.
Yep.
It's the results of other teams. But they got to take this one today. And you know what I really like Edward's answer there about the Esmeralda pickup? He was just, I was just bored with the meta. And plus, there are a lot of shields, so why not? Why not pick the Esmeralda, right?
True. It's very true, though, right? We got so comfortable with shielding that we forgot, you know what? There's a counter for that. And our MVP for that one is the Hitman. He's so on point in this one.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to say this now. If in the future, Aurora end up becoming the champions, or if there is a running to vote for it, Renegade is already up there at your choices for being regular season MVP. He showed up week in and week out for Aurora, even though he's like the target of the points of criticism towards Aurora when it comes to consistency, especially. But when he shows up, he shows up. And when he shows up consistently, Aurora are one of the most terrifying teams to go up against. Whether it's Healman, Hitman, Hookman, whatever kind of man that he's forced to play for that day, for that game, for a series, he delivers, and he delivered again on the Cho pick for this game number 2.
Yeah, and that goes to show the leadership of Renegade. The fact that he's able to pick out different kinds of heroes, it's because he doesn't let himself go first. He wants a good picks from his teammates, and that he's just going to adjust later on. So down the line, he's the one adjusting and making plays for Aurora.
Yeah, I really like it. I feel like everyone was looking at him whenever he was making a move. There were very few moves that Renegade was making, very few knockups that weren't being answered immediately by the team. A big improvement here so far for Aurora, especially that one. That was so difficult to do, not to mention he was on the verge of death. Right there, one Fanny Blade could have done him in, and that could have really swapped out. But this last one really was the icing on the top.
Fortunately for Aurora, Jome had the flicker. Purify wasn't a pick there from Joe. That's why Renegade really had a good opening to deliver that Way of the Dragon. That's called the winning kick for Aurora.
And that was a threat that he had to deal with. I think Omega at that point also were just a little bit too focused onto the big team fight that was happening. They weren't able to check the conceal entry into the shrub and then the easy access that Renegade had onto Jome in the back line as Omega's formation crumpled with them playing around the Eve a little bit too hard, forgetting that there is a pick-off roamer that they needed to deal with. It was a good call based on the information that they saw. Just unfortunate that the information that they did not have led to their downfall. As we look at the items here, Jome, it was taken for quite some time for him to feel the damage, even though he wasn't getting taken out. I think that's one of the things with Clint right now. However, he decided to go for the path of penetration right away with the Blade of the Heptases, and then he even built the Malefic Gun third item so that he can be able to basic attack from a safer distance. Later in the game, he was able to build up a Sea Halberd, but at that point, it was just a little bit too late, and we really weren't able to feel it as much because, again, got kicked.
Yeah, got kicked is just it. I think he was looking for that 6th item, maybe a Wind of Nature. He was building into that one.
Definitely.
But we didn't get to that point. He realized that his damage was very necessary to the team fight. That's why he went straight pure damage. But then again, no survivability for the Clint meant that everyone had to work double time as well to keep him alive.
And one of the reasons why we didn't reach that point or that power spike from Omega is that the constant control that Aurora has with the mid lane because of the 2 consecutive games Yue has his Jushin. Imagine Omega had already had a good start. I believe even Andoryu, although he didn't get kills, he was at 0-0-4, was clearly dominant ahead of Demon Kite in terms of level and economy. But because of the presence of Yue as the best wingman also, Omega had a hard time trying to make moves across the map.
Yeah, 100%. Omega dealt with the Jushin of Yue way better in this game number 2. It wasn't like game number 1. It was clearly, it was Omega's game to lose. Unfortunately, they lost it, but a part of me was really hoping that we get to see game number 3 here because of how they were starting it from early to mid. It was just like, yeah, these guys deserve to go to that game number 3. They've readjusted so well. We were worried about if they were even able to adjust after losing game 1 that bad. They did. Just unfortunate they got outplayed by the Hitman.
That's right. They were very on level in that game, and I really appreciated what they were doing. They were able to answer the draft very well. It's just so that these X factors that we always talk about, right, year in and year out, that the mindset of a hunter, the mindset of a veteran is just something that, you know, you carry. And that's why these guys pay the big bucks and we don't, but no. No, sort of. But we're seeing, right, like Renegades play there in the very last one felt important because if he didn't do it, it felt like Omega could actually overrun them too. That Clint was wreaking havoc in the front line.
Yes.
And if Renegade didn't do the heroics, we actually could have seen a game free.
And not to mention, even Ukir's real world manipulation was casted on play, so really that was the only reason why Aurora won, the Renegade kick.
There you go. So, Omega, just a little bit more. Come on. I know they're not completely out of it yet, right? Just a little bit more refinement here. And Jome, obviously, I would really love more work on Jome. Again, Captain Judy's might be weighing down on him a little bit too. So that's something that, of course, Aurora has to kind of just figure out coming into the rest of the week. For the meantime, though, obviously we also want to have a lot of fun here. So let's look at the mic check here brought to us by Infinix.
Those shot calls were breaking the sound barrier,
Yeah,
I
wow.
believe, with how fast and how powerful they were.
Yeah, straight to... I thought they were saying, what?
I also
Oh, yeah, it was very fun. It was very fun. It sounds like the comms me and my rank game teammates do. That's basically what we say.
The only comms I do is shouting to myself into the ether because of frustration.
The pop of the ninja, as Hanzo would say way back. So, looking forward to that. I hope you guys are also saving up your diamonds for that, because I'm sure it'll be a blast. Next one up is Onyx versus TLPH.
Let's go.
It's going to be a banger, guys. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to lock in and get all your snacks and ready. Your Saturday night is going to be very explosive.
Yeah, since I won't be able to predict later on, I'll say my prediction now. Onyx 2-1.
All right.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. And that's going to be it for us. I'm Rockard, this is Ian, and we at Renmar. Let's throw it over to All Access with Hans and Jamie to close out this segment.
Okay, salamat sa ating mga gorgeous casters. Ang daming nangyayari today here at the MPL Arena. In fairness, every time naman nandito tayo, ang daming nangyayari. And one of which is, may mga re-streamers tayo dito na super pogi. We're so lucky because we have Prof B here as one of our re-streamers. Of course, let me mention this again. Prof B was one of the top 8 noong Moonton Talent Search. Prof B,
Hi,
kamusta
guys.
ka naman?
Ayos na ayos. Sobrang lagi ako excited every time nanonood ako dito sa venue.
Paano excite?
Woo! Parang kulang pa. One more time. Paano? Woo!
Ayan,
Paano
tama,
excited
tama,
para
okay.
sa Naruto skins?
Ganun.
Okay, guys.
Okay, alright.
Pagpasensyahan nyo na sila. Okay, okay lang.
Medyo excited lang kami.
Hindi, gusto ko na lang malaman.
Grabe ka naman, Hans.
Then nabanggit mo kasi yung Naruto.
Okay.
So, meron ka bang inaabangan dun sa mga Naruto skins? Ano bang una mong bibilin pag nakuha mo kagad?
Yung kay Hayabusa, kasi may GC kami ni Burrito ng Hayabusa.
Nag-sign din sa forms? Nag-sign ka sa forms?
Nag-sign ako sa forms
Okay.
kaya Hayabusa tayo.
Malapit
Para may
na yan.
swag.
May swag.
Okay, I like it. Tapos meron pa kasi, di ba nag-stream ka kanina? I think, kamusta yung experience being here? Like, nagre-stream ka? Ano ba yung mga madalas na nakikita mo sa comments during this match?
Mabigat ang fanbase talaga ng Aurora. Ang dami nag-cheer. Tapos nakakakaba kasi pagka sumisigaw yung mga tao, nadadamay ako eh. Alam mo yung paparating pa lang yung nangyayari pero nakakakaba
Ramdam mo na,
Ramdam na ramdam. Alam ko nararamdaman ng ating mga team bahay, pero iba yung excitement dito sa MPL Arena talaga. Now, Prof B, balikan natin yung sinabi natin kanina, no? Ang daming ganap today. So a lot of the teams are gunning for the last playoff spot, also the upper bracket slots. Ang tanong, may predictions ka na ba para dyan?
Sa akin, yung top 1 and 2, yung condition ng TLPH tsaka ng Aurora, iba ngayon. Iba, sobrang sobrang init nila maglaro.
So that's Aurora and TLPH sa upper brackets. Para naman dun sa natitirang last spot sa ibaba, sino sa tingin mo makakapasok? Is it Omega, Twisted Minds, or is it AP Bren?
Tingin ko Twisted. Kasi nakuha na nila yung momentum after nung first half nung regular season. Tapos ang ginagawa talaga nila nakakapag-adjust kahapon, nakakuha sila ng at least isang game. Tapos ngayon sinarado nila ng 2-0. So ang ganda ng momentum pasarado ng regular season. So inaasahan ko Twisted yung makakapasok.
Tama nga ba si Prof B? Ano sa tingin nyo? Comment kayo dyan. Pero Prof B, sabi nga natin iba yung excitement dito sa MPL Arena. Ang alam ko ay the playoffs tickets are available already. So why don't you invite them to already buy their tickets as early as now?
Hi guys, ini-invite ko kayo na bumili na kayo ng ticket kasi ang bilis talaga ma-sold out. Tapos manood kayo mismo sa venue. Iba yung experience. May kita nyo si Athena.
Ayan, tama. Makikita si Athena, makikita niyo si Prof B,
tsaka si Brigida.
Basta, lahat sila, makikita niyo sila dito, Prof B. Maraming salamat. Pwede ka na, tapos na pala, hindi ka na nga pala pwede bumalik. Pero, hindi pa tayo tapos dahil may susunod na laban pa mamaya. It's gonna be the amazing matchup between Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 15.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる!
「 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ayun no, biling ko nga lahat to. Bibiling ako diamonds, biling ko lahat to ng Naruto na to. Kailan ba to ilalabas yung Naruto? Next week. Huwag tayo masyadong high ngayon, pre. Chill lang nga tayo. Kung ano na naman pinagsasabi mo, Garfield. Salamin nga ako. Wala akong makita eh. Wala akong buff, pre. Wala, nag-retre nga ako eh. Angas talaga ni Fanny. Si Mikasa.
Ako na ako tol, lansya lang tol. Minul to sa CR si Coach Fox tol. Hindi mo kalabas. Ang masabi ko, happy birthday. Pero kami panalo. Nice. Guys, bili kayo ng emote namin sa Bren. Pag bumili kayo, may kiss kayo kay Punks. Tapos bigyan niyo ako skin, may kiss kayo kay Shizu. Nice. Kita pa rin, coach. Sige, tulog na yan. Maka-blood ka dyan, sige.
Narinig kita. Kailangan natin manalo ngayon, Erps. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Mag-enjoy lang kayo dyan.
Mic check na wala silang makukuha. Testing lang. Ano to? Mysterious guy to mysterious guy.
Oh, dalawa pa kayo. Ano? Ang tagal, buy time. Matagal. Abot mo, Jom! Abot ka!
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yosha! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PANAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Crowd is electric. You can feel it in the air. It is TLPH versus Onyx Philippines right here in NPL Philippines Season 15. We are going to be your casters for this one. I'm Rockhart, this is Leo, and this is Renmar. And it's safe to say, this is definitely one of the most awaited matchups so far for round number 2.
In addition to being one of the most matches of all time, yeah, it is a race to the upper bracket. Like, 2 of these teams, they can still make it.
And of course, we have a bit of a recap here for match number 2. Aurora is actually inching closer and closer to TLPH for that upper bracket spot. And they did that with a sweep against Omega. Again, a lot of what-ifs in that last one for Omega here. But it feels like, you know, Aurora really worked on so many.
Who's actually ahead. The newly crowned and minted Mobile Masters champion is down on matches against Liquid going into this best of 3. So, again, how often does that happen that the world champion is the one who is the underdog?
Again, it makes the story of Onyx all the more interesting. In the middle of one of their toughest seasons in MPL PH Season 15, they go off in a global tournament and be crowned the inaugural Mobile Masters champions. They come back home to what is touted amongst all the professionals here in the Philippines as the toughest region to play in. Now they have to do it and tell themselves, wait, we still got this. And this is coming from the fact that they...
The force behind Keller's momentum, Oheb, his first rival when he debuted in MPL.
Yeah, it's not just him getting compared now to arguably one of the people that elevated Keller to the status where he is in now. I mean, professionals have always talked about in the past how going up against a certain person just brings out another level of them. And Oheb and Keller have talked about each other in that light for so many seasons now. Now that they're at different points in their career, dare I say, different new peaks in their career that maybe even they themselves are surprised to reach in, it makes their matchup all the more interesting. But then now you have to consider the junglers that they're paired with, who, by the way, King Kong is celebrating his birthday today.
It's literally the 4th birthday celebrant of the week. Am I correct?
Yeah,
and who are playing? Third of the night. Who are playing on stage? So I didn't want to bring it up, but we have to update it. It's free for free so far for birthday buffs so far. And King Kong is number 4. Now, question is, will we go for the 4 here, or will it be broken by TLPH? So King Kong, very happy birthday. He's still red on the hair here. So I'm really liking the combo. Obviously, we're talking about how Kelra has been elevating himself paired with their junglers, right? Because Oheb just was so good, especially with Carl TZ, and I love that they are now head-to-head here. The Golden Goat versus the Young Goat.
They have so many nicknames amongst each of them, monikers, if you will. The gold standard, the Filipino savage, facing off against the best in the world, Carl Tusok.
Carl Tusok.
What else was that? There was another one, Carl Suntok.
Everything. Carl everything, basically. Basically the guy who has the OG TZ. Right, I think he is the OG.
He is the MLBB TZ.
Yeah, he is the OG TZ. So with these stats, obviously he has a bit of an older career compared to Kelra. So that's probably one of the reasons why Kelra has to really catch up as well.
That's right.
In terms of statistics.
Kelra is Carl TZ's junior by 5 seasons.
5 seasons, exactly. So you can imagine how much he actually has to catch up here. But he's doing a good job at it. So here in this one, the Savage counts, the Maniac counts, even the triple kill counts are actually toe-to-toe. And again, think about it, guys. We're talking about 5 seasons apart. And so that's why so many people are really vouching for Kelra to be probably in the running here for the big GOAT debate.
And that's crazy because look at how close these stats are, yeah? Carl TZ never took a break.
Consistency, the level that you play with. How often do you show up at the top compared to everyone else? And these two have a case.
They went through something, right? They went through a bit of a rehabilitation phase. They had to put King Kong back on black hair. Again, if that matters, obviously it doesn't, but you know, maybe it matters in terms of confidence, but it feels like TLPH can do no wrong as well so far in the season. And now that's something they're gonna settle right here, right now.
The arena is at capacity. I see people standing.
They're standing, yeah.
There's not enough chairs. There's that many members of the Cavalry, the Sonics, and just fans wonton who just want to be here.
I don't know, it just feels so easy to just toss a coin and that might be the winner. But then again, you also always have to go back and look back. What were the results of when they were last fighting each other? And again, that was a very intense matchup in SeaWorld qualifiers. I hope you guys watched that. Because that was insane.
Here's the thing, I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to this with a lot of like mystery up in the air. And that's why I get like why people like probably, especially you guys, are wondering like, really, you're gonna go for Onyx with after what happened in SeaBall? But in my mind, I'm like, I'm sorry, I missed the SeaBall qualifiers. I've only heard about what happened. The screenshots.
I don't count that. Like, that is a different arena. This is the MPL.
MPL.
But then again, there's still that air of mysticism. There's that air of mystery. I treat this as if it were Ali versus Lee. I know it should never happen.
Just straight up like
It's mythical.
punching each other out. And that's exactly what we will see later on for sure. But for now, these are the guys you've been waiting for. It is Team Liquid and Onyx Philippines.
For this very special match to oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, it's our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. The battle to grab that upper bracket slot, it's Onyx Philippines versus Team Liquid Philippines. The EXP laners, Kirk and Sanford. Welcome, King Kong.
So let's check it out first on Smart Ping Test, see what they think. Right there.
All right, live up to your name, Onyx, whether that's Super Fam, Golden Goat, Gaza. Yeah.
Especially for Caldeezy. Caldeezy, remember, once said, I just want to have the most assists.
Yeah, he acknowledged that, like, I don't want most kills anymore. I don't mind if I just have the most assists.
Or the most damage taken.
Or the most damage taken too. But then the winds have shifted. Yes, Daddy Fred is back on the board, but the Assassins are all very viable picks. They have been so for months now. So let's see who's going to be available as Onyx respect the Lucas of Caldeezy by banning it out. And of course, the chip of JP, while Team Liquid Philippines show with their own respect, taking away King Kong's Fanny, and of course, the feared Juicin of Super Friends.
Look at this. Very respectable win rates for both blue and red side for both of these squads. About 80% here. I love what I'm seeing. Lucas Jungle, definitely something you have to acknowledge here in Onyx.
Down that strategy.
All right, Team Liquid, are you gonna revolve around the low Yi of Sanji? A great low Yi on his own right. They do, and they back it up with a Phoveus for Sanford, so they want that strong EXP side presence. I love this new chant that Onyx been showing off.
Yeah, they're waving everything. Man, they're bringing the Onyx spirit here.
Is that Ingan?
That Ian?
I don't know. Can't tell.
I think it is.
Might be, actually, yeah.
Thought he went home.
Hey, if the front row seats on the Sonic side is home, then he is home.
He probably is. So, back up the Joy. Obviously, we talked about you can't really go solo. There goes the high loss, and the Moskov was banned out consistently today, by the way.
I love that Onyx did not double dip into the Harith. I think that would have been too spelled out.
Yep. A little bit too much there in the magic damage, and they can balance out. They have a good source of macro, micro, and of course, as expected, since there's a Moskov on the other side and you want to go into second phase already with the jungler, they pick up a Hayabusa. Joy, Hayabusa is the main trade they went for, but I believe the other main trade was really around that low E. With Onyx not showing their mid laner pick yet, I think they are also weighing the option of them potentially still being able to pick up the Selena, considering that they already have good sources of magic damage from the Joy.
Oh, look, it is.
By the way,
wow,
very familiar face here, despite MPL Malaysia running. The host of MPL Malaysia, Rose, is here joining us, of course, here in the Philippines for a special project.
Well, Malaysian fans very happy to see our very own Rose as well hanging out here in MPLPH.
Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines. She's a trilingual
She's everywhere. She's everywhere, man. And everyone just loves Rose. Welcome here. And now we're talking about like possible gold laners. They didn't pick up the Harith. What do you think about that?
Okay, so without the Harith, I think they're really thinking twice about that matchup. And Onyx deciding to ban out the Beatrix, that's already them also signaling we're either trying to funnel you into the Harith.
Team.
All right. I mean, his ultimate, as a Valir player, I don't consider it that much of a buff, considering that it's essentially just a glorified Purify. They took away like the best aspect of it, which is you increase the damage of skill 1 and 2. Skill 1 and 2 do hurt more, but it's a trade-off. Let's see how they make it work. I think that's a response to the Cho, and especially the Phoveus. I've experienced that before. It's difficult. And here comes Brusco with the Kufra. A lot of dash blocks, excuse me, against Cho and
I love that. I love that.
I mean, even Ohem's thinking, like, what am I going to pick here? You know what?
It's all the more you shouldn't Harith.
Yeah, you can't Harith.
You can't Harith here.
I think.
What? He does anyway. What?
If he pulls this off, that's crazy.
He's just gonna lean into it.
Yep. He sees the trap sprung by Onyx, and he says, "You know what?
Nah,
I'm gonna go.
I'd win.
I'd win." Well, I don't know what I think. I don't know what I feel about that though. It feels like a bad idea. It looks like a bad idea. They go for it.
Here's a situation where I would like to be surprised and I would love to be wrong. But we warned you, Oheb. We warned you. Like, there's a lot in Onyx draft that says you should inherit. This is what Coach RC, this is what Coach Wina wanted you to do.
Yeah, it feels like them picking Valir Onyx Philippines was already them saying, go ahead, pick up the Harith. We welcome it right now.
Add on the bouncing ball from the Kufra, just stopping the chrono dashes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, that's triple threat.
Plus the Spear of Misery, plus the bonk from the highlight. There's so many things that tell Oheb you shouldn't, but he still did.
We're going to have to really, really dig deep here and just see, I guess, in the gameplay with how TLPH are going to handle this draft, this lineup coming in from
Welcome
Onyx
to
Philippines
Mobile
with a
Legends.
gold laner that Onyx wants them to play. Here we go for game number 1 of TLPH versus Onyx Philippines. This is all we've been asking for all week long. Let's get into it.
You can feel the energy and you can hear the drums. You can feel the thunder of the crowd as gods and titans face off against each other. They begin with duels in the mid, leaving their junglers to their own devices. Opposite stars, but it's orange for both. I'm really going to be tracking Brusco and JP here. Their rotations are going to be key for setting the tempo further early to mid for both teams. Nothing too crazy with the emblems, as although tenacity there for Super Fins. At this point, that's almost a requirement for a Valir, even pre-patch, because it does really help you with being able to dish out more damage, as naturally Valirs do take a lot of damage in fights.
Oh, up top. This is Easy looking for Kelra. Put down a half health. What they were not for the super fam.
Gotta love the enthusiasm here for TLPH, with Stanford being very confident to dive in. But then again, you are talking about King Kong, who got a bit of an incremental advantage because of his pathing.
Yeah, he has a level gap over Carl Teasy. That XP gap is going to increase even more.
Oh my God, look at the burst from Carl! King Kong didn't even try. Brusco gets a jump, and the ult and the combo on the JP. Daddy JP takes a dirt nap. First blood drawn. Bionic Philippines.
Okay, unfortunately, the SOD of Keller will not land, but Onyx will be happy with that pick. Kufra and Valir together. Okay, so if they catch the Cho, it's actually difficult for JP to run away. That's a new learning for today. By the way, as I was mentioning with skill 1 now, benefiting from cooldown reduction, I'm interested to see how Super Friends will build this. Before, you didn't actually need to build CDR. With Valir, he was very utility-based. You want the glowing wand, magic wand, all that. Genius wand, excuse me, the wands really, but now you want what? CDR? Let's see if we'll go for that talisman maybe, but it looks like he's going for genius first.
So Renmar, you're saying he's a real mage now?
Yeah, he's a real magician now.
Wow, congratulations, big boy. You grew up into the magician that you were supposed to be.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Using a book and everything.
You know what? It's as if it was yesterday that we got the Valir revamp in the midst of Season 4. And then just also the day before that was when Yaoi brought it out in the finals of Season 10.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Neither time was he a real mage, I'm just saying.
It looks like, though, he's still going to be sticking with the wands, but not a lot of cooldown reduction. He might be going for glowing first, really maximizing the healing reduction. Look at the 1v1, Oheb and Kelra.
Oheb and Kelra dropping the Zappa force. Kelra dashing back. Oheb with the stalemate. SOD missing.
damn well know that if that... Oh, wait!
Daddy JP again in the crossfire. King Kong looking to burst him. The beast is slain, Daddy JP.
There's just no punish here coming in from TLBH.
Okay, they're not going to be committing it.
Actually, I had to hold my breath there a little bit. Sanford going for the rescue, but not really quite helpful as of yet.
Tough times for a Cho, really. The adjustments onto Valir, or just Valir's kit in general, actually gives difficulty for the Cho that if he doesn't land his combo, his chances of getting away with his life without Flicker is low. Even with Flicker, it's not that high.
That's numbers game, though. Less than 1,000 separates these two teams. Clear advantage for Onyx here.
Brusco coming in, crossing through the bodies. Team Liquid Philippines in the paint. And another one. Shadow kill by Carl Daisy. Turtle number 2 goes over to Liquid. Down goes Brusco. King Kong backing out. JP Sanji and Carl Daisy pushing him out. And that's a clap back from the cavalry.
They were going for the late entry of King Kong punish, but JP was ready to block the entry of King Kong, and that meant Team Liquid Philippines will walk away with the win on that one.
Yeah, despite the very clear level advantage of Onyx in that last fight, they actually got bothered with the man down here. Maybe a little late on the Kelra SOD, but Land of Dawn heats up. Yowie, like you mentioned, right?
It was in 11, not 10.
No, he showed up in 10, then he did it again in 11.
Oh, Yowie.
Yeah.
That's just the last pick. Right, so Etamax also was the last player to use it way back Season 9, aside from that.
Okay, so let's see what Onyx will do for the next big play. JP has adjusted his rotation a bit, looking more for canceling the moves of King Kong. Already have tabs checked on him, because knowing that the lineup of Onyx is actually very dependent on the late entry of the Joy.
Oh, look at that.
It's 40's turn. Brusco playing the man-to-man defense on 40. All this while opening up the map. Look at Carl. Gets that push down bottom.
Again, evening out that gold gap, evening out that XP gap as well with King Kong neck and neck right now at level 10.
Gosh darn, how often you see that? It's a super fam getting out macroed.
Yeah, very easy push there by
It's about 8 minutes in. He's on his way to his third core item, and he hasn't died just once.
And again, he's just playing the Harif like it's supposed to be played. Nay, even more, right? Even safer compared to what the matchup should be dictating.
Oh, large pathway by Kirk. It looks like Onyx wants to fight. King Kong look at the back line, looking for Chef Sanji. Flickers away. 40 eats quite a bit of damage. He's playing with 3. Man to man to man to man. Brusco takes him down. Now, the Zaman Force enough to take down Kirk. It's 1 for 1. And the rest of Team Liquid back off.
XP laners getting traded. Feels like it's still advantage for Onyx with the amount of push they're making across the map. And again, you're looking at the gold here for Kelra, who is actually just on farm mode since minute 1.
You're damn right, Rockhard. I think Onyx did win.
Yeah, and he will be in farm mode for a while. They're getting those small wins here and there, but that will eventually compound into an even bigger one, which is Kelra having the items and being locked in. King Kong, for the team fights for most of, he tried to go for his signature dive, the backline entry, But JP was ready yet again, so he's Team Liquid Philippines have really done the scouting homework and are applying it very well, with King Kong wanting to come later into the fight.
Oh my God! Kirk catches 3 inside the glorious pathway. Now Daddy JP looking for that late entry. Salmon Force dropped in by Oheb, and a flicker spent already. Down goes Kirk. Sanji takes him down. Sanford not done with it. Kelra slays the Apex Predator. Now Diversion. Where are they going? All the way to the back line. They find the Monster Mage. Goes into the closet, saying, "I'm the Baba Yaga now." Carl Teasy gets taken down. 2 for 2 so far, and the Gods and the Titans disperse.
That was a big clash right up on mid, and a nice
charge
as well.
God!
King Kong's not done.
King Kong coming through. Too late for Daddy JP with the kick. The beast is eating good.
Are we in a farm? I'm seeing goats everywhere, man. Just a bunch of men with focus and sheer will, able to get one back one way or another. But now Onyx have their eyes set on securing this Lord.
It's clean.
Wow.
There's no need to dance.
Diversion for Carl.
Onyx are all in here. Can Carl Teasy get it? White Brush coming through. No shadows. King Kong secures. JP is compromised. Kirk drops in the close pathway just to make sure Liquid get punished. And in comes Kelra, skewering Sanji. The chef is put up against the wall. Shadow kill. Kirk with the revitalize. Carl Teasy backs off. This is looking dire for the Cavalry.
This is that unrelenting Onyx tempo that so many teams are afraid of, and now they're just chasing him down, chasing that Cavalry back into their base with a Lord walking on the bottom side of the map.
King Kong did not give up on the play. King Kong did not give up on the pick onto Oheb, and that's what led to this. Onyx Philippines with the Lord, 11 minutes in. Onyx Philippines pushing closer to the base of the Titans.
Such a gritty matchup we have here. And actually, I don't think Onyx is quite done as of yet. Just elevating a goal lead. Now Kirk laying down the carpet, trying to force something here.
And Liquid are doing their darndest to stop the Lord from crashing. And he has his way. Takes out about 1/5 of that turret down bottom.
Successful defense so far for TLPH, but now that the dust have settled, he got a 4K goal lead, and Onyx are pushing TLPH back inside the base.
Okay, there are a lot of items across the board, especially for the 2 cores. Kelra and Oheb both healthy, both have secured their 3 core items. A Divine Glaive already for this Joy, though, and Team Liquid Philippines have to watch now for the even later entries of King Kong, who is slightly readjusting his timings of entering team fights because JP and other members of Team Liquid Philippines have been checking him very well. Dominance Eyes and Radiant Armors for the 2 EXP laners. Good standard build for both of them to give the right utility for their teams.
You know, I can't completely agree with JP just having this is one of the worst matches for a Cho to be in, to be honest.
Oh
it's so
my
hard.
God!
Look at
Ruska
that!
won't let you finish your sentence as he takes out Carl Teasy, serves him up to the Super Fam. Sanji's up next, 2 out from the Cavalry, and the Super Fam are coming in strong. Sanford doing his darndest, but he'll only last a second longer. 3 down from TLPH, and Onyx are inside the base.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes Onyx. They're charging up.
Bruce with a jump, catches one in the back line. JP about to pop. Salmon Force not enough from Oheb. He's trying his best. There's no wave. TLPH survives, but just for a little bit longer. Onyx knows it's over.
Oh, he's all alone.
Bruce goes in for the jump, and that's it. Onyx Philippines takes game 1.
That was game 1 getting taken with conviction here for Onyx Philippines. Just easily dominates with Kelra in the helm.
Whew, it was a very even game up until everything just started really going Onyx's way. One sequence, one play after the other. Despite a very great start by Team Liquid Philippines, Onyx Philippines just found the right response. And this might be an MVP performance for King Kong, gentlemen. That pick onto Oheb, that was the turnaround.
And that farming mode for Kelra really paid off in the end. There was barely anyone who could actually stop him once he got going. So far, you'll see here Sanji as well. I mean, very nice attempts for TLPH. They did not take this lying down. There were moments where it felt like, you know what, they could have made a better engage. Maybe they needed more numbers in the bodies. But you know what, King Kong, they were on the docket.
All right, I have a learning, all right? We're human. We make mistakes. Oheb was fine. But fine wasn't enough against Onyx Philippines. You have to do more than just fine. And yes, they had amazing plays like this, but Onyx knew how to protect their assets. They knew that Kelra should be safe, King Kong should be safe, and that's all there is to it. Everyone else were the foundations to that strat.
Yeah, you can't just dare to be fine. You gotta be finer than ever. Well, Onyx Philippines, they were greater in this one.
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
For your life. Yeah, because it is their life, right? It's
Yeah,
their upper bracket life.
Exactly. Team Liquid, I think it really just got to the point where, okay, yeah, you know, I agree with this. I agree with this. Bruce Goat. We talked about Golden Goat, Young Goat.
How about the Bruce Goat?
What about the Bruce Goat, right?
Y'all can't deny the Bruce Goat did his thing on a hero that people barely notice here in MPL Philippines, but when it does come out, it comes out swinging, it comes out popping. He's your MVP for game number 1.
He comes out balling.
Yeah, literally balling. The reads that Brusco had on the map to commit that, it was blind tyrant revenge flickers that he was dishing out at the right shrubs. That just he went. I think this was the reaction sometimes Brusco had. It's like, oh look, I got someone.
Oops.
Oops.
I could have sworn I'm watching. It's like, you're sure that's not a tracking skill?
Yeah.
It's a skill shot, folks. It's not tracking.
I don't think he missed a lot here. I think he hit a lot of those revenges.
Yeah, I'd say like 80%.
Yeah.
I'm being very generous.
And then very crucial moments as well, like the one we saw earlier where they caught Super Friends. All right, that does happen, right?
Yeah.
But then there's an immediate answer where you force a Purify, you force a fight, and you also get a kill. Small things like that just added up for Onyx here.
Yeah, and I think it's cool that with some recent adjustments to the meta, especially with teams trying out new mixes of heroes and lineups, that back then, this is the main trade in the roam. It was Kufra and Cho. Who gets to the spot first? Who gets to set first? And earlier on, yes, even though Onyx were able to get that first blood, it eventually shifted and JP was like, no, it's my turn to read. I'll die, but I'll get the reads. I'll get here first so that we can do things like these. But this was also another one of the turnarounds because of Brusco landing that revenge into rage combo to set up for Kelra, and him even being able to find the right shrub here onto JP. It just stacked. You can actually look back at a lot of the highlights, and lots of it was because Brusco decided to check it, initiate, and execute.
So he decided to check it before you wreck it.
Exactly.
So apparently just Brusco doing Bruce Goat things.
Yeah.
Again, despite being a newer player, really keeping on par with the veteran status, with the veteran experience that you can really feel in the Land of Dawn.
Okay, you know what? I think the gods of MLBB misheard me. I said I will take 2 30-minute games, not 13-minute games.
13.
This is a quick game by gods and Titan standards.
Yeah, it went by really quickly. Again, it's a signature Onyx. When they hit that power spike, when they find that moment, it doesn't stop.
When they know, they know.
Yeah, when they know, that's when they're just playing with absolutely no fear, no regard for human life. And this is why we ended this in 13 minutes.
No shame.
No shame.
No conscience.
Very similar to like, you know, what we'd call an E-Express,
like
right?
a bunch of demons.
A bunch of demons.
Kings of hell.
Straight out of the underworld.
The underworld.
Crawling out, scratching at their opponents. It does feel like they become unstoppable at a certain point. We have seen this happen before.
Yeah, no, they have MGK, right? So they're the MLBB Devils.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my god. And getting to this point feels like it's so difficult, right? It takes such a high level of coordination to actually pull off counterattacks against a team such as TLPH, where normally they're the ones who are doing the Express.
Yeah, Onyx PH made TLPH look like the Express was chasing something.
Yeah. Look where we are now. Super Friends built a book. Whoa, what a level up. Finally a real wizard is Valir after
Breaking
building.
news of the day.
Yeah, after building
tank
glowing
items.
ones. Yeah. And then for Brusco, I like his itemization here. He went Dreadnought armor, did not full build the anti-cuirass because he knew the threat of the physical damage at that point was moot. So he decided to go for Athena's shield so the Lo Yi and the Harith wouldn't be able to affect him as much, which is why at times it looked like, hey, Brusco's gonna go down. Wait, he got the Tyrant's Rage off before he fell? Oh, that's why.
And your BPI rich guy obviously gonna be King Kong.
Happy
there,
birthday!
Who is rocking the birthday buff. It does feel like their tempo is a little bit higher than usual, a little bit more giggle, as the Oxford English Dictionary would say.
It's real.
And yeah, it's very real. 11,000 gold in a 13-minute game is not a joke.
I would reckon the 4,200 he got from jungle creeps, a good percentage of that actually belonged to Carl Tizzi's jungle. Like, I'd say like 800 gold.
Because he was doing that so early on.
Yeah, like first rotation, he stole that bottom camp. Somewhere in the middle, I'd guess, he took another, and then later on when Carl Tizzi, like, the 11-minute mark, the 10.5-minute mark, half of it was taxed to the beast.
At that point, yeah, Carl Tizzi couldn't actually walk out that much. Yeah. So I reckon, yeah, maybe about 30% of that gold came from Carl Tizzi's jungle. And that's saying something. You're able to do that against the young GOAT. That on its own is like a statement in itself.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see more Kufras roll around, because we got teasers of Kufra throughout Season 15. I think once or twice in Season 14 even.
Yeah.
But now especially, because with it being so much of a requirement for heroes to have dashes, his kit is just so good, and he gets into shrubs and key areas so well, so fast.
And the proliferation of the Chos, you know, and the Harifs. Yeah. It's all part of it, and hopefully more Kufras come in tow. But a big shout out to everyone watching from Greenlight Cafe in Bandung, Indonesia for Team Liquid Philippines. The cavalry's all way across the sea here. And of course, people with Marv's Gaming Hub at Cafe at Tagpuan for Onyx Philippines. Yeah. That is in San Jose.
Okay, these are two worldwide brands, Onyx and Liquid. I love how they're just leveraging that and saying, you know what, fans here, join us.
And Onyx is doing the worldwide thing where, you know how they do it? This is exactly how they do it in Indonesia as well.
Yeah.
I love what I'm seeing here for Onyx, literally taking home a very good culture of esports enthusiasm they have all the way in MPL Indo.
Yeah, it's really cool that the match that we're witnessing now, maybe people from Indonesia are watching us right now. Hello.
Hello.
Salamat malam.
There you go. I'm sure you. There you go.
So, Aku Raja Nasi Lemak.
He's talking to the Malaysians.
In fairness, they have very similar language, so I'm sure they understood that.
Easy to pick up.
Easy to pick up if you are starting to learn Indonesian, which Renmar has been doing for how many months now? Years?
For a while.
For a while.
You memorize more than I do. You speak more than I do. I understand a bit more.
There you go.
That's the weird thing about with two-thirds of the Bear Bros.
Okay.
One speaks more Indonesian, one understands more Indonesian. Sorry, Bahasa in general, yeah.
There you go. So overall, you are gonna have a fun time if you watch those watch parties, and then again, our beloved fans in Indonesia as well, who are always watching MPL Philippines. Thank you so much. And again, we're watching a match that deserves to be really watched all over the world, because these are like the blueprints for greatness.
Kita si Rumbun. In the 13 minutes that elapsed, there was a lot to pick up.
Yeah.
There were good things that Liquid got away with, good things that Liquid did despite losing. But at the end of the day, you know, Onyx equation, Onyx action and execution was much better.
That was only 13 minutes, man. Aku lapar. I want more. I'm hungry for more.
Yeah, mas. Mas. That's
Spanish.
That's Spanish.
Sorry. All right. We'll try to see if I can learn
Talk to MPL Latam, bro.
Yeah.
just a little bit more, right? So
See.
we have a little bit of an all-access pass here with Jamie and Hans. I wonder what they have on the venue.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are gonna be tossing it over to a short break with the immediate contention na nakita natin. And we are back for another segment of MPL Heroes, the Legends Chronicles. At para sa araw na ito, we're gonna be putting the spotlight on the gold standard Dwayne Pillas, also known as Kelra. He was once a young upstart, one of the early season rebels, but his talent was apparent as he gradually earned the moniker, the gold standard. Kitang-kita naman ngayon, the maturity that he adds to the talent that he already possesses, he has fostered all throughout the years. Naging back-to-back finals MVPs together with the championship trophies na kanyang napanalunan together with the super family that he has gradually achieved in terms of connection. The Kelra we know now is humble. Mas binibigay niya yung credit sa kanyang mga kasama at kakampi. Not looking into his own achievements, but rather on the contributions of the entire Sonics. Kaya naman, noong tinanong siya ng All-Star Magazine kung ano ba ang susunod niyang goal, it is to leave a legacy. Ika nga ni Kelra, what I'm after is the title and the legacy. The prize money is a bonus. Of course, gusto ko yung money, but my ultimate goal is to leave a legacy. Like how when people say, in terms of NBA, they think about Michael Jordan. When people say MLBB, I want them to think of Kelra. And this is what makes Kelra an MPL legend. This is what makes him the Golden Goat. And Kelra and the entire Onyx Philippines are on the lead 1-0 as we speak. Pero teka lang, I'm actually wondering, nasaan ang aking co-host? I wonder where Jamie is.
Alam mo, Hans,
hello!
I'm sorry. Medyo nasarapan kami sa kwentuhan dito dahil, ladies and gentlemen, may magandang dilag dito sa MPL Arena!
Everybody, please give it up for Rose, ladies and gentlemen!
Hi, guys!
Rose! Oh my goodness. Di ba may... Pero...
Ano?
Kaya mo yan, ano?
Merong MP... Ano nangyari?
Okay, joke lang.
Mahal niya tayo, kaya nandito siya.
Ay, sige na. Pag-usapan niyo. Sabihin niyo nga sa akin kung ano yung napag-usapan niyo kanina.
Huwag na yung pinag-usapan namin kanina.
we were
Pero
discussing.
pag-usapan natin yung reason kung bakit nandito ka, no? Like, how's your experience? I want to say this, and tell me if I'm saying it right. Apakabar.
Kababae.
Kababae, that's good.
Yes, it means I'm good.
I love it. How's your experience here at the MPL Arena, Rose?
So it's actually my first time in MPL PH. Yes. I love the vibes. Very different from MPL MY. And the reason why I'm here is actually I have an event tomorrow. Pero, you know, I saw that there's a game, an exciting one. I'm like, I messaged Ingan, can I come?
And we're so lucky na nandito ka. We're so happy that you're here. Are you happy, guys? Pakita nyo naman yung supporto niya kay Rose. Now, Rose, nandito tayo sa harap ng dalawang teams. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I will.
But she will, yeah, she will.
Okay, so, are you supporting any team in particular sa MPL Philippines Season 15? And if meron, sino? Aling team?
Actually, ayoko. Kaso nga lang napilitan ako eh.
Ha?
Napilitan?
Yeah.
Ako.
May mga pumipilit sa akin eh.
Na?
Na mga unggoy.
Mga unggoy?
Yes.
Sino yung mga unggoy mo, Rose?
Yeah.
Yung mga unggoy ba na to ay nakasuot ng blue or ng yellow?
Feeling ko yellow eh.
Yellow! Okay, so I think alam na natin. Your team for this season is?
Onyx Philippines.
And since nandito naman sila, Rose, may message ka ba para sa kanila now that you're here right in front of them before their game?
Actually, nothing much. Just wag na lang akong bigyan ng sakit sa ulo tuwing international tournament.
The mother. You are the mother
Yeah,
of,
the mother.
you know, not only the Filipino players na pinapadala natin overseas. I want to know, because like, you've been hosting for quite a while already in MPL Malaysia. How has the experience been like, you know, mula nung nagsimula ka doon until now, you're one of the well-known personalities as well. How does it feel to be recognized internationally as a host?
I think it feels amazing, and I honestly wasn't expecting this much love from the community kasi not just from MPLMY, but also whenever I host in Indonesia, even the fans online from the Philippines. The love from the MLBB communities worldwide is just amazing. And you know what, guys? I love you guys so much.
I love that. So let's zoom in on that, Hans. It is apparent that the Filipino viewers of MPL love you. So what is your message for them, especially dun sa mga team bahay na nanonood ngayon? Ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Well, obviously, to everybody watching, thank you so much for supporting me. And I hope you guys will continue to support MPL Malaysia as well. We have just entered week 2. We have like 4 more weeks of regular season to go. We do not know yet who's going to represent us in EWC. So just keep supporting us, send us your love. And I see your love and I feel your love all the way from Malaysia.
Rose, it is so nice for you to come over here. Nagpakita ka ng suporta sa MPL Philippines. Once again, let's give a warm round of applause to Rose, please. But now, we're going to be tossing it over right back to the casters because we're going to be starting game number 2. Casters, back to you.
There you go. The lovely Rose all the way from MPL Malaysia. Those Malaysians really are some of our best friends in the world right now, especially in MLBB. And I know you guys also just want to live there at this point.
I just realized we're not in Malaysia, so she's not going to feed us. So she's not going to buy us treats. Because now, technically, even though she's also Filipino, It's our home course, so now we have to buy her food, I
Is
guess.
that how it works?
Yeah, I mean, she bought us tarts and lots of food during M6 and every time we visit her and we're with her. So I think it's our turn.
We gotta get some quick here.
We just get her a full-on lechon at this point.
Lechon.
The whole lechon.
I thought she would feed me.
Wouldn't she?
Nah, I think it's the other way around. We gotta
show
gotta
her
give back.
hospitality,
Gotta
I
give
guess.
back.
Yeah.
Gotta give back. Yeah.
All right, we'll talk to Rose a little bit later. And again, it's always a pleasure, always a treat to watch Rose. And apparently, it's her first time in MPLPH. What do you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like the time she's we've seen her like come back home for a while.
She was
visit.
last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Ramp
Yeah.
5.
What was
Yeah,
that?
that was an M series. So this is the regular season, and now she's watching it, and we all love it here. And again, we are on to the draft here for game number 2. 13-minute game for game 1. Leia's a little bit disappointed. I wonder what's going to turn up here in game 2 draft.
Let me clear it out again. Gods of MLBB, 3-0, 30 minutes. I want to see more.
3-0, more games like this, because we need to study them. We want more sample sizes, you know? So we're loading it up, and surprisingly, no Lucas ban yet. Maybe later.
I think Onyx don't want to ban the Lucas because they can pick it up for themselves in the first 2-pick swing. They can honestly rush it at this point.
They can bait the Joy, they can bait the Zushin.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. I don't think the Zushin's going to show up.
Oh.
Ooh, okay.
Well, this jungle's crazy, though.
Yeah.
Love it.
I think this is what Onyx might actually be setting up for. With them taking out the Kalea chip. Yeah, if TLPH bite into the bait of the Joy, they'll pick up... I think even if the Joy's available for Onyx, they would rather choose Lucas.
But the Moskov ban here as well. That Moskov was crazy in game 1.
Ah, that's true, yeah. You might... If you're Liquid, you might want to consider a Moscow.
Which will, again, make more possible the trade that Coach Weinhardt is presenting. I love it. And it also allows for the redemption arc of King Kong with Lucas, much like my own personal arc with Lucas.
Your own arc.
Yeah, people know. If you've been watching and listening to all of the broadcasts that we've been on, I was a Lucas hater. Was.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Same. We are both reformed in that regard.
Yes, we are reformed Lucas appreciators.
Yes.
Lucas
RLAs.
Appreciation Squad. We lack it.
I need to think of a better acronym. All right, I told you Zushin was going to show up.
Yes. There's a Zushin. It's not... They don't really mind the Moskov, apparently. Maybe they'll take it. Maybe they'll want to take it.
I don't know if it's for first pickable, man.
You want to deny it? There's a Lucas ban, though.
Okay, they decide to commit it. So this is a clearer path for a Joy pickup for Team Liquid, though. And if ever for the jungle later is definitely going to be Hayabusa for King Kong if that's the case. But they don't even go for the Joy rush right away. So Team Liquid Philippines are playing their own style, their own way, which says we want JP on the jawhead. We want that pick off, that snowball, that very fast. We might not end up getting a 30-minute game here.
With the way
it's
going to
be like sub-18.
I'll take a 13 as long as we go to game 3.
Okay, there you go.
I want a Liquid Stampede.
Yeah, our Saturday is going to be a little bit lacking if we go for 2 games.
Yeah, we've already had 2 sweeps today, so
yeah,
something's got to give.
It's a little short, you know. So they're giving away the Joy trade, obviously in this one. But what's the other half of it? There's a Katot.
Yep. Of course, could have been going into the hands of Sanford, and this will again, one of the flexible picks for Onyx is this Gatot Gacha. It's not necessarily a Brusco pick, but they block off one of the best counters against the Joy. So Liquid now, their EXP needs to be strong crowd control. Of course, Hayabusa goes to the hands of Carl TZ. They go for Badang in the EXP. Brave choice.
Also a good Joy counter.
Yeah. You force out 1 dash at least from her if you catch her because she's forced to use 1 dash
over
to
the wall.
Out of the wall.
That's right. And I actually really like the... There you go. Superfin's still back on the Valier.
He has a new flame.
Yeah, that's right. And there you go. You also have a Jawhead, by the way. Just makes it a lot harder for the Joy to go crazy. So he got a lot of things going for TLPH so far in the draft.
Yeah.
At least in terms of dealing with the Joy.
Okay, so is Valier now a response to lineups that like the pickoff? Because we saw the Cho struggle against it, and plus, if you commit a pickoff onto the Valier, he'll just use his ultimate to purify it away anyway.
I need to see more, but the fact that the Valier showed up again in the first phase makes me believe that maybe yes. Against the pickoff lineup, He might be the answer.
It's not quite taking shape just yet, but if you don't ban out the Moskov here, I feel like Onyx is still gonna go for it. So, you know, you gotta really think about this last ban here. And it could be a big deal. It's gonna be such a big deal.
It's gonna be raw physical gold lane for Kelra. I think TL would want to take away the Moskov, right?
Just here.
Yeah.
And then let him deal with a less than ideal Granger.
Exactly, because if you want to be able to space out the map, another give it.
What?
Yeah, I think this could be another Moskov game for Kelra. It looks good for him. There's no clear disadvantage.
And then Liquid can just play better out of the gold. Because again, it's not like Oheb was the reason why they lost.
Yeah.
Completely. I agree with that one. I feel like the Harif is also just something that you can consider here. I feel like the Harif is still the powerhouse it was in the last season.
He's aight.
Yeah.
He's
For
still
Onyx?
No, I mean
for Liquid.
for either of them.
Okay. I think more for Liquid because way too much magic damage if it goes to the hands of Onyx.
Oh, true. That's true.
That's
The
why
profile.
Liquid can go Oheb again. Can go Harith again on Oheb.
Everyone here is physical, and then you go magic for your gold laner.
Or
Nathan.
There's still a mid laner at large for Liquid here. So what's the chef cooking up?
You don't want the Valentina for sure.
Magic.
Vex! Oh my god!
Yeah.
But Vex!
Yeah, I'm thinking Vex.
No,
Vexana for the Deathly
Jawhead,
Grasp.
Vex.
It's a pick off, Jawhead, Badang, Vexana. It's very one-dimensional. If you want an extra dimension, go spicy and you pick up a Claude in the gold lane instead. That makes your damage a little bit more mid to late.
Novaria.
Oh, Novaria! What? Okay.
Double sniper!
Oh, Beatrix? Novatrix? Oh no, Harith.
Still a Harith.
Oh, this sets up for the Harith a little bit better with Novaria, but...
Is this, you throw out the echoes so that your CCs, you know, stick?
Yeah.
Easier? Is that it?
Yeah, that opens up the hitbox for the Badang. It's a good combo, the Badang Jawhead high boosted together with the Novaria.
Oh, yeah, no. That'll make even Shadow Kill maybe slightly more lethal.
Yes.
Because you're jumping on the dudes because they're...
All right. And again, that's a big what if. Like, if Onyx Philippines is going to clump up that much. We're looking for Kufra, but it looks like a Cho for the meantime for Onyx Philippines, which worked very well for Brusco in the past anyway.
Yeah. All right. So it's a slight remix of the last... It's like they just decided to both go for refinement. You know, nothing too crazy for the lineups. Just some small adjustments here and there. Now it's a Jawhead versus a Cho. Okay, for Team Liquid Philippines, with any lineup that has a Jawhead Hayabusa together, there's a possibility of the big snowball going very quickly, considering that the Cho will be placed a little bit more forward into the positioning of the map. If the timing is off between Super Friends and Brusco, that leaves Super Friends susceptible to getting dived on by the Hayabusa and Jawhead. So that's just one thing that Brusco needs to watch out for.
This game definitely feels like a better Cho match for them, though. The last game was a bad matchup for the Cho, so I can't really fault JP too much for that.
Yeah.
But here we go for game number 2. Again, fingers crossed for it not being a 13 minutes such a fast game, because we need more games here in Saturday night MLBB here in MPLPH.
Welcome to
so
Mobile
let's load up
Legends.
in game number 2 here and see where they will stack up.
All right. Excuse me, folks. The drums right behind me scared me. But let's see how they're going to be starting. Orange for... no. Kartizi started purple, and it was the Jawhead leashing, so it was the double start. And Kartizi committed the retribution much earlier there, so he might be able to use it later on for a quick little invade. So quick leash for the Hayabusa to rotate faster.
Oh, Kartizi threatening Brusco here real quick. Even Super Prince catching a few beads there. Already used regeneration.
Very early on, TLPH looks like they're eager to just invade, just exactly what Onyx was doing in the previous match. But look at this. If King Kong just happens to find these creeps, like we were talking about earlier.
Nothing comes for free when it's the beast we're talking about.
Yep. Cross-map trade. He's not going to be hitting level 4 just yet. Kartizi will get there first because of the pathing that will balance and equalize in just a little bit. So a remix again of the Keller versus Oheb Harith, Moscow versus Harith matchup.
It's a repeat.
Yeah, repeat.
Big repeat.
Not even a remix. It's a sequel.
Part 2.
Dudes just shifted sides.
Yeah.
And let's see if maybe Kelra will do pretty much the same what he did game 1, or maybe be a bit more proactive here. I guess he doesn't need to, because you do have a Valier, Joy, and Cho on your mid trio. It's already very powerful on its own anyway.
Yeah, the onus is on Oheb because he knows now that he has to have extra teeth. He knows he has to be more aggressive and use the space given to him. He can't be, again, like in game 1, just fine.
He's actually one of the only sustained damage dealing heroes they have in this game, in this whole lineup. Everyone's more burst and more pick off. So Oheb is, if they group up together, if they clumped up together, it feels like Oheb is the guy who needs to do most of the heavy work.
Yeah, kind of 50-50 here for both teams. I think for 2 roamers, Brusco and JP would want to get level 4 first. But with the 2 EXP laners already dancing for this turtle, they might not even wait for that. Oh, King Kong.
He spots Carteezy as he secures the purple, and he sees Carteezy, hey, he's maybe half an XP bar higher than me.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines are going to be positioning for the turtle first in the big picture of it all.
Carteezy orange drive-by, he already has it.
Yeah.
That was very fast.
And because of the turtle, Oni could not get his orange yet. Oh, Brusco missed!
With the flicker, exposing 3, there's the Astral Echoes, in comes 40, the ejector on the Brusco, dash it back out, Kirk here, already in the middle of 3, AOG, point blank, Carteezy draws first blood, down goes Carteezy, Super Prince sets him on fire, JP falls as well, King Kong takes him down, 2 for 1, Onyx goes for the turtle.
Yeah, and despite having such a good initial position on that turtle, Onyx is the one who actually took it from TLPH.
What? It was Super Prince. It was Super Prince, it was the Valier, it was him being able to fireball and torrent. Team Liquid Philippines that stopped the tempo of them taking Brusco out. We thought that Onyx will lose the roamer right away, but Super Prince got the control, the damage right on time.
Yeah,
this Valier pick, man.
Oh my god, oh, gets away the dragon on him, JP to the rescue, Zaman underneath, served it up to the tier 1. That's a kill for Liquid.
Big rescue mission coming in from JP, but look at that. SOD will hit. Kelra doesn't really want to take it.
Yeah, with the high boost nearby, JP protecting Oheb would have been way too risky. Even Super Prince thought he could get a few shots there onto Oheb, but JP was protecting his gold laner. So both teams just trading it out across the map via kills, via good rotations.
Yeah, and so far, I would say JP still doing a pretty good job with Brusco, not giving any quarter right now, and making sure that Kelra has a great lane. No opportunity for them to invade the Onyx jungle side.
I'm so happy. I think I'm going to be able to get more Valier games. And again, I spent a lot for that KOF skin, man.
It'll change the way mid lane is played. It's been a while since we've seen a battle mage like Valier.
Yeah, battle mage, that's a good way to put it. He's like a battle mage. Get the sheer crowd control. He's not always the best in terms of the damage department, but the kit that he brings in, with how he changes the aspect of team fights through crowd control with ticking damage is...
Prince gets caught by the shadow kill! Was a shuriken throw just for good measure. Astral Echo spots another member of Onyx. Free pickoff for Liquid.
Of course, as we mentioned it, right? Happens right before our eyes. Very classic here in MPLPH at this point. And now Kelra with a 2v1.
Drops the Salmon Force, gets kicked up. Purify, and he does survive the 2-man gank. Oheb playing with fire here, and I mean figuratively.
SOD, will Kelra try to toss it? Nah, he won't. He's going to focus on the tower instead. He wants to save up the SOD because there is the turtle up already.
Free push for Liquid. Kelra does get, wait, he's short a minion. Turtle, very low. Turtle down to a 10. Carteezy secures the ejector away from King Kong. Liquid wants to disperse. They want to disengage. Sanji.
They're chasing.
Down with the Astral Echoes. Kurtz jumped in. Sanford with the fist crack. JP smart missiles to disincentivize and engage from Kirk and Brusco. Brusco conceal. JP as well. Their spots. They're pushing top mid lane. Tier 1. Top lane still standing. Brusco very low. Brusco gets taken out by Oheb. But Onyx take the turret.
That was a very interesting trade. Brusco obviously was traded for all of that, but TLPH feels, ONPH rather, feels like they got what they wanted, and now they're going to have to answer this push.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a good push in through mid.
Unstoppable Force was an ejector, takes out Girl in the back line. The young goat takes out the golden goat, and Oheb finds a double in Prince. They're going to jeopardize King Kong's purple too, but the beast comes in and says, nah, not on my watch. There's a kick coming in from Brusco. Carteezy, very low. Carteezy, Oheb gets a kill. Brusco down. Onyx BH are reeling.
Just like that, the club back by the Cavalry. As Onyx thought they got a win with a team fight after Liquid got the turtle. Liquid read the situation. Onyx spent too much, so Liquid decided to push in mid to force a fight in mid, and now Onyx Philippines will have to climb back into this down 2,000 gold. Looking at the items, very close for the two junglers, while Oheb has a considerable lead over Kelra, who only has one item locked in, while Oheb already is up to Starlium Scythe after the Feather of Heaven.
Now that is an undeniable advantage going over the TLPH right after we went into full-on brawl mode for like the past 3 minutes. That was very insane, and TLPH finally making use of that jawhead the way it is supposed to be. I don't think we saw a lot of jawheads in the past few days here, and it is looking really good for TL. They're having a lot of control on this map.
Whoa, unstoppable force coming in from JP, pushed back by Prince, and the Cavalry looks like they have their eyes on the turtle here. They begin the dance. Kirk here holding onto the AOG. That's 5 members of the Cavalry all around. Finds the fist crack and the break. Doesn't use it just yet. Carlteasy gets the final turtle.
Kelra not even trying to join here, leaving the turret to push on the bottom side.
Yeah, reading the scenario, Onyx Philippines just decided to play the macro and give up that turtle, while they will not be able to protect the purple buff here of King Kong unless... Nope, will not be able to make it in time is King. So Liquid, the Cavalry can breathe easy, as the Stallions have a considerable lead right now against the Super Fam.
And these are positions where you don't see Onyx in a lot. And this boy, oh boy.
How in tarnation! Brusco was there. There were some minions, but Carlteasy found his mark. Kelra down one more time. Looking for a fight. Onyx thinking twice about it. This ain't, let's back off.
Carlteasy with a statement. Before you became a god, I was already the GOAT for a much longer time.
They are roaring, they are stomping it just like they did.
45 back, plus the injector on the Kirk, free pick-off.
Big pickoffs here. King Kong, 1 HP, making it back into the base, but they're getting pushed in.
Like a trapped animal, King Kong can't run around. Another shadow kill, forcing a flicker from Friends.
We are getting shades of Peak Carl, Assassin Carl. The greatest assassin in the game, Carl. 4-1-2, almost getting a massive kill there, but before that, he already got a massive kill and taking down Kelra. And again, this is what we talked about with the lineup of Liquid, the threat of having a Jawhead and Hayabusa together. It was tempered by Onyx Philippines, but Liquid eventually ran away with it.
And that was way too much. You're right, it's a big throwback to like OG Assassin Carlteasy when he was just playing the Lancelot and everyone just staring in awe and amazement.
This is peak creation Carlteasy.
Yeah, you can cover up JP's name. It's like, Lusty, is that you?
Oh my goodness. And they're really doing everything they should be doing, pushing Onyx Philippines back, making sure some of these resources are not available for Onyx to take. And
conceal.
Conceal play.
What are they looking for?
Big one.
Echo finds 3. Injector onto 1. Kirk gets taken out here. Oh, he gets out with the AOG.
They use up a lot of resources once more to just slow that down. And no contest whatsoever. SOD won't even be thrown here.
Yeah. They can't do much. Go, King Kong tried.
Summon force, plus a shadow kill. King Kong backing out. Injector all the way to the back. Serving up King Kong to the Filipino sniper. Point blank synchro vision.
What a read by JP. The flicker toss, perfect to stop the escape of King Kong.
Fist break. Fritz goes down. Oheb drops the summon force underneath. He is 3 in mid. Kirk gonna fall here. It's just Kelra left. And Liquid want to stampede through. 10 minutes. 10 minutes all it takes.
I could read the lips of Sanford there. They want to go. They want to finish it right here, right now.
They got a whole bunch of minions. And ladies and gentlemen, amongst gods and titans, we're going to game 3.
And it feels like the crowd would want it no other way. Game number 3 between the old gods and the new titans here in MLBB. We are seeing it and roaring it. And again, I swapped it out again. It's for the second time.
Two teams who have built an identity and a name for themselves for being so great in the early, so great with the aggressive play, fast, hard-hitting Mobile Legends bang bang. We're not getting long games. We're getting their signatures, and we're getting a game number 3.
You know what they say? We're not here for a long time. We're
here for a good time.
Baby!
I'll tell you, it's a great time because in the clinic that Onyx put on in turning games around in game 1, Liquid just showed him, hey, we know how to do the sprint as well.
And to be fair, they are the OG Express boys, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones who came up with it. They're the ones who really run down their opponents, given any chance.
It's in their DNA.
Like, it's wild. Like, major respect for Liquid for saying we're first picking the Jawhead, and this is why. This is their first pick. They decided that their draft, their playstyle from the get-go is gonna be fast, express, stampede, and JP and Carl TZ really lived up to that identity to set up Sanji, Sanford, and Oheb for success.
There were no brakes on this train.
No breaks at all. Like if you had to go, you're holding it in until we reach the station.
Oh my god, I can't imagine.
That's just how they do it. And it looks like the Filipino sniper is your MVP here for game number 2. And he played the Harif definitely a lot better here in this game.
Yeah, it was a big game from a big money Oheb. No deaths, 887 GPM. I'm gonna say it right now, this is the PPI rich guy as well.
100%.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
As a gold laner nearing 900 GPM in 10 minutes.
Yeah, he is more than just fine. In game 1 he was fine. In game 2 he was fine.
He's balling.
And he's making it rain on this one. And of course, again, this doesn't discredit like the performance of everyone else from Liquid. It's just that when everything else finally hit like their main apex, Oheb needed to show up. And he definitely showed up. Going deathless, getting 8 kills to boot. Yeah, well-deserved MVP.
Oh God!
Look at that,
Dudes
mid-air.
is just flying. Daddy JP turning these heroes into ragdolls.
Slow motion as well. And again, we're seeing the reason why he got picked up at such a early stage. First pick here for TLPH.
Yeah, a sleeper hit for me as well. And this one is Sanford. There were some really crucial fist cracks as he was able to dish out. This is one of them, and it was one of the best ones to solidify the victory here for Team Liquid Philippines on the way to forcing game number 3.
Something I'm curious about is exactly what Sanji did, stat-wise. I want to see that damage spread because that seems to be one of the main things that the Novaria did. He softened up the rest of Onyx so that Carl TZ can finish him off, Oheb can lean in harder, make Onyx think twice about picking fights. And I paid attention to every single Astral Echoes. He did get the 4-man, 5-man, but he was always throwing out 2-mans, 3-mans. All right, come on in.
Yeah,
Make my day.
We know you love watching those Astral Echoes.
They changed the game, bro.
They do change the game. even individually, right? As like hitting 2 already reveals so much of the map. It does make or break a team fight.
Yeah, so let's look at Sanji for his items. So he went 1-0 and 9, around the 7,000 gold, only up to a glowing wand and lightning truncheon. And again, the change to lightning truncheon, it's one of the biggest item changes I've seen in recent memory. The fact that they took away the damage cap from the resonate, and if there's like enough targets, it'll just keep on bouncing. I think those little bits of like 60 to 80 magic damage that would just be bouncing around in big collapse team fights, around creeps, around minions, resonating over and over again, eventually is what made Onyx realize, wait, where's this damage coming from? Why are we slowly getting ticked down?
I feel that in the effects, especially of Glowing Wand, where you have a burn, you have anti-heal. Regardless of the number of damage, the fact that you got damage itself is already impactful.
Second most from Liquid.
Yeah.
Wow.
Second most overall.
Yeah, all the pokes. I think a lot of the engagements that Kirk, Brusco wanted to do, they were always doing it in a point where they're like relatively unhealthy. Where there's like they already took bits of damage that they wouldn't be able to survive for as long as they wanted to. I think even Brusco, because he took up 45,000 damage here, definitely felt that. Kirk was definitely like total sandbag here by Liquid, almost 75,000 damage dealt to him.
He ate all
74,
that Sanji served up. The appetizers, the hors d'oeuvres, the main course, that was Oheb and Carl. No, Carl was a dessert. Carl cleaned up.
Carl is always the dessert. He's the cakes, right? Wait, is he?
Is he the baby? I don't know.
We'll have to double check.
Yeah, that's the #1 question actually. Who's the baby, who's the cakes? But Oheb is bringing the big money, that's what.
9664, he's a BPI rich guy. In a 10-minute game, 887 GPM.
That's my theory.
What?
That together they are baby cakes. Like nobody can stand alone.
Nobody can really separate which is which.
Yeah. That's my theory.
I guess that's what makes them so good, right?
Yeah. They activated each other. They activated OHEB and this one. Fun. Again, these are fast games that we're getting, but they've been some fun games.
And I guess the MLBB gods listen to Leo here. You know, not really long games, but 3 short ones is not bad. Not a bad trade.
We got not what we wanted, but what we need.
Yeah. Now can we get a 25-minute game?
Just as a coup de grace, you know? Just clean it up.
Yeah,
like pied de resistance.
Yeah, to the point like by the 25th minute, we're all like already voices cracking a little bit. We need a little bit more, maybe some, you know. I was about to say it. I'm gonna say it. Tolakangin in us. Shout out to the Indonesians. Tolakay.
So good, so good. It's always, it helps us, it saves us. Yeah. It doesn't help us, it saves us in so many situations. Anyway, yeah, so we got what we wanted. The fans got what they wanted, I think. It was a 13-minute game in Onyx. 10-minute game for TL.
Oh, God.
What's next?
These 2 games so far, I'll tell you now, they don't feel like regular season games. I could see these 2 games being earlier parts of a best-of-5 or a best-of-7 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of technical display and showcase that these 2 teams are putting on for us.
And I guess they're just giving us what we deserve, right? And the gameplay that they are showing is really international caliber. Throw it over to Hans for the meantime, though. We're going to slow down a little bit. Talk.
We are going to be heading to a game number 3. I want to know, what time is it? How about when I say, let's go, Liquid? Let's go! Let's go, Liquid! It's me, Madars, and Nick Nock na maghaharap na naman ngayon para sa araw na ito. Nag-usap na tayong dalawa kung sinong mauuna. And Nick Nock, pangunahan mo na ang Sonics. Ano ba ang banat mo?
Simple lang naman yung banat ko. Ano pa ba? May napatunayan na kami. Not just one, not just twice, but rise back to back pa!
Not just one, not just 2, pero back-to-back pa, Mima. Ano naman ang banat mo?
Nanonood ka ba ng MPL? Hindi mo alam na ganun din ang nangyari sa amin. Nag-world champ din kami. Ilang beses din kami naging champion sa MPL. So, dapat alam mo yon. Makunat ang kabayo.
Kabayo! Kabayo! Nasaan ang kabayo? Nagkabanata na, oras na para sa rebat. Nick Nock, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Aanhin ko pa ang pressure cooker kung hindi ko kayang palambutin yung kabayo nyo!
I-on mo yung pressure cooker. I-on mo, i-on mo. Yun na pala yun. Nadaan sa pressure cooker, Mima. Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Kwento ko lang sa iyo sa lahat ng makasalanan, ito ang hindi nang iwan. Si Daddy JP handang-handa sa balagbagan. Teka, badang yung ginamit doon. Mag-ingat kayo sa XP namin dahil tatak Sanford yon. Kapag sa gitna, hindi siya mawawala. Si Sanji, the Hamster Mage, kung tawagin. Teka, huwag kayong umawa. Si Oheb nandyan, katambal pa niya si Carlito. O huwag kayong ganyan dahil solid na yung goat to. Ito ang Team Liquid, super solid. Kaya win na to, dagungdong ng mga kabayo, siguradong mananalo. Sinong bumangga, tiyak matitibag ka dito.
Hindi ko alam kung ba't nagkakaroon ng emote dito, ladies and gentlemen. MPL Super Fan Rap Battle. Make sure to take a look at the social media to know more. Pero gusto kong marinig ang Sonics! Nasaan ang Sonics? Now I am wondering, nakuha nila ang game number 2. Buhay pa ba ang Cavalry? Game number 3 is now underway. Alam niyo na kung ano ang kasunod. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Yeah, we got some bars, and I cannot wait for that rap rumble to actually unfold very, very soon. Hope you guys are looking forward to that as well. Huge. And again, the crowd here is just insane. Everyone, a lot of people are actually standing. Whew, that's pretty easy to say. And right now, we will probably, again, watch see them play, because right now, getting game number 3, with the way that they played game 1 and number 2, again, it feels like you can toss a coin. And the high caliber MLBB gameplay we're seeing here really deserves upper bracket at this point.
Oh God, look at this, Coach. Why not? First ban Jawhead.
Ooh, respect begets respect.
Max respect here. 2
bans there, once again, onto the heroes of JP and of course the Lucas, while
Kill
Liquid. It's the spread of the roam, the mid and the jungle. Onyx get their joy yet again.
Of course. Here's a blitz draft coming into play here.
Going fast.
Feels like they know exactly what they want to do here for game 3.
Yeah.
And for TLPH, it's going global with the Loyi.
Yeah, they didn't go for the Phoveus this time around. In game number 1, it was a Loyi Phoveus they first picked. In this scenario, earlier in game number 1, it was a high-loss Moskov that picked up in the scenario. I think they can still keep the Moskov, or they might actually swerve. What if they go into the second phase without their gold laner yet and play for a different gold laner matchup?
And that might take Liquid off of their footing and make Oheb think twice, because he's on fire on the Harith.
Yeah. To be fair, though, maybe Moskov might be the best pick that they go for, because they do have the joy, and Moskovs have shown in the past. Yeah. You mess it up.
Oh my God! 3 games in.
Valera. It's the Valera.
The Valera.
The Valera.
The Valera.
Tonight, Onyx woke up and said, "We're playing Valera."
I like this though. We are getting a different gold lane matchup, so both teams decided to go into that. We pick up our junglers now. We're saving our cores, our gold laners for the second phase.
Feels like a lot of gold laners might get banned out here in the second phase. But no, it's Hilda still removed by TLPH.
I think this is they're covering their bases. They didn't want to face up against a Hilda EXP and sudden Brusco Gatot Kacha.
Kirk plays one hell of a Hilda.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pass him.
Yeah, and Brusco plays so well with the Gatot Kacha when he has someone like a Hilda getting all the vision and buying the time for him so that he could go in late entry with the Avatar of Guardian. By the way,
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Look at that. Carl Tizzy becomes the second player in MBLPH's 300 career game wins.
Woo!
Who's the first one? Few. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
So, idol ng mga kids, and then the kids who idolized him.
So good. That's so poetic, isn't
it?
I love it.
That's why they're Titans, brother. That's why they're Titans.
Welcome to the strongest Oh, wow. Ingan just dropping some bombs here.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, very few people will contest.
Nope. You can't argue that.
Oh, yo, is that my man JJ too?
That's Gia Jung. Gia Jung is in the building.
Let's go. Shout out to Gia Jung.
Okay, there's the Harith. Again, Coach Wine has had enough of it. Oheb on that MVP performance from game 2. TLPH taking out that Phoveus again. Gotta respect Kirk. That's 2 Kirk bans in phase 2.
What about the Moskov ban? You can see the chairs reaching almost all the way to us now. So they really did add a layer, didn't they?
They're marching closer.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is too many people. And right now, they are considering maybe still XP or gold ban out. Or a roam, I guess.
Yeah. It's good that Onyx is going to the second phase with a flex option. For TLPH, I think we're already seeing the EXP. I'm leaning towards this is really going to be a Badang for Sanford while we're just waiting on the JP pickup. Whether he's going to go for... Oh, he has to go fast and pick off. Oh, they banned the Franco. Okay.
They did?
Yeah, they can't go slow for TLPH here. He might have to consider Cho yet again, or if JP's feeling it, what if he goes for the Kufa this time?
Ooh, I mean, he's got the muscle memory for it for sure. Oh, but it's a high loss. Very classic.
Ooh, they decide to go high loss Badang against the Valir? Superfizz is going to be quite happy with that one.
As a high loss main.
Yeah, slow.
I hate Valir.
Yeah, right?
That's Kotor's.
Kotor's. Maybe that was what they were talking about in the rap battle. You can't really soften up a horse like
Can't
that.
tenderize it.
Can't tenderize that
Yeah,
one.
this guy can. Not a lot of things can tenderize a horse. The hot flames of a Valir definitely can.
He can. He definitely will, by the way.
Baby,
So that makes us wonder, right? Like, what are they up to? What's the game plan here? Definitely don't want to face a Valir head on.
But it sounds like they opened up the Moskov, no? Is that not free right now?
Yep.
It is.
Moskov. Or you know what? It's slow front to back. Beatrix.
Beatrix!
Hey! All right.
And the Cho. Okay. So what does Oheb play?
Is he the one who's going to play Moskov here? Do you want to play Moskov against Bea?
That's a bit overkill on the macro. They don't need it.
Clint?
I don't think so.
Bruno?
Yeah, because of the presence of the
Bruno
Joy,
or
you're really
Moskov.
thinking twice. Yeah.
Bruno or
or Moskov, I agree. Strong burst. A lot of the AoE is going to be coming from the Loyi, Badang, though. And of course, the spread of the Shadow Kill.
If you Irrital here, you're going to have to Irrital Purify. I don't know how effective that's going to be in lane.
Yeah, it's going to take time. It applies so much even more pressure in the center of the map for a Hayabusa to scale.
Oh!
But they decide to go Granger
How can we
instead.
forget? Granger was still open.
I guess we kind of just start forgetting because teams are starting to kind of just shy away from him as well.
He's not a high priority anymore.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd go for it, but I'm not going to knock it. It covers what they needed. They wanted a bit more range, good physical damage, so not a bad pick at all.
Can snowball.
Can snowball.
There's still that. And not to mention, it's also very difficult to free hit if there's a Valier. So you don't want Irifel, you don't want like Clint. You want someone who can do it from a distance. And I guess that's like the lesser evil here.
Given in the recent patch, it's shorter distance, but a distance nonetheless.
Yeah. And you don't like free hit while you're standing, you know, which is, you know, people who play Valier love to hit targets who just love to stand.
My God, not a single Purify.
Oh, this is gonna be spicy, boys. It is gonna be spicy. Here we go for game number 3. I am looking forward to these big flicker plays, and because of that, I also think this will end very quickly. just because of the recipe. You put in so much chaos between both of these teams, you just end up with a big piling mess.
But it's a beautiful mess.
It's a beautiful mess, though.
Because it's the best MLBB in the world kind of mess that we're witnessing here tonight. Game 3, final game in this final bout. Beautiful MLBB on a Saturday night. What else could you ask for?
I want a string quartet of violence. That's all I'm asking for. Fast, non-stop, brawly. Please give that to us right now, Liquid and Onic.
We have drums. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, we got some drums right behind us, both sides too.
Fine.
So.
All right.
And again, it's not the classic goal lane matchup. It's Beatrix versus Granger. These matchups can also be very, very spicy on their own as well.
To balance out the range, Keller's using Renner. All right, usually we see, even up against the Grangers, that Beatrixes would use Bennett because it does provide the range and it zones out a little bit against the Granger, but this time he really wants that range, so he goes for the Renner instead, maximizing the last hits, bursts that he can get instead. By the way, that Beatrix does have tenacity, so Keller does understand that he's going to be susceptible to a lot of physical damage, especially in the laning up against Oheb, so I like the emblem choice there by Keller.
Yeah, really good choice, and making sure that you also just don't get bursted to oblivion by a Granger on the lane itself.
Yeah, I should have done that earlier when I played the Layla against the Granger. But no point crying over spilled milk now.
I was in that game. You should have done that.
Yeah.
You were. Oh yeah, that was the game after match 1. So here we go. Stuff that we do at the backstage, boys and girls.
Whoop.
Perusco up on front. JP is also just gathering information as he can. Super Friends has the ultimate as well. King Kong on the side. Sanji, will they go for something spicy here? I don't think so.
Dear God. King Kong is a full bar of EXP almost ahead of Carl Deasy now. 4 members of the cavalry coming through. AOG from Kurt dispersing. AOG from Kurt dispersing. Liquid. There's a revitalize from JP. Carl Deasy secures the turtle, but King Kong punching him down. Dropping the glorious pathway for the retreat. No dice for Onic. No one goes down. Liquid happy with that take.
Yeah, that's a very happy trade here for Liquid.
Yeah.
Getting both, getting the objective despite all the effort of Onic here, throwing so much, but Onic didn't actually use up too many of those flickers.
Yeah.
So
they threw a lot to zone out Team Liquid Philippines. It's just unfortunate that King Kong lost the raw retry battle against Carl Teasy. Well, to be fair, there was a lot of things happening, but no, that was just Carl Teasy straight up winning Retribution.
Yeah, that's the cleanest we've seen Liquid all series long, at least in these early engagements. I could eat off of that play.
And no one died. So it's just, we're back to MPLPH, guys.
Yeah. 3 minutes Hunter Strike already for Oheb. Rush. Keller a bit delayed on his first item. He had to go for a bit of a chop, so he had to, of course, get the jerkin first. Really, it's going to be tough for the Badgers to go up against the Granger, so you'd want to build up more physical for yourself first.
Brusco with the flicker and the kick coming through. Serving up a kill to Sanji. Down goes JP. King Kong takes him down. It's a trade, 2-for-1. Sanji goes as well.
Yeah, right there was a combo that Onyx has been looking for.
Man, Onyx Philippines, that was a picture-perfect combo. Brusco, Kirk connection on point. Sanford, though, has to be careful.
Oh, finds a stun on the King Kong. Pops to revitalize. They're trying to survive here. Here comes JP and Sanji sitting in that fence brush. They spot Super Prince. Super Prince flickers out. Called easy. Can he come in? Not enough firepower from Liquid. They doubt themselves and back off.
Searing Torrent on point. Brusco's Jeet Kundo on point. And Super Prince able to get away. Had to commit the flicker to do it, though. So Team Liquid Philippines has a bit of important information they can work with. No flicker on the Valier for this turtle take.
They were able to force a flicker off of Brusco as well, which means they're relatively safe here.
Oh, JP dropping the glorious pathway. Shadow kill by Carl Teasy, helping secure that turtle. Again, Liquid happy with these wins.
Inch by inch, they're starting to slowly take some advantages from Onyx. But again, despite two turtles going over to TL, Goldie doesn't really show it that much.
Keller got to balance out a little bit of the early lead that Oheb got by getting a bit more hits on the energy shielding of the turret right now. So a bit more gold diversion, getting cooked up here by Sanji. Where is he going there?
Cooking.
Right there.
The chef has arrived alongside Sanford, but Onyx smelt it. Onyx smelt it. Keller and Brusco got out of there.
It's actually a really calculated play. They didn't want to go too deep on that second bush behind the turret, just in case, so they don't mess it up. They also just get some information, but right now it is going to be still even Stevens on the map.
Okay. All right, so I like how very conditional right now is the mindset of Liquid and Onyx. Play around the map, find your tempo and flow elsewhere, either through minions, through slight pokes, find an opening. Both going for a 4-1 split with Carl Teasy easily taking the tower up top. King Kong not able to fully defend up against that Hayabusa right now.
A bit of deja vu here, ladies and gents. Carl Teasy doing exactly the things that Hayabusa is doing, but in a bit of a more, I would say, optimal way.
Very Game 2 performance. He's literally just riding the momentum that they had after winning game number 2. Sanji sent Sanford down here. I guess they're setting up for a push.
Yeah, they are. I think that's a straight-up push now at this point. Kelvin knows it. Kirk probably wants to just check it. JP up on front. That tower's going down.
Up top, though, I guess Brusco left that chubby wave. A passive push for Onyx. I wonder if that's enough.
Looks like it. I think. No? Oh, there it is.
Right.
There it is. Right to the last HP bar.
Top for bot then. Top for bot.
Top for bot? What did I see?
Sanji,
what?
Stunner step flicker. He flinched. He flinched.
He flinched.
Onyx forced him to flinch.
The stare down worked.
All right. Without the flicker there, that's a big info now for Onyx. Team Liquid. Oh, this is just going to blow up into one big fight, isn't it? They're all here.
It's coming to a fever pitch.
Did Onyx see that?
Exactly. I bet the communication is, so does Sanji have the flicker or not, Prince?
Devo. Where's he going to take it?
Turtle down to half health. Less than. Kirk drops to revitalize.
Look
Coming
at
in
King Kong.
with the combo. King Kong up against the wall. Carl Teasy secures the turtle. AOG away. Kirk has taken too much damage. So does King Kong. Carl Teasy chasing him. Throwing out a shadow. Back to the rest of his team. JP very low. But again, deja vu from Turtle 1, 2, and 3. Liquid walks away.
Yo, Carl Teasy, he's showing up as the young GOAT right now. What he's been doing in this series on this Hayabusa. Almost taking King Kong down there. The damage out, but he can dish out. And how far he was able to reach as the Hayabusa to almost take down King Kong, to break the formation of Onyx, and then get out of there without getting taken down, helping to secure the objective as well. Crazy.
At this point, it feels like Carl Teasy's just flipping a switch, going into GOAT mode. Every time a match starts, like he decides, you know what, I'm gonna go GOAT today. It's really so classy to watch. It's so you learn so much as well. And again, looks like that flicker was not as important as we thought.
It was not as impactful. TLPH got away with it. I'll tell you now what this reminds me of, gentlemen. A minute away till the Lord spawns. It's like Pacquiao Mayweather. No knockdowns, no big haymakers, just good boxing. Good MLBB.
Very technical, very point-based, and, you know, it shows veterancy. And that's exactly what's happening here in Onyx and TLPH as well.
It's battlefield wisdom.
There you go. So, again, very classic MPL Philippines, 2-1 at almost 9 minutes.
And it's the one who's at an advantage.
That's just how we do. That's
Peak
just how we do.
MPLPH, baby.
It is. It is.
Oh, wow, look, they send Carl TZ up to the top.
Yeah.
Escort that chubby wave. Force Liquid to respond, force Onyx to respond and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. They haven't even done the Loyi Super Global Shadow, right? So
Yeah.
we'll probably see that later.
The world's longest shadow.
The world's longest shadow.
Oh, oh, oh. Carl
go.
TZ smell something.
Yeah, at this point, Onyx can't really engage. They need Brusco as a bodyguard right now.
This is all now just about excellence and execution. Could be a big difference maker here. The fact that 3 items are locked in for Kelra. BOD, Malefic Gun as well. So let's see if that's enough reach, enough damage on this attack speed. The Renner, Bennett focused Matrix.
Renmar, you just mentioned the magic word. Can't wait for Machine Gun Kelra to come through. Wagner.
MGK. And we're going to see that later. Right now, it feels like TLPH is setting up for something pretty big. That is 3 people on the side. Did he read into this?
JP and Sanji.
They're coming from behind!
Fancy, coming from the behind! Dropping the glorious pathway! Sanford!
Go!
JP comes through, Kirk falls, so does Kelra! Carl TZ finds him in the back line, 2 free pickoffs!
That is big! Kelra already used the flicker as well!
The GOAT finds the god of the GOAT, and Brusco with the kick though!
Amazing access by Brusco, but it's not going to be enough. He gets punished. King Kong, though, repays Liquid in kind, taking out Oheb. He's down half health. He's got 4 members of the cavalry chasing him. Can Onyx stop Liquid from this Lord take?
Okay, Super Fist and King Kong, Carl TZ here. They're healthy. Team Liquid Philippines might just blitz this.
Glorious pathway dropped in by Daddy JP. Lord very low. King Kong coming through. No dice. Carl TZ secures with a retribution. Sanford very low. Super Prince and King Kong looking for revenge. They find it. 40 falls.
That was a hero punch from Sanford right there, stopping King Kong for the retribution.
And it's right on time, clutch by the Apex Predator. King Kong was like, all right, I see the line. I will dash through this badang and steal this Lord. But Sanford said no.
Man, peak MLBB, man. I just gotta say, this is so good. So good for both of these teams. And again, they're just trading haymakers, like you mentioned.
Okay, I'll tell you now, just because Kelra died once and just because Carl TZ constantly finds him or constantly finds his targets where he wants him to go or to be, despite not finding the kills necessarily, I think Kelra can still make a comeback. He can still change the game, man. Oh!
Does feel like it now. The junglers just measuring each other.
Carl TZ may have just wanted King Kong there because look, massive push down bottom.
There's no answer, no big AoEs except for Super Friends as well. Well, they are pushing it out. They are just playing mind games on each other, and now they're kind of guessing, where is this Hayabusa? Where is Carl TZ right now?
He took the scenic route.
Come on, 8 more minutes. We are almost there to the 20 mark, you know? Please. It's 4-4, no clear gold lead. It's a 2,000 for TLPH, but it's still very close for Onyx. So far, Liquid's been getting some strides. Oh, diversion, this could be big!
All right. Oh my God, glorious pathway answered by that diversion play. Brusco does it.
Oh, it's done!
ALG! Backing up 4 members of the cavalry. Down goes Sanji, down goes Carl, down goes Oheb, and all they wrote was we tried. Mama, we tried. And it's just Sanford left. The Super Fam finds the comeback.
You may be the greatest of all time, says Kelra, but a goat to a god is just a sacrifice.
They're coming into the base, breaking down his inhibitor. Onyx are inside.
It's
too
late.
Just 40. It's just 40. The Super Family Game 3. The age of the Titans. Tonight has passed. New gods stand tall. Onyx PH take the series.
And it looks like that's going to be all she wrote for this one. We have seen peak MLBB. right here in Green Sun Hotel. Onyx Philippines showing him how the champs are here.
In the battle of the Golden Rivalry, earlier this season, Liquid got first blood. Now under Onyx time, Onyx stares down Liquid. Tell me why you think you deserve the greatest of all time. It's their time, today, tonight.
Beautiful performance here for both of these teams. Could not ask for a better way to spend Saturday.
I don't think Liquid was expecting that a minute later they would be standing in the middle of the stage bowing, not for victory, but bowing down their heads in defeat, because for 90% of that game they were in control. Nay, 95% of the game.
It just goes to show how things can change in an instant, in a snap. That was the right call by Liquid. You can't fault them for taking that diversion, for trying to take down Brusco. But Kirk was ready for the AOG to respond right away, and Brusco even got away. He flickered away in time.
I guess that's just how the champions do it. And there you go. Starting the Riz, starting it young. Throw it over to the interview with Onyx Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, Onyx Philippines! Boys, ibang klase yung pinakita nyo kanina. Talk to us about that final play. Kasi nagtugtong-dugtong lahat eh. Was that all according to plan? Kelra, ano yung tumatakbo sa pag-uusap ng buong team while that final play was going on?
Yung ano lang namin nun, Combs, parang inantay lang namin talaga yung TP nila eh. Yung kumbaga ano yung TP nila, magkamali yung TP nila. Ayun yung nangyari sa last clash.
Talagang nagsama-sama yung mga skills nila and accordingly. Kelra, I wanna know this time around kasi kanina kung nakita mo, there was a lot of, contestion between a lot of the fans and the community. Nai-include ka na sa GOAT status, being the greatest of all time to ever play MLBB. What do you think of the moniker, the Golden GOAT? Do you think that fits you? Or do you think you still have to prove something?
Para sa akin, sa player, walang GOAT eh. Siguro, hindi ako naniniwala may GOAT na player. Ang pinapaniniwalaan ko, GOAT na team.
And who do you think the GOAT team is? Sino sa tingin mo ang GOAT na team?
Hindi ko masabi. Pero doon ako naniniwala sa GOAT na team. Kasi 5 yun eh. Kumbaga, hindi ka naman magiging GOAT mag-isa. 5 kayo.
You're right. That
I
is
really
right.
love that, Hans.
I love
It's
that.
about the team. Kelra, congrats ulit. Galing niyo talaga. Now, I want to place the spotlight on a special person. What time is it? Kaninong birthday today? King Kong, happy birthday.
Can we all greet King Kong a happy birthday, King Kong, in 1, 2,